Oh, he says, I think you're good. Oh, he says, I think you're good.
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
Leslie here will be introducing You'll just be sitting there.
Wonderful. All right.
And then one more thing. Just
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
testing right now. This is kind of what's going to be live streamed. The next slide, and then whenever whoever is speaking next, here, I'm gonna.
Hi, how are you? Good.
Do you want to see what the presentation looks like? You're okay. All right.
Hi.
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities.
Video from Abode, right?
More than 50 years later, Abode Community's architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
Clarity there. Here we go. Excellent. Glad you did it. I wrote mine. Coat. What's that?
This is a mask.
That's kind of cool. I had a great birthday. Funny. So a friend of one of my oldest and dearest friends, her son is interested in architecture. He hasn't really had any experience coming into it kind of late because he's going to be a senior. So I took him to Patrick Ty's office, which is around the corner from. I mean, literally, like when I put it in the like 3 minutes. So he lives right around the corner, and Patrick is also. So Patrick and I went to UCLA together. He's one of my best friends, and his brother is married to my best friend from high school. So yeah, just. So picked up Luke, went to Patrick's office. I hadn't been to Patrick's office since he moved here. Venice, like blocks, 4 blocks east of Fairfax, like as would be expected in like a brick loft type building. So took him to talked to him about the work. Dropped him back at home, and then I went to friends of mine in Santa Monica because I had bought this fresh dog food, a farmer's dog, and my dog likes she's losing her teeth because she's old. So I was like, let me get her some soft food. I feel so bad when she's like, and she liked the trial, so then I got her order, and then she didn't like it. Like, no, I want my hard food. So I have like $80 worth of food. So I took it to friends of mine. I'm like, who wants this? And they're like, we do. And then I ended up hanging out at their house for like 3 hours, which was lovely. And they had just picked food from the garden. So I got fresh zucchini, fresh cucumbers, tomatoes, blossoms, because I don't know if you've ever made, they're a pain in the butt to make, but they're very delicious at the restaurant. They're a pain in the butt to make, but he gave me some of those. And so I cleaned up with my bounties.
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Community's architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
Sorry, keep talking. Yeah, that's what we also got for our ticket back from Minnesota. $90 one way, but I had to pay like twice as much.
Oh, oh. Hello. 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 Is she here? Okay. Actually, I knew that. I saw her when I walked in. Okay. This, yeah. If I start talking, they'll just be quiet. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 7th annual AIALA Design for Dignity, Housing, and Inclusive Community Conference. My name is Leslie Sidnor. I am the 2022 AIALA VP President-elect. We are delighted to have you joining us today. Your collective involvement is essential to our success as we work together to address our ongoing housing insecurity and homeless crisis. Optimism, compassion, perseverance. Please let those 3 words sit with you for a moment. Optimism, compassion, perseverance. At this moment in time when there are so many grave injustices impacting our world and harming our communities, when we are confronted with one crisis after another, and when our fundamental rights are being challenged on all fronts, it is vital that we come together and reset the tone of the narrative. Let's embrace the spirit of optimism by believing that we are well positioned to make an impact in addressing this issue. As designers, architects, contractors, and professionals in the built environment, we can be good neighbors and civic-minded leaders that can advance new ideas that offer achievable solutions. With compassion for one another, we can broaden our capacity to tackle difficult and complex issues. Our compassion and our empathy for one another becomes our core purpose today. Over 66,000 people are unhoused in LA County. And although we strive to build more housing and provide more access to shelter, the challenge is becoming even greater every day, particularly as more people face the actual and imminent threat of eviction. Let us be resolute in our perseverance. This is not a problem that is easily solved. It requires many approaches, as there are a myriad of reasons why someone finds themselves without a home. We believe that is a core value, that housing is a human right. For those of us gathered here and who engage in this work, we have taken it as our fundamental responsibility to make good on that promise of a home for everyone. Today's conference will celebrate housing solutions, what's working well and why. Our first panel will focus on strategies to keep people housed and preventing homelessness. Our second presentation will discuss an upcoming ballot measure to fund affordable housing. Our third panel will explore innovations in affordable housing finance. We will hear from Councilmember Raman and Miguel A. Santana, President and CEO of Weingart Foundation. And then we'll explore the power of incremental changes in our neighborhood, because all solutions don't have to be big solutions. Small solutions can take us where we need to go. After lunch, we'll delve into policy and planning tools essential to bring housing solutions to scale, community land trusts, the role of ADUs, and innovations with prefab, modular, and off-site construction. We'll also hear more about the nexus between affordable housing and a boarding school located in South LA, and then how it can empower future generations to become more resilient. Today's conference is going to be dense with material, so we ask for your patience. Our speakers will be adhering to a tight schedule to keep us on track. Will Wright, who around here somewhere, Will Wright will be helping to facilitate the program, and he'll be our timekeeper. Now I'd like to take a moment and celebrate all of you for being with us here today. And I'd especially like to thank each and every one of our sponsors for supporting this program. With the direct support of each of these firms, we're able to bring this conference to light. We want to thank all of our annual sponsors listed here on the slide behind me. We'd also like to thank our Design for Dignity sponsors, including our presenting sponsor, Abode Communities, our champion sponsors, NAC Architecture, David Baker Architects, Kevin Daly Architects, KTGY, and Gonzalez Goodale Architects. Our student scholarship sponsor, KFA. Our Friends of Design for Dignity, Ox Architecture, Bar Architects and Interiors, CW Howe Partners Incorporated, Crate Modular, Koning Eisenberg, Lamont Architects, Perkins and Will, Ralph Metcher Architects, Steinberg Hart, and Matt Construction. And our participating sponsors, Chu Gooding Architecture, DSH Architecture, FSY Architects Incorporated, HED, HOK, Lever Architecture, Michael Maltson Architecture Incorporated, SAA Interiors and Architecture, Shimoda Design Group, The Architects Collective, Tracy A. Stone Architect, and Studio E Architects. Before we get started today, here's a video from our presenting sponsor, Abode Communities.
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
Now I'd like to welcome to the stage my fellow board director, Amy Anderson. Amy Anderson is a senior vice president, social impact lead supporting the Wells Fargo Foundation Housing Affordability Philanthropy Strategy. She joined Wells Fargo in 2021 after serving as the chief housing officer for Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti. In her current role, Amy provides strategic leadership for national philanthropic investments in change makers and transformative initiatives that expand the supply of homes that are affordable, especially for underserved communities. Let's welcome to the stage Amy Anderson, and can we also have her panel join as well? There we go. Thank you, everyone.
In this new world of this, we haven't actually done that. Good morning again. I'm Amy Anderson, senior. I'm going to do this. Is that okay? Senior vice president and social impact lead. Hi, Elaine. With Wells Fargo Foundation. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I really want to thank the AIA and the AIA staff for once again bringing us together for this important conversation. As the title for our session perhaps poorly describes, which is my own fault, we're going to discuss strategies for keeping people housed and preventing them from becoming homeless, which is really critical for addressing the crisis here in Los Angeles County. I'd like to think that the AIA team scheduled this session at the beginning of the day as a sort of metaphor for the importance of focusing on upstream solutions for keeping people from becoming homeless. In the year prior to the pandemic, an estimated 83,000 people were experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles County over the course of the year, while an estimated 75,000 resolved their lack of housing. So a difference of 8,000, 83,000 people experiencing homelessness, 75,000 resolve their homelessness either on their own or through the help of the homelessness support system. And yet, the next year's point in time count estimated that 60,000 people were experiencing homelessness. In other words, for every 100 people who are successfully exiting homelessness in Los Angeles County, another 109 people are falling into homelessness. So ending homelessness clearly requires upstream solutions. So that's what our panel is going to talk about this morning. They're going to present innovative strategies for averting homelessness and discuss their effectiveness in serving specific high-risk populations. So with me this morning is Aisha Yusuf. She is the Vice President of Innovation Programs at Impact Justice, and she's going to talk about, I was going to say Project Homekey, Project Homecoming. Also with us remotely, because he is COVID positive, is James Gilliam. James is the Manager of Homeless Prevention at LASA, and Michelle Martinez, who is the Program Manager for the Preventing and Ending Homelessness Project, which is based at the Inner City Law Center. So each of those folks is going to make a brief presentation, and then we'll do a little bit of moderated Q&A, and then we'll open it up for folks to ask questions. So with that, I think I'm gonna.
Remote version?
No, you're gonna start. You okay?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Aisha too had a little car accident on the way over.
Wait, is this working? I mean, I didn't have the car accident. The Lyft driver had it. I was just in the car. I'm so happy I made it here on time. I'm usually late for everything. Good thing I was early today. I don't have a presentation, so I'm just going to talk. So I'm Aisha Tu. I'm the Vice President of Innovation Programs at Impact Justice. So Impact Justice is a national criminal justice organization that focuses on research and innovation. We really think about how do we ensure people do not enter the system by doing diversion and restorative justice practices. We think about when people are incarcerated, how it is that they are treated with decency and humanity and respect, because they will get out and they will be in this room one day. And then we think about on the back end, how do we ensure that people that are exiting incarceration are provided the resources necessary to thrive, survive, and not re-enter. The Homecoming Project, which I'll go into more deeply, is really on that third pillar of that, of how do we ensure that people are provided the resources necessary to do that. So you're like probably in some ways wondering, like, why is this criminal justice individual in a conference like this? And I ask that question all the time when I'm in spaces like this. I actually never thought as a criminal justice practitioner and professional I'd be in some of the spaces I am today. But the truth is that we've all worked in these silos for so often that we've let people fall through the cracks. So many of our individuals that are involved with the criminal justice system are also the individuals that are in need of housing, are also the individuals in need of healthcare, are also the individuals that were in the foster care system, are also the individuals that were suffering in education systems long before that. So, you all are here to talk about really things from an architectural standpoint. I'm here to talk criminal justice, and we need each other to have this conversation. So the Homecoming Project, which is in its about three and a half years, making, I suppose. You're all probably familiar with the Airbnb model. So I'll use that as a premise because it's the easiest way to talk about it. So the Homecoming Project is the social justice arm of the shared economy model. So what we do is we take individuals that are leaving incarceration after have been sentenced for 10 plus years. They're coming back into community, and we place that at individual homes. We are currently in Northern California. We are expanding to LA really soon. I'm actually doing all the groundwork right now to make that happen. So let's take, for instance, Amy has a house and she has an extra room inside of that house. We have an individual that's leaving prison. We actually connect Amy with that individual leaving prison. We do an entire assessment on that individual. We tell Amy everything there is to know about that individual. We tell that individual everything there is to know about Amy. So we ensure everyone has shared information. We provide a community navigator, which is another word for like a caseworker that works directly with that individual leaving prison, and we really place them into their house. Amy can choose whether she engages deeply with that person, eats dinner, hangs out. She can just do that, or she can actually live in her house and not really speak to that individual. They do share a home clearly, but it's their choice in how much they engage. We launched about 3.5 years ago. We've placed over 82 people into the Homecoming Project. And because you're probably thinking to yourself, you put someone in prison in my house? Like, I think you're probably thinking to yourself, absolutely. The truth is we have no idea who's in this room. Every time I was in a Lyft today, I have no clue who was driving my Lyft. I was literally in Whole Foods yesterday. Who was around me? I will get on a plane today, no idea. But the minute we tell you about an individual is the minute everyone's guard goes up in understanding who they are. So our problem, what we do at Homecoming is think about how do we break down narratives about people and who they are? How do we solve a solution, which is a homelessness solution? The individuals we work with are the most likely to be homeless that are exiting the system. In Los Angeles County last year, 600 individuals actually left the prison system and came back into this county. Those individuals have very limited places to go when they come back. They're traditionally going to congregate care, transitional home solutions. That is not a solution. One, it's a very costly solution. It is also not providing the resources for everybody. You know, what we believe in Impact Justice is there's more than one solution to serve a population. Some people might need congregate care for a variety of reasons. Many do not. How do we provide another resource for people to find housing? Most importantly, and I'll be done in 2 minutes because I don't know what my time is. Okay. Most importantly, what we do is we think about our project as really amplifying impact. So a couple of things we also know, there's a housing shortage in our communities. There are people that do not have the resources to afford homes in Los Angeles County, in Northern California, in the Central Valley, right? So when people are leaving prison, how is it that they are supposed to actually find a home in this market that people like me can barely afford? It's impossible. So when we think about how do we use the homes that are actively here and actively underused, you can use Craigslist. People don't often do that, right? They don't even think about the extra room in their house as being something that can be of necessary use for somebody. So that's when we come in. Part of what we're also doing is you're probably asking yourself, like, where did they get these people to open their home for folks leaving prison? So we started in communities of color, because communities of color are the most impacted by incarceration, because communities of color they are Black and brown people that are inside of our prison systems. They were actually already doing this. Many people within these communities were already opening their homes to their family members, their loved ones' best friends to house them because we're in a housing shortage. So for us, we said, okay, so we know they're already doing it. Who else is going to care about that? We went directly toward clergy. We went directly toward religious communities because they care about second and third and fourth chances. And then what happened is we start to bring in hosts that were volunteering and saying, I want to open my home to somebody who's been formerly incarcerated, because they believed in second and third chances. And then when it was working for them, they then told their neighbors, and then their neighbors opened up their home. What's happened more recently, however, is we originally, again, had our host be individuals that were Black and brown communities that experienced incarceration themselves or loved ones who had. What's recently happened, especially after the conversation of the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and the racial reckonings, individuals that actually have no connection to the justice system started wanting to figure out ways they could give back differently than just giving checks out. And that's when the Homecoming Project came in. We had countless people email us and say, how can I give back to a community that's been disenfranchised? What is my role in that? So now we actually have a group of hosts that actually have no connection to the justice system, would not identify as Black and brown, would not identify as low resource, that are opening up their homes to these individuals. So I'll quit talking so you can ask me questions in a second. But we're really proud of the Homecoming Project. We are, I know Amy because she was so influential in actually getting our project off the ground through Wells Fargo, and I really appreciate appreciate that. And what we're really trying to do is do a couple of things, is both continue to operate from a philanthropic standpoint, but also have the state and the government actually pay for some of this project, because we're actually doing a government good. We are actually housing individuals that the government actually locked up, so it's their job to actually house these individuals back. But as we all know, government needs philanthropy and innovation to actually get these things started. So that's what we're doing right now. So I will pause there.
Can I ask one quick question? So you said that you've assisted 80 folks?
82.
82. Don't forget
That
those
too
last
is important. Very important.
And are they still living in these homes, or they've moved on to some other situation? Or?
Yeah. So the homecoming project is a 6-month program. So everyone stays into our homes for 6 months. We do extensions if necessary, but most people actually leave before the 6 months. Part of having that community navigator is actually helping them actually reintegrate. And so that looks like a lot of things. That looks like both finding a job, which is actually tied to clearly being able to have a house or an apartment. Also reconnecting with your family. So part of what the community navigator is helping them decide what their next steps are. So they're in homecoming for 6 months, or as long as they want to be there. And at the end of that 6 months, the community navigator has helped them find other housing. That can be their own apartment, that could be with their family members, that can be in some other type of care unit, but usually it's actually their own apartment or their family members. And we help them do that. And I think I didn't say this to you, we pay each host $35 a day to house an individual. And so for a lot of people, particularly in lower resource communities that were our ultimate host, homecoming has actually become an income revenue driving mechanism for them, which has now allowed them to do all kinds of things with their home that has increased their own property values while serving the community need.
And then what share of folks, what share of hosts have hosted and are interested in hosting again?
Yeah, so that's a great question and a complicated question in some ways. So what has happened is we have individuals that come in, like participants that enter the host homes, and the goal again is to do it for 6 months. So a couple things have happened. Sometimes our host and our participant become actually really close, and actually at the end of their 6 months, they exit the homecoming project and sign leases with that individual host. So then we lose the host because they now have a lease, which is actually a wonderful thing to happen. And then other times because it's a revenue generating thing, their 6 months goes, they bring in another host. So we have probably about 25 hosts that are repeat hosts. And then some individuals have actually purchased more properties and been able to actually host a little bit more. So we just have some hosts that do it one time and get a long-term participant. We also have some hosts that have come in and are used, like their child that went off to college are using that room. Their child comes back, so that host is gone. So they'll come back a year later or so. So a big chunk of most of our hosts are repeat hosts. And we are actually starting a whole marketing campaign right now to bring in more hosts. As you can imagine, that's the hardest thing that we do. So most of them are repeat hosts at this point.
Great. Thank you.
No, thank you.
James, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
A little bit louder would be great, I think.
Okay. Well, I'll speak up as much as I can. I have a pretty intense set of headphones on, turned all the way up. Can you hear me?
All right. Thank you.
Can you all hear
voice
me?
from. So I'm going to turn things over to you.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully you all can hear me, and I won't speak much. I think maybe that will help this. But I oversee homeless prevention at LAHSA, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. And thankfully, Amy did some of the context setting with those numbers earlier. But as you can see in our particular system, we have a inflow that is outpacing our housing placements every year. And so we will never end homelessness in Los Angeles until we do something about the prevention issue, until we stop the inflow. And so that is really what my team's job is at LAHSA. We oversee a vast network of homeless services and legal services providers who work to keep people in the housing they've already got. As we know, this is a tight housing market with really very few affordable units in our community, which drives many people to living way beyond what we would call a typical rent burden. And so many people end up facing housing, losing their housing just from an economic standpoint in this community. So one of the things we do, or the first thing we do upon opening a new homeless prevention case, is determine whether this is a case where a one-time financial emergency may have caused the issues, or whether in fact these folks are living so rent burdened that they need to be moved to a new unit, a more affordable unit somewhere else, usually in the county. And so what our program does is either for those first set of people who just had a one-time emergency, we basically catch them up and hope that we don't see them in the system again. For folks who are living beyond rent burden, we don't use our limited resources to pay those arrears. Instead, we use those resources to move them. And so we're paying deposits and moving expenses and getting them into something more affordable, again, with the hope of not seeing them return to our prevention program. And also, of course, the major goal, hoping that we never see them become an entry into the homeless services delivery system. Our program includes working with lawyers. And so you're going to hear a little bit more about the legal services program next, but we fund that program as part of this because we learn in working with families that often not only are the legal issues they're facing related to their housing, like a typical eviction they may be fighting, but often there are other things going on in the family unit that are affecting their ability to raise money to pay the rent, or there are so much maybe bills happening, often that are bills that can be taken care of through legal remedies that are affecting their ability to obviously to keep their money to pay their rent. So like, for example, we've had clients who are on Medi-Cal and Medicare, and yet we're still paying medical bills. And those bills are usually wiped away as soon as you call and do a little bit of advocacy on behalf of the advocate. But we've got lots of people out there who are paying on things they shouldn't be paying, which is then taking away from them their ability to pay the rent in their rent burdened unit. So our program has been launched since 2018. We help around 1,200 adults and 900 families a year, and our success rate is around 80%. That's measured by people who are exited from the program and looking to see whether they come back into or enter homeless services for 6 months after exit. And around 80% of our participants are able to maintain their housing and never come back or come to the system. And that number is even higher when combined with our more limited funded legal services program that Michelle's going to talk about. So I think I've hit really the high notes, other than kind of talking about the different things we pay, but I've kind of hinted on it. We pay rental arrears, we pay rental assistance. Like I said, if they need to move, we pay reload fees and deposits and things of that nature. But the whole goal of the program is to stop that inflow number, which is we said a few times now, but is probably the biggest takeaway from today's panel. The inflow in Los Angeles is outpacing the housing placements. So no matter how much work we do to house everyone, until we stop the inflow, we will see our homeless count numbers increase year after year. And
James, thank you. Can I have a quick follow-up question for you, which is, can you talk a little bit so folks can understand LASA's role versus maybe the role of nonprofit partners and service providers? How does that work?
Sure. So LASA is what's called a joint powers authority of the city and county. So we're a quasi-government entity funded by the city and county, and our main role is to be a funder. And so imagine, some of you probably know of and hear about things like Southern California grant makers and grant making organizations like that. Think of us in that way. We receive the government funding from the government entity, and then our job is to distribute it out to the community. So we don't provide direct services. I don't work with the participants who are keeping housed. Our homeless services providers, the nonprofits, are the ones who do that. And so, right where you all are sitting in downtown Los Angeles, our primary providers are People Assisting the Homeless, PATH is the acronym, and then the People Concerned. So we give money to them, and they're the ones who are out there on the ground providing the services, finding the people that need to be housed, providing the rental assistance, doing the case management, doing the on-the-ground work. I miss the on-the-ground work and certainly miss my clients, but my role now is to oversee funding and make sure the programs are flowing and then are compliant so that the funding can continue to flow.
And one more question, if you can. How do you work with those nonprofit organizations and maybe other stakeholders to define new programs and to identify needs and programs to respond to those needs?
Well, we do spend a lot of time on case conferencing calls with them, even though we're not providing the case management or the actual direct services. So we are able to see patterns and to observe kind of pockets of growing need. And so one example I'll quickly use is there's a program in LA that I also oversee, a pilot called Home Safe. That is an older adults prevention program for people who are referred in through adult protective services. We noticed through our work on prevention that a lot of our participants on fixed incomes were older adults, and some of them were being victims of abuse or neglect by perhaps the people that they were living with or the people who were supposed to be living with them and taking care of them. And so through an expansion of some state funding and working with our county department, WEDAX and Aging and Community Services, we developed a pilot that we are now expanding that focuses particularly on elder adults who have been neglected or abused, who are even more particularly precariously housed in many instances. And so that's an example of a growing need that we saw as a result of our on-the-ground work that then caused us to start a new pilot that now specifically focuses on making sure that community is receiving the additional services it needs beyond the day-to-day prevention stuff.
Great, James, thank you. We really appreciate you joining us remotely, even with your illness, so thanks.
You're welcome,
Okay,
and I appreciate you all accommodating me, yes, and I'll be here for questions.
Yes, don't go anywhere though.
Yeah.
Michelle, gonna tell us about your program.
You bet. So I prepared slides. I also have some trailing slides of data if people are interested in any of that. But hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Angela Martinez. I am the project manager for the Preventing and Ending Homelessness project, which is, as James mentioned, funded by LASA. So what do? We are a legal services project that helps people keep their housing. We also work with people who are unhoused, but I'm going to focus on prevention since that's what we're doing today. So that's primarily what they call unlawful detainers, evictions, right? Things like that, helping people stay housed. So who do we serve? Just about anybody, anywhere in Los Angeles County, right? We want to make ourselves very accessible. People go to a homeless services provider near them, and then those providers determine eligibility and then send them our way. Like I said, we're trying to be as accessible as possible. So anywhere in the county, we're divided up into the 8 regions, and that is covered by 5 different service providers. We also have another one, the LA LGBT Center, whose expertise is available to anyone countywide, regardless of where they live. So wherever they are, whatever they need, whatever it takes, that's what we're trying to do to keep them housed. We really focus on being a holistic wraparound service. So like James was saying, if people have credit issues as well, they need benefits assistance, if they need reasonable accommodation letters so they can stay in their unit as a person with a disability or who needs a support animal, we try to make sure that we are providing services that are culturally competent, that are delivered in their language, and are tailored to them as individuals so that they feel safe, that they can trust their lawyer, and we can actually have the maximum effect. So no one gets to have a program unless you are making pie charts. So we are tracking our success rates and how many people we are supporting, what all are we providing for them. And we're doing this both in terms of the legal services and the economic benefits. So very briefly, here is just a snapshot of the last 4 years since the project launched in 2018. I am also the data manager, so I ran these numbers myself. And like I said, there's some trailing slides about these things. But we, succeeded in keeping so many people housed, getting people extra days in their housing, keeping people from being evicted. We've had almost $2 million in rent waived, and that might not come as a surprise when you see that in one case we had $60,000 in rent waived. So it's hard to imagine someone being able to pay $60,000 in back rent, but through the court system, through the lawyers, we've been successful for so many people. I want to focus though on the success rate, and This actually dovetails pretty well with the success rates for anyone who has a lawyer for an eviction. Most of the time, it's only landlords who have an eviction and not people like our clients, especially people of color. And I think that what this underscores in a really devastating way, you hear my voice shaking a little bit, is that so much of this is actually about power and access, right? It's not, we're throwing lawyers at a problem when we should maybe be end routing it, getting in front of it. I feel like ultimately you don't need us here. It's not a terribly radical thing to think like a lawyer is going to keep someone housed when we already know that's the case in terms of eviction. What we really need to be talking about is something that I believe our convener said, and that's that housing is a human right. And we need to be prioritizing human rights over power and property interests. I'm sorry. I just get emotional thinking about how so often we focus on these procedural things when the solutions are there. We have the resources. I think about what our city spends money on, and it just devastates me even more. And so I really want to emphasize that I hope you all will join political organizations and not just professional organizations and work on this project of committing to housing as a human right and making that a reality. Thank you.
Michelle.
Yes,
Will you breathe, please? Can you talk a little bit about the breadth of service needs that your program and your lawyers, or maybe not even beyond your lawyers, are providing to folks? Because I think it helps to exemplify, right, that there's a variety of needs and there's a right. It's not just about the legal, but it's about all sorts of other supports that can be so effective in making the difference in, helping someone stay stable.
I again think that James alluded to this, but our project, especially on the prevention side, focuses on people's eviction when they arrive, right? That's an immediate need. We need to keep them housed. They're about to be kicked out of their home by a landlord, for back rent or nuisance, quote unquote, things like that. But there are so many other things going on for folks, right? They have minor children, maybe there are disabilities, maybe they have a dependent adult in the household with their own disabilities. They don't know how to qualify for benefits or be assessed for benefits. And these are just things that people should be fundamentally entitled to. Again, right? Just like healthcare, education. And so lawyers, just by virtue of everything that they've gone through to become a lawyer certified, they have access to tools, information, resources. And so, even things that are not necessarily legal, our attorneys, paralegal, administrative assistants, people like me, I'm not an attorney, are able to offer all of those things to people that they don't even know exist and that they deserve fundamentally.
Yeah, I think it points to this bizarre inverse relationship there is between the needs of certain people and how complex the systems are to get to, addressing those needs and resolving those needs, right? That it's important just to provide support to move someone through the system.
Absolutely. And then just to, the mention of the cultural competence aspect, or, people with disabilities, these systems are difficult to navigate if you are someone who has resources and knowledge and can use a computer and, isn't even thinking about it, right? It's not easy. And it's sometimes just impossible, or it feels that way, right? And so we really endeavor to again, gain people's trust and make them feel supported. Like there's nothing we won't attempt to do to make them feel supported and cared for, from intake to closing letter.
Could I ask you about the California Policy Lab tool and that tool for assessing, do I have this right? The tool for assessing who gets prioritized through your program?
So I have only supplied data to CPL. I'm not familiar with how they've used it to design a tool or anything like that.
James, is that something that you can help us with?
Sure. We worked with the California Policy Lab to develop what's called the Homeless Prevention Targeting Tool. And that tool, there's one for adults, a different one for families, and one for transition age youth. And that tool basically asks a number of life experience type questions, which have been determined by research to be potential indicators of future homelessness. And so based on one's life experience, coupled with their current eviction situation, you end up with a score on the tool. That score determines whether you qualify for financial assistance. The most difficult part of designing a homeless prevention system is determining those for whom the resource will make a difference and those for whom it would just be, extra money. And so the tool is intended to try to suss out the difference between anyone who's just facing an eviction, because not everyone facing eviction becomes homeless. I'll be clear about that. To try to suss out then, okay, between the two people who are facing eviction, which one is more likely to become homeless? And research tells us that life experiences like prior homelessness, foster care involvement, criminal justice involvement, other ACEs you may have experienced, those things coupled with a current eviction make you more likely to be one of those people who ends up in my inflow column that I'm trying to prevent. So the tool is intended to find the people who will stay housed as a result of getting the financial resource, the ones for whom the resource will make the most difference.
Thanks, that's super helpful. I am curious about Aisha too, and Michelle, your programs, what you attribute the success to date. What is it about the design of your programs or the design of your programs in the context of specific high-risk populations you're trying to serve that you think make them so successful?
Hello, there we go. If I'm being honest, I clearly operate the Homecoming Project, but it is not that difficult. And it's not rocket science. There's probably some people who do rocket science in here, but it's not rocket science, right? We are taking a very at-risk population of homelessness and putting them in open homes. It actually makes sense when you think about it. It, however, is innovative, which innovation is not always hard, right? It's putting two things together. So when we think about why we've been successful, it's because we put two things together that make sense. We put things together that said individuals leaving prison need somewhere to go. Individuals leaving prison are at high risk of homelessness. Individuals leaving prison need someone to support them on their reentry. We are in a housing crisis. There is nowhere for them to go. How do we solve that? Right? And so for us, the success really is telling that story to people that can do something about it. Telling that story to average, everyday individuals in our communities that own homes, who care about their communities, and saying, you can be a part of a solution. You by yourself, without doing anything else today, can actually have a deeper conversation, actually do something about the crisis of homelessness and the crisis of actually the negative perceptions and narratives of people leaving prison. And so because you're able to tell that story to your everyday individual, the truth is people get so overwhelmed by homelessness. They drive up and down the streets and they see tents and they feel like, what am I supposed to do about it? What is my $100 doing? How do I solve any of these issues, right? And so for us, we got to say, you can actually provide a service to somebody, and I'm actually going to pay you to do it. So I think that's a huge part of our success, is that we were able to bring in average community members that have the opportunity and provide a clear pathway to opportunity for them to actually be of service. I think the other things that we're doing is, because so much of this, and you had a number up there around with what cities and state LA County pays for, a lot of this is around budget, is around how do you allocate, how do you have the conversation with the county, with the state about where they allocate their budget. So what we did was like, okay, well, while y'all figure that out, we're going to go to private dollars, because those dollars have opportunity for us as a nonprofit. We get to show data, we get to plead our case, we get to show what innovation can do. And private dollars are a way that we actually get to take a chance on innovation. You know, from our perspective, when I say innovation at Impact Justice, I'm talking about risk. I'm talking about imagination. And it's uncomfortable to say the risk and imagination that I'm taking is on people's lives, right? It's not lost on us that it's on people's lives, but something different has to happen. And so when we figure out how it is, we have a plan, and we use data to support it. We knew how many people were coming out. We knew, like, we did an entire analysis about how many rooms were open given like census tracts. So we have the data to support that this could work. It's about changing the narrative. So to answer your question, so the success has been about changing the idea and perception of people and asking everyone to do the same. It's much harder to look into my face and I say to you, well, who was in your Uber ride with you? It's much harder to tell me, like, oh, I don't know anymore. We asked the community to get involved. We've asked private dollars to get involved, and now we're asking the state to get involved. And at the end of the day, what we're also doing is we've had 80 people in our program, 80 people that prior to probably me having this conversation with you, the idea of putting a stranger, particularly someone with a stigma, into your home probably felt crazy. But now you get to hear that someone else has done it. And so now you're more likely to do it yourself. And the other piece around why we've been successful is because people care about data, right? Our recidivism rates are 0. Not a single person that has been in our program has re-entered the carceral facilities. Right? And that is simply because people were provided resources to stay out. We are also dealing with a population that's less likely to re-enter prison, right? The reason we actually work with people that have been sentenced to at least 10 years, because they're the less likely to re-enter prison, but the highest likely to enter your jail systems, and you're highest likely to be homeless. And so that's why we chose that population, but that's also why we have 0 recidivism, because we gave them a house, we gave them a human right, we gave them one that has privacy, that has a bed, that they could choose their own sheets, that they can actually put their own cover on, that they had a lock to. We are giving people human dignity, of which they have been denied for many people in our program for 42 years, for 50 years, for 30 years. So it's a long way of answering your question, Amy.
Michelle, you want to share some thoughts on the aspects of your program that make it successful?
Sure. So I think our success is largely attributable to our partners, our homeless service provider agencies, and their caseworkers who are just relentless. And they answer the call in a whatever it takes way as well. But I also think our clients are part of our success. You know, they are so, and I hate the word resilience, especially when I talk about, you know, my family, people of color, et cetera, because I feel like it's, you know, some like magic that people talk about, that people of color are so resilient, poor people so resilient. But truly, really and truly, they are committed to working with their case managers, to working with their lawyers, despite all odds, taking on landlords who have been harassing them, abusing them. And I just appreciate that so much every day. You know, they are not going to walk out of their apartment that they deserve to have, that they shouldn't have been kicked out of. And, you know, they're why we're here. And I really do think they are why we have been as successful as we are.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys because we're coming up on time. Are there any questions from the audience? I think so. I think that's the idea. Oh my God. Hi, Frank.
I'll repeat your question.
Thank you. Aisha, I have a question for you. I don't know if I missed that. How long has your program been active, number one? And number two, are there comparable programs either in other cities in the US or abroad? I know of programs in Holland or Scandinavia where students are paired with elderly people, for example, but I've never heard of anything where people coming out of jail are paired? Thank you.
And the question was how long we've been in and how long we've been in a program and if there are comparable programs. So we've been in existence about 3.5 years, but we were actually only able to really do a huge ramp up about 1.5 years ago when we received funding to be able to do that. So 3 years we've been in existence, but most of the people have been housed in the last 1.5 years. And then comparable programs, there actually are a good amount of programs, but they're usually geared towards youth. So there's a couple of foster care programs that are geared towards young people that house. So there is not a program that is actually particularly housing formerly incarcerated people in this manner. But we get calls all the time of how they can get homecoming in other cities. So we're actually working on an expansion model to actually work with nonprofits and other agencies in other cities and counties that they can replicate the homecoming project there.
Other questions? Anyone? How about if you stand up, Michael?
I guess I'm glad.
Sorry.
They can hear you, that's why.
Okay, can I use hers? You mentioned people that had been in prison like 10 years longer, I guess is one of your target groups. Is that kind of correct?
Sentenced to at least 10 years.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering, people who have been in prison longer, like around 10 years, that come out, are they more motivated not to want to go back, or get caught in the culture of going in and out of jail?
Yeah, so many people in our program, they were sentenced to 10 years. Most people, our average is about 25 years that have actually been inside of a carceral facility. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're more motivated. I think most people leaving carceral systems are extremely motivated not to go back. I think people do not have the resources to do so and do not have the support to do so. So it's easier for them to get caught back in a life, in a world, right? And so I'm just, it's not semantics. It's just really around like what motivation looks like. I don't know. But what is true though, is that they are most likely to not go back because most people, so you age out of crime. Most crimes happen when you're a young person. So if you've been in prison for 40 years, most likely you committed your crime in your late teens and your early 20s, in which your brain development, I'm not going to get all neuroscience-y on you, but all your brain development is different. And so you often age out of crime and you also age out of your peer groups. Actually, you've been in prison for 30 years, you don't have that peer group anymore. And so it's actually less about motivation and more about you are actually no longer have the desire to actually do what you did before. Usually if you've been in prison for a long time, usually means you committed a high level crime. You're less like, and someone that committed like an armed robbery, you're less likely to do that again. Someone that takes their life, you're less likely to do that again. Actually, most times you do not do that again. So what they're actually desiring to do is to create a new life for themselves, and a life that they actually have no idea what it is, because the life they had at 18 when they committed a crime, what I did at 18 and I'm doing now is completely different. So it's actually around that. So that's why the supports are so necessary, because they actually have no idea what this world is and how they show up in it.
Doesn't look like we have any more questions, and quick. Oh, sorry. Oh, quick.
It's very tall. There you go. Maybe this question is for James. So we talked about in the beginning how there was more people going into the system than coming out of the system. Is there data that tracks what percentage of that is coming back? And if so, where was the failure sort of maintaining them housed?
Yeah, that was the success rate that I mentioned earlier. We've got about 80% of the folks that exit our program that do not enter the homeless services system and don't return for prevention. For those who might not end up in that success rate, that other 20%, it's often a new financial emergency, right? Sometimes a family gets over a big car repair and then there's a medical emergency, or sometimes as soon as a family gets caught up and we think we've helped them achieve housing stability, they get a notice the following month that their rent went up by $300, which is what's happening now. Landlords are increasing rent all around us and using nuisance-based evictions to get people out. So that's some of what's happening. Sometimes people lose their housing because landlords find tricky ways. In my building, they're putting up notes every day about dog waste and smoking. They're doing everything they can to get people out who haven't paid their rent in a few years, but they know they can't evict because of the moratoria. So they're looking for non-financial reasons. So unfortunately, some of my lack of success is the cause of tricky landlords and sophisticated landlord counsel.
I think we can take, thanks, James. One more question, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, great. So I read recently in the newspaper that the state has set aside some money that can be going back for people into tax refund kind of rebates, especially for families. And I was wondering, I remember when we had some of that from the federal government before, there wasn't a very structured way of identifying who might not have filed for their taxes and then were not getting access to the rebates, but there was a lot of money left on the table. And I heard that that may be happening again at the state level. And so I was curious in terms of the prevention, if there was any structured way of assessing for that and making sure that then people had a resource to be able to file for their taxes that they might not have otherwise been able to get.
In other words, there's a benefit that exists out there for them.
Yes, exactly.
But because they're not paying taxes, they're not accessing that benefit. So is there a
Right.
way, Michelle, you have any thoughts on that? Is there your team working on that at all?
So we do have some lawyers with some financial training and credit and debt and things like that. And they do sometimes work with community tax preparers and things like that to make sure that people are able to file. Sometimes they will just do people's taxes with them, right? Like the 1040 EZ, something like that. We've also worked with people to get their stimulus checks if they missed them. Some of our clients were previously incarcerated, and they certainly deserve their stimulus check. And so we've definitely had people who are on that as a benefit that people should be receiving. Sometimes people don't know that they're entitled to it in the first place. And so all of our teams in some form or another have access to what we just term a benefits specialist. And they all have a full sort of workup, if you will, in terms of the benefits front. So everything that they are entitled to, we are chasing.
Yeah, which was a lot over the past 2 years. So.
If I can just add to that,
Absolutely.
Amy, if I could just add to that quickly, the real issue though is those types of systems ought to be set up from a structural standpoint to be self-executing. People ought not have to chase that down, because even if I figure out a way to make sure my 1,200 adults that I'm serving and my 900 families that I'm serving are getting their money, that's not sufficient. The state ought to have a way to rebate money to people, some other automated system, right? And just like with rental assistance, there are still people waiting on answers on some of that. And so as much as we work to help people apply, so many people never got the help to apply. And instead, the state could have set up a system that made the landlords apply, because we know the landlords would have applied to get their money back, right? So thinking structurally, if you all, as anyone in the room who's got like big voices or big opportunities, systems ought to be self-executing when they're set up. People should not have to chase it down, as Michelle just said. It ought to just show up in their bank because they have a social, they've paid some taxes, the state knows they have too much money in the bank, give it back, and don't make people apply for it. It should just show up in my bank. It's just self-executing programs are what's necessary, because you can't make us keep trying to fund enough providers to fund enough people to go chase the money down for everyone. Let's just give them what they deserve.
That's great. And with that, James, thank you so much for participating this morning. And if we could give a round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you, Amy. Ariana and Brady, please join us on stage. We're here to learn more about the United House LA Ballot Initiative.
Good morning. My name is Ariana Bankler-Dukes. It's my colleague Brady from Kiwa. I'm the Public Affairs Manager at SCAMP. We don't have our slide deck today, so we're just gonna wing it. So please bear with us. And I'll use my hands a lot, so there'll be something entertaining for all of this. I'm looking at the slides that are not there. So anyway, who here has heard of the United to House LA ballot measure? Just so we get it. Oh, wow. Okay. We got like 50%. That's not too bad. So this is a ballot measure that's going to be on the upcoming November ballot. And for starters, It's a measure that was written by affordable housing and homelessness experts, not politicians. Basically, folks like have work in this field every single day came together and said, okay, what's working? What's not working? What have we learned from the past housing measures, and how can we make this better? And then we developed the United House ballot measure, which was approved by over 100,000 Angelenos to be on the November ballot. So a bit about what exactly it is. It is a one-time fee assessed at the sale of high-value property that's going to create what is called the Los Angeles Program to Prevent Homelessness and Fund Affordable Housing. It's a multifaceted measure. So it's going to do a range of things. First and foremost, it's going to provide assistance and support to our low-income, unhoused, and homeless neighbors through rental assistance, income assistance, and providing housing. So this measure is supposed to build over 26,000 units in the next 10 years, providing housing for 69,000 Angelenos. But more importantly, on top of that, and similar to the conversation we were having in the last panel, is that it's going to also provide rental protection. It's going to keep people in their homes. And this is crucial, that it's slated to keep about 475,000 Angelenos housed per year. This is important because even though we're housing people daily, more and more people are flowing into homelessness each day. So if we can make sure that we're keeping people in their house, then we can help the folks that are currently living on the streets. On top of it, it has some of the strongest accountability protections written into the measure. They're with an independent oversight committee as well as an inspector general. And then it's also going to create 44,000 well-paid construction jobs the next 10 years. So a bit more about the details of the measure. It's all about community protection. As I was talking about, it's targeted for the lowest income Angelenos. It's targeted for low income renters. There's also a portion of the funds that are going to our seniors, our low income seniors. So I'm sure many of you are aware, but more and more seniors are falling into homelessness each day as our just general population ages, and as well as the homeless population that we currently have ages. So making sure that we're protecting those most vulnerable folks is key to this measure. It's also going to be funded by an equitable funding stream. So the way that it works is that it's going to generate $875 million per year. And how that's going to happen is that there's going to be a one-time fee assessed at the sale of property over $5 million. So it's a 4% fee for $5 million to $10 million, and then a 5.5% fee for 10.1 and above. This is important that it's only going to apply to 3% of all property being sold in the city of LA, and yet still going to generate a good amount of money for homelessness prevention and affordable housing development. So if there's any fear about it chilling the housing market, it's good to note 97% of property sales won't be impacted, but the benefits will all feel. So a bit more, one of the reasons we were brought in to talk today is, it's great that there's funds, we're excited about more money, but what about streamlining the inefficiencies of city government? It's just too slow and we're wasting a lot of time and money. So while this measure is primarily a funding mechanism, it's written by people who have to deal with building in the city of LA every day. So written into it are innovative financing and policy tactics to ensure that we're learning from our past mistakes. For example, there is a portion of the funds are going to go to not just the traditional affordable housing development model, but to innovative and new methods of building, as well as, so it's alternative methods of building, money for rehab and acquisition. It's trying to attack the current problem that we're at from various different angles. Another key point of streamlining is the fact that this measure gives LAHD, Housing Department, authority to approve any projects that have a commitment of $50 million or less, as long as those projects coincide or go with the guidelines set forth by the Oversight Committee. So the way that it currently works when you're doing a housing deal, as many of you know, is that it goes to City Council about 6 different times. It's going to go to the housing committee. It's going to go to land use and development. It's going to go to environment. And each time it goes to city council, it's 100 days the city has to approve the transmittal process. So by taking out, for projects $50 million or less, the process out of the hands of city council and giving the authority to LAHD, you're cutting about over a year's worth of administrative processes. So we're trying to do what we can to streamline in the best way. And one of the other key important factors of this bill, or this measure, excuse me, is that it counts for risk mitigation when you have a reliable and consistent funding stream. So this is not going to sunset. There's not going to be just a dedicated pot of money. When it's up, like most of the housing measures that we have in place today. This is going to keep happening. And so developers are going to know, all right, I can rely on the funds and I'm going to be putting more housing into the pipeline. The conference today is all about optimism and trying to see what works. And the fact is that the city of LA is building more affordable housing today than ever before. And that's really fantastic news. So let's ensure that we have a reliable funding stream to keep it going. The last part of the measure that I'll talk about is the oversight aspect. We're not just throwing money at the city of LA and hoping for the best. In fact, this has an independent oversight committee made up of people who work in this field, that have housing experience, have lived experience, that's going to be constantly assessing and reassessing what's happening with this money and providing feedback so that if there are roadblocks, coming up and brainstorming ways to keep moving and to keep going past those roadblocks to build more and more housing and to ensure that our Angelenos are benefiting from the funds allocated in this measure. It's a citizens initiative, which means that it will need a 50% plus one vote on the ballot measure. And also important to note is that it is not a replacement for county-wide funds. This is a city-specific bill or ballot measure. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Brady to talk more about the funding aspect of it.
Can I do this? Oh, I can. Okay. So Ariana gave y'all, I think, kind of a broad strokes breakdown of what this measure does. I'll go a little bit into more detail about the funding streams and the programs that it's creating, and then I think we'll answer any questions that y'all have. But there are two core components to this. The funding that is created goes into two buckets, one of which is for affordable housing, and the other is for renters and renter protection. 70% of the funding is going to the affordable housing bucket, 30% of the funding is going into the renter protection bucket. So in that first bucket, the affordable housing, as Ariana was saying, the largest amount of funding will go to two areas, one of which is to produce supportive and affordable housing. But the other, and the one that I think we're really excited about, is to create alternative models of permanent affordable housing. And that includes things like community land trusts, as well as a social housing program that we're going to hopefully be piloting in the city of LA in the near future. Below that, we have funding for preservation, right? Housing preservation, as well as single family and cooperative home ownership opportunities. Within the the homelessness prevention or renter protection program, we have funding for eviction prevention and a defense program, as we were hearing from the speakers this morning. Having access to counsel tends to be pretty important for folks that are facing eviction, as well as funding for income assistance to rent-burdened families. And that is direct cash assistance for those that are potentially facing homelessness. And then we have short-term emergency funding for tenant households, as well as funding for nonprofit organizations and city departments that can work in collaboration to monitor and enforce the city protections against tenant harassment and inform tenants of their rights in the city. So those are the two big buckets. I'll talk a little bit now about the coalition itself that put this together. It was written by community leaders, by experts, by homelessness service providers. Kiwa is a worker center. We're also on the steering committee of this measure. You might wonder, why is a worker center getting involved in something like this? I think what we represent as Kiwa is the fact that we cannot afford to look at the affordable housing crisis kind of in a silo, right? We're facing a housing affordability crisis, both because we're not protecting renters, we're not producing enough affordable housing, we're not preserving affordable housing. We're also not raising wages in line with inflation, right? We have to think about housing unaffordability through that lens as well. And so we're really proud that this measure also has the building trades, the County Federation of Labor, Unite Here, Local 11, many other labor allies that also, like Kiwa, see these issues intersectionally. And so the projects in this that are the new projects, the construction that is funded from this measure, do have prevailing wage requirements and project labor agreements included in it, because we don't believe there has to be this binary, right, between are we producing affordable housing, or are we, you know, supporting good jobs? We think we can do both of those things together. We currently have over 100 organizations endorsing the measure. You can all endorse the measure as well. We can send you the slide deck that we don't have on here if you do endorse the measure, or if you're interested in general. But we're a growing coalition. We're excited to have, like I said, environmental justice advocates, worker centers, organized labor, housing justice advocates, affordable housing developers, all part of this coalition that's pushing for this measure. We have moved from the signature gathering effort. That was what occupied our time for the past several months. We're now gearing up for the Get Out the Vote part of our campaign. And we are very fortunate that in order to pass this, we only need 50% plus one, right? A simple majority. Luckily, the polling that we've conducted shows that our support is much higher than that from voters. We're looking at the mid 60% of voters in LA support this measure. So we're very confident that it's going to pass. We're very excited to begin the implementation once it does, and look forward to partnering with the city and other potential allies in making sure that we're building more affordable housing, preserving affordable housing, and also protecting folks from going homeless. I think with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Hi. So if HCID or Housing Department is now taking responsibility over instead of council, where does the politics go? Where do the NIMBYs go? What do you envision how the process is gonna, that part of it's gonna happen?
Well, there's always going to be NIMBYs. I think if I understand your question correctly, you know, part of this measure, what it also does is it creates an oversight committee, right? They are responsible for determining how the funding gets used that this measure produces. And the oversight committee has a number of seats designated on it that have to come from particular populations. And I think what we're really excited about is that on that oversight committee are renters, right? Folks that we think are left off the table often in figuring out, you know, what do we do about the affordable housing crisis? So I think that'll partially, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and exactly, the oversight committee, but it's not all the projects. So don't worry, there's still opportunities for folks to get involved and share their opinion. It's just properties for housing projects that are committed 50 million or less from the city. And I think I mentioned this in my slides, but I'm not sure. What's exciting is that the average is 25 million. I think, great, okay, I got a head shake. So there's still opportunities, but what's happening is that so much of it is getting stagnated because all of it's going into city council, and it's depoliticizing it by taking it out. And we need to do that in order to expedite housing.
Any other questions?
So if I'm hearing your question, you know what would be the best is he's going to go and then if you can come up to the mic too, and then the people who are listening in online can also hear you, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yes, I want to know what I heard you. You mentioned about a home ownership. How do you see that happening in the context of LA in terms of funding? Is it looked at? I mean, ideas that I have is always helping someone have a subsidy to purchase something, right? Because communities of color, the biggest challenge is they cannot make that capital investment to change their house into a new product. So is any of the funding going to be geared towards that? And if so, how much? Because people need like $250,000 to $500,000 to do those deals.
Yeah, so one of the sub buckets, right? So within the bucket that is going towards assistance with first-time home buyers, the money there is used for funding for down payments for first-time home buyers. So there's a steady and permanent funding stream for those that don't own a home and that need assistance with a down payment. Well, I mean, we're projecting that this measure is going to raise in total about $875 million per year. The city is actually estimating it'll be a bit higher than that. They've put it at over $1 billion per year. So a percentage of that is going towards this pool for first-time home buyers, but it depends on how much money this raises, but it's 5% of the total funding is going to that stream. Yeah.
Hello. So the question was simply, is there a threshold of affordability required for this to go through this simpler process? Housing development, I mean.
So are you asking, is there for new construction affordable housing requirements of certain percentages of low income, very low income, extremely low income?
To benefit from, the new process, I suppose.
Right. Yeah. No, there isn't requirements for particular percentage levels. No.
But there has to be affordable housing built in if you want to access the funds.
Yeah.
Right. So and in particular for affordable housing developers, it's going to be crucial.
You had a follow-up, yeah.
I mean, first of all, I want to say it sounds good. What you're doing is good, right? To generate, I broke the mic. To generate like $800 million a year is good. But having done a lot of community studies, is how does that coming up with something in a way that it tangibly benefits existing residents, like knowing they're going to get a magnitude of capital to make that change. When you said down payment assistance, most down payment assistance don't work for LA market, at least at the federal level. So for me, what excite me is to hear a number where a resident's going to get $250,000. I mean, I think that'll turn out a lot of voters too, right? So is to have something more tangible. And is that going to happen at that scale?
So tell me if I'm wrong. The details of percentage-wise how much money folks will get will be determined by the oversight committee. So it's important who's going to be on that committee are folks from the community that can help make those decisions.
Yeah, and I want to just correct myself. I had said 5%, but it's 10% of the total funding stream is going towards the bucket that includes assistance for down payment. But yeah, as Ariana is saying, a lot of that depends on the oversight committee.
Hi, are there exemptions, any land deal exemptions, for example, for housing developers, if they're planning to buy the land for housing?
Yes, so there's exemptions for certain entities that build affordable housing. So that's what the key is. If you're an affordable housing developer, there are exemptions. I'm trying to think if they're, yeah, I think that's gonna what I will say.
Yeah, we don't have have anything that says if it has to be affordable housing, right? That's the requirement.
You know what? I'm having a moment because let me get back to you too on the details of who's exempted. But I know for certain if you build a certain percentage of what you do builds affordable housing, then you're exempt from the you're talking about for the new sales of property. Yeah. Anything else? Anyone want to help volunteer on the campaign?
My question isn't, the actual construction of affordable housing, which is something everybody's, pretty passionate about here. I just have a political question: is where do you expect the opposition to come from and the critique, right?
Apartments Association, certainly chambers of commerce. I think are going to try to make the case that this is going to slow development, hurt the economy. However, 97% of property sales in the city are unaffected by this measure. So I think that's an important thing to point out. But I think the usual suspects, right, we're expecting to come out guns blazing. So that'll be a big part of our effort over the next few months is debunking, again, a lot of those myths that will come from that camp.
Yeah. Large corporate developers, real estate agencies, folks who just don't want to pay what we have to pay to make up for what Prop 13 has done to our tax supply, and the fact that the city of LA doesn't put as much money into homelessness in the same way other cities do across this country. And we're seeing the impacts of that every single day. So folks who want to reap the benefits of high land prices, but don't want to deal with the negative repercussions of folks living on the streets.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I would say, if I can briefly, a lot of what we're hearing also are folks that have been frustrated with Measure HHH and assume that this is going to similarly be ineffective or not as effective as folks hope. This is very different from Measure HHH, right? This is a permanent source of funding on the one hand, and also it includes, as I kept saying, buckets. There's a lot of different funding for different kinds of programs, not just one stream of funding for affordable housing production, for example, right? We're doing a lot of different things with this measure.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say about that too is on the same line of the misinformation that's being every day you're seeing in the LA Times, the inefficiencies of Triple H. We have 8,000 units in the pipeline. It was set. And 13,000 will be built by the 10 years when it's done, even though the goal was 10,000. So we're ahead of schedule. The number that you're hearing in LA, in editorials by certain political or folks running for mayor, what have you, is that it costs the city $800,000 to build a unit. That's actually not true. The city's amount of funds from HHH that goes to each development is an average $133,000. On average, it costs per unit a whole development $533,000. So that initial pot of money is being used to help build or to help developers get other pots of money to build the housing. I'm happy to talk more about Triple H, but just want to say that we have learned from the lessons and we're still building and it's working.
If
Is that us
if I
getting
can
kicked off?
just, Will, if you just let me, I just want to say that I think for this community, one of the appealing things about this measure is the expertise that's on the committee, right? That people who are actually in the trenches doing this work, and I would like to encourage somehow where it gets written that there's a feedback loop, that information, that new information that's gleaned, perhaps the percentages can be redistributed to understand that there's an ongoing feedback loop, because I think that the intelligence and the experience of people on that committee is one of the most appealing things about the measure.
Thank you, Hava. Brady and Ariana, thank you so much. It is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Sarah from the Skid Row Housing Trust and her panel. Sarah, are you here? There she is. Welcome. And I'm such a big fan of the Skid Row Housing Trust, so it's a delight to see their participation today.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. All right, so our panel today is going to go through a Q&A with our panelists today to discuss financing specifically and how we are looking towards innovation to build more affordable housing through financing. I'll introduce our two panelists today. We have Elda Mendez Lemus, Chief Real Estate Officer for LA Family Housing. Welcome, Elda. Elda joined LA Family Housing in 2019, bringing nearly 20 years of affordable housing experience and lifelong desire to help others. Born and raised in San Fernando Valley, Elda has a strong desire to work in her community to create, transform, and build affordable housing. As Chief Real Estate Officer, Elda is responsible for the oversight of all of LA Family Housing's real estate development activities, which encompasses site acquisition, securing necessary land use approvals, design, development, finance, construction, management, and lease-up. Prior to joining LA Family Housing, Elda was a real estate development director at Skid Row Housing Trust in Los Angeles. I had the pleasure of working with her for many years. David Lopes Grunwald, Managing Director and Supportive Housing, Managing Director of the Supportive Housing Fund at SDS Capital Group. Before joining SDS in November 2021, David spent more than 3 decades in leadership advocacy roles in affordable housing and homeless prevention sectors. He has a vast experience in acquisition, development, finance, operations, and services of permanent supportive housing. As a managing director of SDS's Supportive Housing Fund, SHF, David is responsible for the day-to-day management and operations of the fund. He collaborates with the SDS team to evaluate and underwrite as many as 30 PSH development projects over the next 6 years. David analyzes all project opportunities and makes recommendations to the SHF Investment Committee, and also manages the development, construction, and operations of the SHF portfolio. This is a tongue twister here this morning. At the fund level, David assists SDS leadership and communicating performance, reporting financial information, and achieving social impact goals. All right, and I'm going to moderate these questions with them over here. All right. Elda and David, The need for innovation is often born out of examples of inefficiency. What types of inefficiencies have you seen in the traditional affordable housing financial models?
I mean, it goes back a little bit to what Ariana was saying in the panel earlier, where a lot of the development financing that we get, you get one set of funding from your local government. So the housing department will give us between 5 to 20% of, the total development budget. But then you have to go out and ask for more financing from somebody else. And so you're constantly looking for that next pot of funding. And so you could have in a deal 4 to 5 different financing sources. But what does that really mean? When you have 4 to 5 different financing sources, you have 4 to 5 different attorneys, you have 4 to 5 different, staff folks working together trying to figure out how that development works. And so it just continues to increase the cost of development. And so I would say that that's the biggest barrier for us, or the biggest inefficiency in being able to build quicker.
And David, same question
Great,
for you.
great. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I've been working on the traditional affordable housing model for 30 years. And last year I switched to move to SDS, we're private sector equity fund that funds permanent supportive housing. Rather than saying what inefficiencies there are in the existing publicly funded affordable housing system, I'll give you a couple of examples out of 35 that we identified how our private sector model addresses efficiency. As you heard earlier, the average cost for publicly funded project in LA is about $520,000. Our average cost today with inflation, with all the pandemic related supply chain issues, is running around $229 a unit, including land. Two basic examples of our efficiencies. On a typical affordable housing deal, you can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees, maybe more. We have created an LP. We have a captive development partner and GC. Our legal fees for each transaction are $15,000. So we don't have bond counsel. We don't have multiple party counsel. We don't have these complex legal fees. And we basically have a cookie cutter LPA. So each deal is the same financially, legally, it's the same. And then to add to that, to use the previous example, we don't have a department chasing funds. We don't have 4 or 5 people working for us chasing funds. SDS is the sole capital source. We fund 100% of our deals with private equity. So just in those 2 examples out of about 30 to 35, we're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars on a project, not per unit, but hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars on a project, because we're not employing staff, we're not hiring legal, going through the complex process of applying for projects.
Thank you. And Alda, can you tell us a little bit about how LA Family Housing is addressing some of those inefficiencies?
Yeah, so LA Family Housing has 12 projects in the pipeline. It's a total of about 750 units. We recently, in December of 2020, acquired 4 project home key sites, which we are to operate as interim housing, and then we will convert to permanent supportive housing. Well, when we were looking at our traditional financing model of converting and saying, well, what is it really going to cost to build, to transform? We decided that we didn't want to go the traditional route because it would have taken us, a typical project takes anywhere between 3 to 7 years for us to build. And so these were, rehabs. And so we were thinking, okay, we can do this faster, we can do it quicker, but how do we change the narrative? How do we do it quicker? And so, our president and CEO, we kind of brainstormed and decided that what if we just, removed all these other layers, went and found some really rich people and just asked for philanthropic support, right? And let's try to see if that worked. And so we went on a capital campaign and we said, okay, if we actually went on this capital campaign, what would we be saving? We'd be saving all the legal fees David and I just talked about. We'd be saving on reserves, and not saying that reserves are not useful, but do you really need to capitalize $1.5 million in reserves at the beginning of a development project when you've just built it or renovated it? or could you fund those reserves during operations, right? And so we as a developer, owner, and operator said, well, we think we can fund them as we're operating, right? And figure how that process would work. So we were saving $1.5 million there. We're saving the legal fees. Well, then we're also saving on financing costs because the county has fees if you're using their money. The housing department has fees if you're using their money. The state has fees if you're using their money. And so when you add all of that up, we kind of averaged about $4 million in savings. And so we were like, okay, well, that's sounding good. And then when you looked at the timeline, we were then averaging 2 years less in trying to build it. And so we were like, okay, now this is looking really good. And so we started to go out and look for philanthropic partners and support, and we're averaging about $190,000 in a conversion. And that doesn't include land cost. And so it significantly reduced the timeline. Obviously, we did, it has created this campaign of us trying to find folks. And so that's been a really innovative way. We know that philanthropic money is not going to be there all the time. The other thing we're advocating for is maybe the housing department could just fund one project versus funding 5, right? And that would significantly expedite. Maybe the county could fund one project versus funding 5, and it would reduce cost and expedite the timeline in the way for us to be able to continue to create the housing that's needed.
Thank you. So David, you explained a little bit, but can you explain more of the approach that SDS used and how it's different from the traditional model?
Sure. And that'll complement exactly what Elda just said. It's fascinating when you pull out all these requirements and all these complexities of public funding, you dramatically reduce the cost of housing. So we established SDS for the sole purpose, and it's the only fund of its kind in the country. It's 150 million raised from impact investors. From Kaiser was our anchor investor of 50 million, and then the remaining investors are major endowments, charitable foundations, and banks with Community Reinvestment Act responsibilities. We raised 150 million. It's a closed fund. We have 6 years to deploy that 150 million. It's a revolving account. It's revolving equity, so we're putting that money back into deals as soon as we close deals. We've currently funded 8 deals for a total of 700 units. We have a pipeline for the remainder of this year that will, our pipeline by the end of the year, we're funding 5 more projects, will get us over 1,100 units. It's a very straightforward model. We provide 100% of the equity to a captive owner, developer, GC, and that developer is delivering. The average time from the time we close the financing to C of O is 24 months. Some of our projects may go longer, some of those projects may go shorter. Our first 2 projects are opening this year, one in Q3 and one in Q4. Our investors take modest returns, so they're not expecting the same market rate returns that you would in a typical private sector deal. And so far, even the inflationary effects, it's had some impact on our model, but it hasn't caused any disruption in our ability to perform.
One thing I did forget, something else that's unique that we're working on is a lot of our projects, not a lot, 100% of our projects to date are based with permanent project-based vouchers. And so that's super important because that's what allows us to leverage a mortgage on our properties. So part of this Project Home Key model was trying to figure out, unique ways of financing. And so we did, on 2 of our projects, we actually don't have project-based vouchers. And we're trying to figure out, we know as LA Family Housing is also the service planning area lead, so we do the matches for the San Fernando Valley. And we know that there's about 50% of tenant-based vouchers get returned to the federal government, which is a shame. And it's 50%. And so we know that there's a demand, there's a need, and there's the ability to leverage that, but we need financing partners that are willing to allow us to leverage those tenant-based vouchers to obtain a mortgage. And so on 2 of our properties, we're in conversations with banks who are trying to be innovative as well and do that. One other model that we're also looking at is out of the 12 pipeline, 2 of our projects are modular. And so we do have HHH funding on those. And so we are working with the housing department and established the ability to do a revolving loan. And so we also obtained creative partners who were willing to pool up funds, because when you do modular, you have to do a deposit up front. And your typical construction lender doesn't want to take on that risk. And so they don't want to say, okay, fund your modular housing that's being built off site while, we're just here waiting for you to bring something on site. Like, it just doesn't work. And we're not at a place as an industry where modular really is working in the way that we think can help and expedite. And so there's a revolving modular loan that was created with, as part of an innovation, as part of the mayor's HHH Innovation Challenge. And so LA Family Housing, Abode Communities, and Mercy Housing all pulled together and said, how do we make this work? How do we help the industry in a way to expedite and create more housing quicker? And so we all pulled together and we said, we are 3 developers that we guarantee we can build. If we all create the same unit type, kind of as a Lego, we can find 6 sites across the city of Los Angeles and we can build this. And so we went on a mission. And so that was kind of what we said in our RFP. And then we had to go out and find 6 sites. Well, we ended up finding 5 sites that this is going to be working on. We started construction on 1. We just closed on our 2nd, and the other 3 are still obtaining the rest of their financing. But we're using the same architect, Abode Communities, and we are using the Lego piece from Factory OS. And so on all of our sites, we're going to just hopefully stack them all up and build what we thought was going to be 360 units as part of this innovation, ended up being 398 units. And so, we are kind of proving that concept model right now. It has taken longer than we had anticipated, but it goes to say that it could be done, right? And so we just need partners on the financing side, on the architecture side, on the planning side, that are all willing to be part of this innovative solution with us.
I'd just like to say that we're doing exactly what LA Family Housing is doing. 50% of our projects are modular. We rely exclusively on tenant-based Section 8 vouchers, homeless vouchers. Since we're underwriting it, we're not a bank. We don't have the same requirements that a bank does. And we have a cookie cutter model. We have basically the same design that we reconfigure for every project. Again, those are more efficiencies that allow us to drive the price down.
Well, thank you both. So David, in your model, you are using private capital. What was the openness or willingness from private capital to help solve homelessness?
So I used to say, when I was at LA Family Housing, I used to be there a long time ago, that fundraising was easy. And I decided after 30 years of doing it, it's not as easy as I thought it was. So it took us 3 years to raise, put it, from concept to raising the 150 million. Once we could convince ourselves internally that our model was, viable, and that we had underwritten and had done comprehensive due diligence and put a PPM together that was thoughtful and viable, it was relatively easy to raise the money. And once our first investor, our major investor, came on board, 12 other investors followed. So we are now, if things go well and our pipeline goes, we're considering expanding what we're doing. I think once our first 2 projects open this year, and as long as we're able to continue the pipeline, we're looking at 30 projects, upwards of 2,000 units in 6 years. I think by the end of this year, if we see that, we're succeeding in our pipeline, that, hopefully the sky's the limit, because the issue is so pressing. We are delivering units at a much lower cost on all. Our model has 3 components. We do fee simple deals, we do deals with the city, and we do deals with churches. On a portion of those projects, we comply with all prevailing wage on every project, even if it's not city funded. We comply with the city's consent decree on housing for folks with mobility and sensory impairment. And so we're doing our best to demonstrate through impact to potential funders that this is a viable model in addition, not in competition, but in addition to the publicly funded model.
So, Elda, affordable housing developers often are a target of having to explain the expensive costs. Can you provide an overview of some of those driving costs? You've mentioned some of them, but maybe if you forgot some, you can add it in there. And some of the financial changes that we need to advocate for to achieve a scalable solutions.
Oh boy, are we a target? Yes, so we hear it a lot, right? Part of LA Family Housing strategy is we do a lot of community engagement. And so we will sit around and wait for folks to come and tell us, a lot of NIMBYs show up and say, why are you building this? It's so expensive, $700,000 a unit. That's what the paper is saying. And so, there are outliers. And so LA Family Housing was in the paper because we do have a project where we're running at over $700,000 a unit. But, the complexities of that site, we're building on a hill. So for those that are listening, my hand's kind of curved and it's right at the top of we're building here on this hill. And it was a city-owned site. The city said, please, please, please build affordable housing here, build veteran housing. And so, we were a nonprofit developer, and with our partner, Many Mansions, we said, yes, we'll take this on and we'll figure it out. But that requirement, you're building on a hill, you're all architects, so you know what that requires. And our architectural partner, GGA, has been great in trying to find ways to value engineer and minimize cost. But, part of the city requirements, because you're building on a hill where there isn't very much, was build about $3 million of offsite improvements that are for city benefit, but that's not part of the narrative, right? And so as we're explaining what these high costs are, it's that not only are we building affordable housing, but we're also building improvements that are for cities. Our costs include 25% of prevailing wage, which all affordable housing projects need to be. So that significantly increases cost. We talked a little bit about the legal fees, the financing fees, the reserves. So when you add all of that up, it adds up very quickly. I'm trying to think what else we could have missed. I think, everyone who's in this world who does affordable housing is in it for the mission. And so everyone tries to provide reduced costs, but we also have really stringent accessibility requirements. So if you all have built in the city, you know that you have to go through, the ACHP, there's a neutral accessibility consultant, and the timing of when these reports come out and when you're complete and when you have to make some changes, it goes upwards to like $500,000 at the end when you're trying to obtain certificate of occupancy. And so all of these things need to be part of the narrative as we're explaining why is it costing you, an affordable housing developer, $500,000 when a market rate developer could do it for half the price? Well, the market rate developer is not taking into account all of these other things that I'm having to do, right? And so there is a difference. And if we did a price comparison, look, we're paying the same for the land. So it's not really the land cost, and we're all building in the same neighborhoods, but it's really just the reality that for affordable housing developers, there's all these extra layers that are being required. And because the financing requires the additional 25% bump for prevailing wage, well, a market rate developer doesn't have to do that if they're not using public funding, right? And so that alone is just an increase in cost.
David, today's agenda is focused on designing with dignity. How has SDS prioritized designing with dignity?
Sure. The first thing I would say is giving somebody who's unhoused a home is giving them dignity. So before, you talk about design or the features in any home, giving someone a home is giving them dignity. And I believe that, and I believe that since I started doing this work over 3 decades ago. In terms of our developments, we do have a standard design. All the standard designs include, as I said before, every single one of our units meets the, accessibility requirements, both under state law and in the city of Los Angeles city law. They're universally designed. They have a broad range of amenities depending upon the size. We have everything from gyms to learning labs to community rooms. In one of our facilities, there's going to be a chapel for the church. We can be as creative as we want because we don't have the limitations on funding. So in one project, there's a design for hydroponic garden on top of the building. In another, there is a learning lab, and we're meeting. In many of these projects, we're meeting with our service providers, our nonprofit partners, and in the cases of churches, we're meeting with them and we're asking them what they would like. In terms of the units, they're universally designed. They're about 450 to 500 square feet for a 1-bedroom, so they're not micro units. They're completely furnished, and the common spaces are furnished. In some cases, there are fountains outside. I mean, our goal is to make this indistinguishable from any other apartment building and provide folks who move there who haven't had a home with a decent, safe, fun place to live.
Alda, same question.
I start all of our design meetings, and those architects that are here that have worked with me will know I start with, I want to build like a spa, right? I want somebody to walk in and feel like they're entering the next chapter of their life. And so for us, a lot of it is housing first. We truly believe in housing first. We are lucky that we are a service provider and an affordable housing developer all in one agency. And so we have trauma-informed care principles. And what that means is, bring in a lot of, the outdoor elements inside. So we believe in biophilia design. And, that's huge. We also, do a lot of natural light. And so, same as David, I don't want our buildings to be recognized as permanent supportive housing or affordable housing, because would you want to be living in a building where people knew that you were formerly homeless and that this was your new place? No. And so when you walk by one of our buildings, it should not be recognized. And so it should just be a place where you and I live. We do lots of natural lights. We avoid the color red because it's a triggering color, and so all of that goes into the thought process. For our services offices, we always ask for 2 doors for emergency exits. So as much as we're trying to build with dignity, we're also building with safety in mind. And so safety of our, residents, safety of our staff, safety of all of those involved. And so we also create organic places of interaction. So services are not required in permanent supportive housing, but we want to create those organic places of engagement. So if we can put an office in front of the mailbox, we will do that because you have to come out and get your mail. And so then our case manager come out and say, hey, so-and-so, how are you? I know you were going to go out and, talk to your sister last week. How did that go? And, you'll hear a little bit about how their day went. Or you could say, hey, so-and-so, I know that, you're not smelling so great. Do you need some shower supplies? Or, how can we help you? What can we do? But it's creating, those organic places of interaction so that they don't feel that you're hounding and cornering them into having these conversations. And so offices are generally on the first floor. We, just like David, have community rooms, computer lab, exercise, whatever it is we can fit to create those amenities so that if, you're starting to create a completely new community in a different space, and designing a building that looks like it fits within the community. And so as part of our community engagement meeting is hearing from the community what they think the site should look like, and whether, we decided we're like, we want a huge mural, and the community is like, no, we really don't want a huge mural. And let's have a conversation about why you don't want that mural. What is it that is triggering? And so you generally end up finding that sometimes those that were really opposed to your project end up being an advocate for you if you engage them and find out why they're really being opposed.
Last question, because I think we're being asked to wrap it up. So is there anything that you'd like to see the industry explore on innovation wise that they're not already doing?
Well, I know that the new bond measure that was talked about a little bit earlier, we don't, as a private, as a private equity fund in our developer private sector, we don't, while there are benefits to our costs, we don't benefit through the entitlement process or through any of the processes through the city. And we are an affordable housing developer. And it's my understanding and my hope that in this new bond measure, even private sector models that are trying to achieve efficiencies can get that help, so that our projects are prioritized because we're trying to deliver immediate housing, and we can deliver them in 2 years. So whatever, I haven't looked carefully at the bond measure, but if there's any attention to incentivize the private sector to create permanent supportive housing, that would be a good thing.
I would just say more creativity. Like, we just need a little bit more of everything. And I think as an industry, we've been doing a little bit of everything, right? So we need more interim housing. We need to preserve. We need more permanent supportive housing. We need more affordable housing. And so it may look different and it may work differently for different people. So, we do congregate living. So where there's just, a big open space and there's, multiple beds and people live in that space. And then we have the project home key sites where everyone's an individual room. And so there isn't one space fits all. And so I think we all just need to continue to be creative in terms of the spaces we're designing and the way that we're funding the work that we're doing.
I heard a lot of creativity, collaboration, open mind, and then more advocacy. Well, thank you guys very much.
Sierra, thank you so much. It is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Councilmember Raman, one of our housing leaders for the city of LA.
Hi, everyone. How are you? It's so nice to see you. So I'm an urban planner by training, so it's always fun for me to be in these spaces where I feel like I'm back with my family. It's really great to join you this morning, and thank you so much for the invitation for me to speak here. And the topic that you're discussing today, housing solutions and the word dignity, I think it couldn't be a more timely one. I've been invited to speak at a couple of different events that have been related to the professions of planning, architecture, and urban design recently. And I've been kind of working through my thoughts. So if any of you heard me recently, sorry for the repeat. But I've been using these as formats for myself because I don't, council member for the 4th district here in the city of Los Angeles. It's 260,000 constituents, stretches from Silver Lake to Reseda, going through the Hollywood Hills, Studio City, Los Feliz, Sherman Oaks, Encino, and a big chunk of Reseda. So it's an enormous district, and as you can imagine, the crises and the day-to-day issues that we're facing are really a lot. And so I don't get a lot of opportunities to think about the context in which we're operating, and that's really what I wanted to talk to you about today. I think that one of the themes that has emerged for me as parallel to the questions that you're discussing today in my own work is really, you're talking about how do we improve our processes for building more affordable housing, for building more PSH, and for building more housing overall, because God knows we need it. But even as I want to share with you a little bit about what we've done in our own office on all of those issues and to talk about what those have yielded already and what those have the promise to yield, I think the history that led us to this moment of needing to have a conference that asks those questions, of an association of thousands of architects having decided that this is the most important question to be asking right now for Los Angeles. Because what a question. And the word that comes up for me and the theme that comes up for me over and over again as we think about this is trust. So I want to talk about trust. And I want to go back in talking about trust 100 years to 1921 to LA City Hall, which was a beautiful brick building on Broadway near Grand Central Market. I think it's now a Joe's parking lot. And in October of that year, the city council approved the first zoned plan to govern growth in the city of Los Angeles. And it was the first zoning plan in the city's 90-year history at that time. And it created 5 zones. It clustered commercial activities and multi-story residential construction along major corridors. It placed single-family homes and parks on inner streets. And the plan was exciting, not so much about what was in the plan itself, but what it was grappling with. It was a product of real need in the city. It marked what would be an inevitable future for Los Angeles as a urban center in Los Angeles, as one of the most important urban centers in Los Angeles. The city at that time had doubled in size over the last decade and was set to double again. And that zoning plan that was put together was a recipe for sustainable legitimacy as LA went through municipal puberty. It transitioned from a gawky adolescent settlement to a fully grown American metropolis. But the day that that plan was approved, speculators got to work trying to take advantage of it. The city's wealthiest property owners who had scooped up land along the roads that were identified as major corridors began to lobby through both legal and illegal means their city council members to change zoning restrictions and zoning designations on individual properties, to increase the capacity of individual properties, but really to change it from residential to commercial uses, something that council members at that time had the discretion to push for. And when they did that, property values would jump by 300% when they were given that commercial use designation. So it was very, very lucrative to do this kind of lobbying. And the lobbying had a wind at its back from the LA Times, which was itself owned by a major real estate speculator. And it was quite successful in changing what that original plan had set out for Los Angeles. And the real estate market in LA became so heated that the total value of land in this city, a new city, relative to so many other cities in America, the costs and the value of land here began to rival those of much larger and much more established cities. By 1929, in fact, so 8 years after this plan was passed, the total value of real estate in LA County matched that of Cook County, Illinois, even though it only had a quarter of Cook County's population and was far newer. Worried homeowners started to push back. They feared and distrusted, rightly, the city's leadership. And they began to push back against these zoning changes, including organizations that continue to play a prominent role in Los Angeles's public life even today. The Los Feliz Improvement Association, for example, first made its impact on the city at this time, fighting back against a proposal to commercialize Los Feliz Boulevard by successfully pushing for the mayor to veto the change. The Los Feliz Improvement Association stated at the time, city planning would be a farce if every subdivider or owner of vacant lots that might bring a higher price for business purposes is allowed to disregard the interests of the homeowners in residence districts. Doesn't that sound like it could have been written yesterday? But the commercial designations continued apace, and the accusations of corruption in LA became so widespread that even the planning department started speaking out against the actions of the city council. And those actions from the city council were aided by eager lobbyists, eager speculators. And finally, the district attorney got involved, Burr Fitz, and Fitz said that the council's actions on changing zoning categories was a racket that, quote, eclipses any other form of asserted corruption yet brought to our attention. And that was that. Thanks to the district attorney's stern reprimand, Los Angeles City Council never had a corruption scandal ever again. Well, that didn't happen, obviously. What happened instead was in many ways so harmful for this moment, but also so important for us to understand in this moment. The development of that first zoning plan in the city's history, that plan and the after impacts of it set a stubborn tone for the city that Los Angeles has really found very, very difficult to shake. And it's the context in which all of you operate. The city's wealthiest grew wealthier from real estate speculation. Elected officials and their campaigns profited in both legal and illegal ways. A neighborhood backlash formed, and the distrust from that neighborhood backlash was weaponized by canny politicians, creating a whole new set of political careers whose entire premise was opposing all new development. What did this mean for neighborhoods? It meant that pushes for downzoning, the efforts to stop all new constructions, sometimes, and if I were being accurate, perhaps often, those efforts were being driven by an interest in keeping neighborhoods white. These efforts were made all the more potent because of bad behavior by City Hall and the deep distrust of City Hall's cozy relationship with the private sector, particularly with the private real estate sector. This is the context of the trust deficit that I and my incredibly talented, hardworking, meticulous, mission-driven team operate in to this day, and it dogs us in every conversation that we have with the public. This trust deficit, that's my planning director right there, Michelle. And the consequences of that context are apparent to everyone in this room. We're all sitting on some of the most valuable land on planet Earth, with one of the most rent-burdened populations in the country, in a housing market with a shortage of more than 500,000 affordable units that finally got so expensive, it drove tens of thousands of Angelenos out from here to other places in America, as the last census sadly showed, and that has bequeathed us the largest homelessness crisis in America. We must grapple with the context of this crisis or risk being able not to take on this crisis. And the context of that crisis is distrust. I came to this role somewhat unusually. I'm one of 15 city council members in the second largest city in America, but I was an urban planner. I didn't think I would get into politics. But that path here really started in 2014 because of a kind of an accidental meeting with the next speaker in this conference today, Miguel Santana, who was then the CAO of LA at the time, the city administrative officer, which means he managed the city's budgets. In between what I described above or before and what's happening right now, a new city hall had been built. And it ruled over the skyline for many years as the tallest in LA for about 40 years. And Miguel Santana, who was the CAO, hired me to write a report about the city's response to homelessness at that time, and especially asked me to look at how money was being spent on that issue. And that was 1 year after Eric Garcetti, then council member, was elected mayor. So he'd been elected in 2013. And according to LASA's homeless count from the year before, because we didn't do them every year then, there were about 23,000 people who were experiencing homelessness within the city of Los Angeles. So, now there's 41,000. 23,000 is an awful lot of people. So it was a really shocking number to me. But because homelessness was limited to just a few neighborhoods, primarily in Skid Row, and to a lesser extent in Hollywood and the beaches, it wasn't a public issue in the way that it is right now. It was an issue then, and it was discussed, but it wasn't everywhere the way that it is right now. And the issue wasn't being discussed everywhere in the way that it is right now. In fact, what surprised me as a relative newcomer to understanding the issue at that time through this work that I did for the city, it was kind of surprising to me how invisible it was in the public discourse, despite the very, very large number of people who were experiencing homelessness at the time. And so I got to work on this report. And pretty quickly, a picture became clear because the city was already spending a lot of money on homelessness, but the way in which that money was being spent was highly skewed in one direction. So we were spending, the report found, over $100 million on homelessness every year. But less than $10 million of that money was being spent on the kinds of things that would actually get people off the streets. In other words, the kinds of things that actually end homelessness. So this wasn't that long ago. This was 2014, okay? Less than $10 million was spent on shelter beds or apartments or housing of any kind. Less than $10 million was spent on outreach workers, the kinds of people that could go out and talk to folks who were living on the streets and get them connected to services and bring them indoors. In fact, the city and county together at that time had funded a total of 19 outreach workers to serve all 40,000 people experiencing homelessness through our city funds. That's for the entire county. So that was one outreach worker for every 2,000 people on the street. And already, thanks to this persistent underspending, which had been in place for a very long time by the time I looked at it, we had enough beds or housing units for less than a quarter of the people experiencing homelessness here in LA. So it'd been underbuilding for many, many, many years. And we had at that time, and I believe continue to still have, the largest unsheltered homeless population in the country. But City Hall was spending a lot of money responding to homelessness in other ways. And so I walked from department to department in the city and found that so many of the departments were dealing with homelessness, even when they weren't classifying that spending as directly homelessness related. So the Department of Sanitation did these regular cleanups. They paid for storage of items over a particular size from encampments at a facility in downtown LA, a process they had to set up in response to court cases that related to really the unconstitutional way in which they had dealt with people's property in the past. So the sanitation department had all this money that they were spending on homelessness. The libraries were spending on homelessness. They had hired a security guard at certain locations to help, because sometimes people would come in that the librarians felt incapable of managing themselves. But also they spent money on training and on social workers, so that when people did come in who were taking refuge in the libraries, and often they were the only places where people were taking refuge, where librarians could actually talk to them and to say, hey, here's some services that we have available here in the county of LA. Maybe you'd like to avail yourselves of them. But the department with the biggest expenditure on homelessness by far was the LAPD. In that year, a total of 14,838 people who were experiencing homelessness had been arrested. 14% of the total arrests in the city were from people who were experiencing homelessness, even though people who are homeless are less than 1% of the city's population. Many of the arrests were not for things like violent assaults or other kinds of armed crime. They were for actions that were related to the condition of being houseless. So they were actions like drinking in public, which if you don't have a house and you want to have a drink, you're inevitably going to do it in public, or having a tent up during the day. The department estimated that we were spending $90 million arresting people who were experiencing homelessness. And that was where the vast, vast majority of our city's dollars were going. And that didn't even account for the time spent by officers going out responding to calls about homelessness, or the time they spent engaging with people who were homeless, and the time they spent arresting people who were homeless. So to me, that was kind of an underestimation. Multiple times a week, as part of my efforts in writing this report, I would make the very short walk from City Hall to Skid Row, just a few blocks away. And, you know, I was surprised again how little attention the issue got, particularly given that proximity. I remember speaking to someone very senior in City Hall then and asking why anyone really, didn't champion action on it. And that person said to me, in utter seriousness, homelessness is like Vietnam. No one wins. But the more salient response, and this was really what was happening, was that they already had a solution to homelessness that was working well for them, and that short-term fix was fine enough. When people would call city council offices or the mayor's office with complaints about an encampment, the council office or the mayor would just have the encampment removed by enforcing those laws on the books that prevented camping on the streets and in sidewalks and in parks. So they would send out the Department of Sanitation, they would throw away their tents, and police would come and hustle the individuals along. And the individuals in the tent who lost their possessions, who lost their tent, they didn't stop being homeless. They didn't move people in those tents into housing or even offer them a spot in a shelter because, frankly, those spots did not exist. It was a complaint-based system that led to an enforcement-based response, and it happened every single day in LA, and I would argue it still continues to happen. And it happened at staggering cost, both financial and human, at a time when the city government was actually making public promises to end homelessness. We actually were spending very, very little on the kinds of things that would actually end this vicious cycle. And this was what the city had done, and it worked for them at that time because homelessness was limited to these few neighborhoods. Because this was so effective, elected officials never actually felt any pressure to build the kind of housing or shelter beds that would end homelessness. And as a result, our city's first real investments in building shelter and housing came very, very, very late in the game in LA. And I think that's very important for all of us to understand how late these investments have come, because I see a lot of impatience out there. But we didn't start until basically yesterday on this effort. Prop HHH, the $1 billion bond for 10,000 units of permanent supportive housing, passed in 2016. And the first housing slowly, perhaps too slowly, began coming online a few years afterwards. In 2018, the first investments in Abridge home shelters began. Thanks to pressure from the LA Alliance lawsuit adjudicated by Judge Carter, individual council members felt the heat and started building more sites in their own neighborhoods, including hundreds of tiny homes across council districts. A proliferation of interim housing. COVID struck, and with it came a new source of funding, FEMA funding for emergency housing for homeless residents. And this led to hundreds of project room key rooms opening up. And although those are closing right now, those were an important addition to our local housing resources. And then Project Home Key came in from the state government and has enabled the city to buy up motels, hotels, and apartment buildings, adding hundreds of new units to our housing stock. But once again, all of this happened over the past 3 or 4 years. It did not happen for the decades prior. And our response on building housing really should have come decades ago. And so this recent increase in housing investment, some of which has been funded through taxpayers being asked to fund that housing, has also led to a significant erosion of trust, because we started so late in the process that we aren't able to make significant impact on our streets. And in fact, since we've paid out for some of these taxes, homelessness has continued to rise. So 2020 is the last year for which we have data. So this year's results are delayed. They'll be out in September. But since 2014, the number of people who are homeless in the city of Los Angeles has actually grown by 80%. And so what has happened is that we as Angelenos, housed for the most part, feel an erosion of trust. But much more importantly, for the conversation that we're having today about dignity and solutions, that lack of trust has been felt most keenly by people who are on our city streets. When you have a situation where someone comes out to you and asks if you want help, and you say yes, and they have nothing to offer you for months, your trust in the ability of this system to help you collapses in and of itself. When an outreach worker shows up one day and promises to come back and doesn't come back for weeks or months or maybe ever, you lose your ability as an individual, as a person, to believe, to trust that real change is possible for you when you are experiencing homelessness. This is the context also in which I entered office a little over 1.5 years ago. So I want to talk to you a little bit more about what we've done in response to that context and what it has meant for our work. Has it moved us in the right direction? On our homelessness work, what we've done has been built on the idea of restoring trust. We have in Los Angeles a highly fragmented and in many ways extremely ineffective homelessness system, one that is separated through jurisdictions, city, county, LAHSA, DMH, on and on, nonprofit providers in different jurisdictions, none of whom talk to each other, none of whom can share information. Sometimes legally they're unable to share that information with each other. It's a highly fragmented system. And so what we've done in our office is really to invest in bringing coherence and accountability to that system, at least for our district, at minimum for a neighborhood, at minimum for an encampment, and at minimum for an individual who's experiencing homelessness. So we have a 5-person team in our office dedicated to working on homelessness. It's the largest team in City Hall. And I believe we were the first council office to ever actually have a full team working on the issue of homelessness, which is kind of shocking to me also. And that the work of that team really is to go encampment by encampment, use an encampment to focus the attention of service providers around it, and to work with city departments, county departments, to understand what the needs are of individuals who are living there, to say this is a priority for us, to ensure that outreach workers who are stretched so thin understand that it's a priority for our office, that they don't just come today, but that they come tomorrow, that they come the next day, and that they understand and articulate what the needs are of those individuals who are living there. And encampment by encampment, person by person, we have been able to move people indoors. And because through this system, we have been able to identify what the needs are in a particular location, using other resources in our office, I'm able to raise resources that we need. And so our office was the only one to receive a grant from the governor of California to work on an encampment to home project. That's an additional $1.7 million just for our district. We were the only ones in Los Angeles to get it, to address the needs of people living along the river. I found money through funding in the city's budget for another program to, again, bring open resources in the district for 2 other large encampments that were in Hollywood. We knocked on every hotel and motel in the district's door when I first got elected. And then when one of them showed some interest in opening up a Project Room Key site, I called that owner over and over again and convinced him to open up a Project Room Key site. And that was the only PRK site that opened up last year. And through that, 72 non-congregate shelter rooms were available for people experiencing homelessness in the district. And we were able to use that to get people indoors, and then to work with the service providers who were servicing that PRK to then move people from there into permanent housing. And we've done that over and over again. And at encampment after encampment in the district, encampments that I know existed for years before I was elected, we've been able to take tents down, put people's items into storage, whatever they wanted to save and couldn't take into their interim housing site. Communities moved into a single location together, so they were able to maintain those bonds. And because they moved into housing instead of moving across the street, those tents stayed down and the sidewalks stayed clear. And we have moved so many people indoors. We've also worked on trust in other ways. When I ran for office, I knocked on doors in a lot of apartment buildings. And these were marked. I have a political software that says if you're likely to vote in a municipal election or not. And all of these renters were marked as low propensity municipal voters because they hadn't voted in city council elections before. But we knocked on every door in apartment buildings throughout the district. And we said to them, there's a lot more the city can be doing to make sure that your needs are taken care of. And I told them that this, if I was elected, this wouldn't be the last time you would see me, that we would be back there, even after I got elected. And they voted. When I ran against an incumbent, the general election that had brought that incumbent into power, there were 24,000 people that voted in it. In my election, and part of this had to do with the change in the election timings to coincide with the presidential year, but our voter participation jumped far more than other city elections that were being held at the same time. Our voter participation increased by 5 times, so 130,000 people voted in the general election that brought me into power. And after I got elected, we continued to hold up that promise that I made at people's doors. We have an emergency rental relief program, again, through COVID. And I have a team of people in my office who are paid to do outreach. They go out and they door knock. They identify the lowest income precincts or zip codes. They identify buildings in them, and we bring volunteers and we bring our staff and we go out there and we tell them about rent relief. We tell them about all the rights that they have access to, and we tell them about who they can call if they have poor conditions in their apartments. I wanted people to feel that they could trust their city government to help them, and I hope that we've been able to deliver on that trust. We also want to deliver on that trust within the city, because one thing I've realized since I've been elected is that the city's capacity to do anything that's complicated, that is related to service provision, we eviscerated that capacity after the last recession in 2008. We cut city staff hugely in response to that recession. Rec and Parks, I have Griffith Park in my district. Rec and Parks still operates at 2/3 of the staffing levels they were at before the last recession. So we eviscerated our city's capacity to respond to most issues. Except for police and fire, every single department has lost its capacity to do its own work. And all that work is so essential for the city. It's so essential for us feeling cared for. It's also so essential for all of you as you're doing your work, building your homes. How long does it take for you to get an answer back on a permit application? All of that delay comes from people not being there to be able to review those permits, to be able to do the work of moving projects through this bureaucracy. And so we've been really working to make sure that department by department, we're understanding how that lack of capacity impacts outcomes and finding funding to restaff those departments, including looking at the affordable housing and permanent supportive housing permitting process and fighting for and getting in the last budget cycle significantly more staffing in the Department of Planning and the Department of Building and Safety to make sure that the permit processes move much more quickly. And so on every front that we've been doing our work, my goal is really to say, can we increase trust here in the city of Los Angeles to collectively solve these problems? And I think that all of us working together on this issue and in thinking about the issue of dignity and in thinking about the issue of how we operate as professionals in this space of architecture, design, urban planning, we have to be moving through this, thinking about trust as the core of our mission, and in building that trust with communities and with the city and with residents and with unhoused residents as part of the work that we put into every single project and into making it successful. And that's all I had to say today. Yeah. So do you guys want to ask me some questions?
Councilwoman, first of all, thank you for your work, for being here, and for that very interesting and very concise history. I wanted to ask you something. It's maybe sort of continuing a question Hava had for one of the earlier speakers. I mean, we all know that there's a huge amount of political opposition that you face, that we all face. And how do we, as a community or as a society, what can we do to sort of address this opposition? What do we do on a small scale? What can we do on a larger scale? What can you do on a political scale?
You're saying opposition to construction overall, or to buildings, or to is there specific?
Well, one can summarize this with the term NIMBY, not in my backyard. There's a lot of people who just don't want to sort of see any improvement done, any improvement or any sort of funds spent on programs or on housing. And very often it comes down to what you were talking about, sort of a mistrust in either the city as an organization or various other entities being able to address this. It's either an unwillingness to accept this as an issue that needs to be addressed, or it is differences of opinions. But what I'm really interested in is I know that you're facing a lot of political opposition in
Oh, I didn't know.
and so are all of us who are dealing in one way or another with these types of projects. And where do we as a community or as a society, as I mentioned, how can we sort of bring more people on board to sort of move in the right direction?
Yeah. Well, so I think that there's a couple of different things about the context that I do think needs to change. I think in Los Angeles, I think more council candidates need to be more explicit about rejecting corporate money. I do think that helps. That's a big factor as just an underlying basis of trust. And I think that should be something that we really expect from our local elected officials, that they're not taking corporate dollars, that they're not taking money from the private real estate sector. Not because I'm a planner. I understand that we need to build more housing and that we have to do it, in partnership with developers. So I don't consider developers to be a dirty word. I don't think it's we're out there like talking about what are the real limitations to our funding sources? How can we find more of that funding? But really talking about how the vast majority of affordable housing over the last few years, and we've built more in recent years than we have before, has come from private developers being incentivized to build it than any other source, and that we don't have sources to really invest in social housing. So, I think I tend to push for people to be open to what the private real estate sector can do. But I do feel like I'm in a better position to push for that because I didn't take corporate money when I was running. I ran a clean campaign, and that I think should be something that we ask for from our local electeds. The second thing that I want to say is that, yes, there is opposition to projects, but I think that the majority of people, and we've seen that in the votes around things like Prop HHH or Measure H, want to build housing, want to find resources for people who are experiencing homelessness, and want to pay for that, want to see solutions happen. And so what we have to do is create spaces for people to give comment, which are easy for people to participate in. And I think we have to make sure that we have to make it easier for the non-traditional voices, the people who are deeply, deeply engaged in the city planning system already. We have to make it easier for other people to join them in those discussions, because I think as we open up those discussions, they become very, very different in character from the ones that have historically been dominant here in LA City. And the thing that I've noticed is that there is something of a generational divide as well. I think a lot of young people are very, very concerned about the fact that they can't afford to live in Los Angeles anymore, and that they are supportive of new housing, of new construction. And I think if we can figure out a way to communicate with more people about the context in which we're operating, and that's why I do a lot of communication, I think we can make real change in how we respond to these processes over time. I think one of the ways in which we can do that is by ensuring that all of us become advocates, or all of us become educators in our own work, that we take opportunities to explain this work to other people, that we bring people together through the form of whether it be just sharing an email or talking to people about the issues that concern you, really making the case for housing to people. Because I think when you do make that case, and when you put it in ways that make it clear what the impacts of not having more housing are, I think people are they can get on board, but the challenge is that we don't do that work. And so a lot of the work that we do in our office and that my staff does is really talking to people, talking to a lot of people. Oh, you have questions about this? Let's answer those questions. Oh, you want to get these questions answered? Let me get those answers for you from the Department of Planning. Oh, this isn't moving fast enough. Let me make sure that we're doing it.
This isn't really tied to homelessness, but since you gave that great history of zoning in LA, and since you are a planner, this is a big question. What do you think the future role of zoning is? We've been learning a lot about how zoning has affected affordability, racism, etc. What's your point? What do you think?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think so I haven't given a lot of thought to that per se. We are going through this big housing element update here in the city of Los Angeles, spurred by a statewide push to allocate more spaces where more housing can be built. And broadly speaking, my office has been pushing for more people to become educated about what that housing element process is and what it will mean for the city, and pushing for that housing element process to take into account some of the historical harms that have been felt by neighborhoods that have been subject to racist policies in all their various forms, and whether that looked like being shut out of mortgage markets in the past, and now whether it looks like being subject to gentrification with absolutely no resources to prevent displacement. That's what the face of that looks like today, right? And so for me, and this is actually an answer for you too, and I keep forgetting this in these forums, sorry. I think the biggest thing that we can do to bring trust up and to think about zoning reform, because I'm a planner by training, but I never really dealt with zoning. That's not the kind of planning I practiced. So I'm not an expert in putting together those plans for cities or to think about how we move forward on it. What I do know is that there will be real opposition to construction if people don't feel safe in their neighborhoods, right? And so I think what we need to do as a collective is to not just say we need to make it easier in these very logical ways to get approvals or to get financing or to find the resources to be able to build the kind of housing that Los Angeles so desperately needs, but also to protect existing residents, to make sure that we have really strong rent controls in place, to make sure that we have a right to return for people when they are moved out of their buildings, that they're really coming back, to make sure that those rights are not just paper tigers, that they're actually able to be realized by people. And that burden to fight for those rights shouldn't have to fall on renters alone, on vulnerable people alone. And unless people who are in the architecture and planning professions, people who are considered experts in these issues, also stand up and say, we cannot increase supply without increasing protections, I don't think that trust deficit will ever go away. And I think, so to me, if I were going to give you all a call to action, that's what I would say to you, is really to say, when you go out there and you talk about housing, I think you also need to talk about housing rights. And you also need to talk about renter protections. And you also need to talk about how we as a city stand together, not just to accommodate the people who want to come here, but also to protect who is here right now. That's not really an answer about zoning. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for, now I finally make the connection between Jeff, who was a Fuse Fellow, and your Chief of Staff in his role with Miguel Santana. My honor to introduce Miguel to the microphone.
Good morning, everyone, and it's so great to follow Councilwoman Raman. It's really impressive to see you be willing and to speak truth and to do everything you're doing to restore trust. And I believe that fundamental to restoring trust, as you've demonstrated, is by being honest about what's working and not working. And so it's when we're not honest And we tell people not to believe their lying eyes of what they see, that trust is weakened. So thank you. So not too long ago, on the hottest day of the summer so far, an elderly neighbor collapsed in front of my front yard. Marilyn grew up in the neighborhood just a block where she currently lives in a small tent along the northern part of the 10th sound wall between Arlington and Crenshaw. Due to racist redlining policies that you've heard of, in the 1940s, West Adams was the only neighborhood her family could purchase a home. Marilyn lived most of her life in the same exact neighborhood that she's in today. She celebrated her graduation from college there. She raised her family there. And after a long day of work at the County Hall Administration, the same place I worked for 16 years, that's where she went home. After her parents died 20 years ago, she shared with my wife and me that her house was gifted to her. But following a long legal dispute over ownership of the house, it was sold underneath her. And she has been unhoused since. Today, Marilyn is 75 years old, unable to see. She's about 5'10", weighs about 100 pounds. She survives on $1,000 a month from her retirement and the generosity and kindness of our housed and unhoused neighbors in our neighborhood. With much dignity and pride and certainty, Marilyn holds on to the belief that the court will one day soon return the house that she lost back to her. And as a result, she refuses to move outside of the neighborhood into temporary housing in fear of not being in walking distance from the house that she's known. Elizabeth and I have gotten to know Marilyn and are helping her get the services she needs and ultimately putting her in permanent housing. There are 3 different nonprofits that are now actively trying to help her. But what frustrates me, and I guess many of you, is that it really doesn't have to be this way. Over 6 years ago, as you heard, Angelenos voted overwhelmingly to help people like Marilyn move into housing. Through measures H and H, billions of public dollars have been raised to build housing and provide the services needed for people like her. These investments are housing hundreds of people like Marilyn, and thousands more will likely benefit within the next few years, as we heard, using the best practices of permanent supportive housing. Yet despite the unprecedented generosity of Angelenos, like many people experiencing homelessness, especially those who are most vulnerable, Marilyn is a victim of an unaccountable, uncoordinated, broken system, not to meet the urgency and the scale of the crisis. It is a system built on bureaucratic workarounds, parochial policies, and political finger pointing. Much to her detriment and thousands like her, we still don't know who's in charge of housing Marilyn. We don't have any clear data on how many more Marilyns there are, where and why. We don't have a plan to house all the people currently housed, living on the street today rather, let alone those who are likely to experience homelessness in the future due to the real lack of affordable housing. We don't give the development of affordable housing a shortcut through the labyrinth of processes that all of you are very familiar with, and approvals and stakeholder check-ins required to get the housing built. We don't effectively manage the cost of housing, as you heard earlier today. And we haven't prioritized housing people like Marilyn over all other interests, including neighborhood opposition, labor, and political influence. As you heard, the city places its own interest oftentimes ahead of housing people like Maryland by requiring them to do offsite improvements, by charging regular fees for affordable housing as opposed to exempting them from those costs. What's even more frustrating is as a region, we don't have one shared ask of the state and federal governments involved in this crisis. You heard earlier today how much money we return back to the federal government for unused housing vouchers. Unfortunately, 6 years in, we are nowhere closer to creating a sustainable system with the sole purpose of ending homelessness in Los Angeles. And worst of all, it doesn't need to be this way. And we should all insist that we do better, a lot better. We must insist that a system be put in place designed at the scale of the problem with goals informed by real data and clarity of roles and responsibilities. And quite frankly, it doesn't have to be this hard. We have figured out how to meet regional problems at the scale that they're needed as a community. I'm a native Angelino and a child of the 70s. I grew up at a time of smog alerts. The San Gabriel Valley Mountains were not visible for most of my childhood. Since then, the air quality has improved significantly. While far from pristine, the air is both visibly and scientifically better. There are federal, state, and local authorities who understand their role in improving air quality. There is a system in place to measure it and goals to track progress. There is accountability for those who fail to do their part with penalties and remedies to bring them back into compliance. We understand what and who most contribute to the problem and engage in real policy debates on the trade-offs between maintaining a growing economy while improving the quality of life for all of us. And like homelessness, we know that air quality is worse in communities of color due to where the placement of freeways and polluting industries. We also have one regional transportation system with a real governance structure and clarity of roles and responsibilities. There is one regional plan for the expansion of that system, and the region flexed its power in Sacramento and Washington to demand an investment in that system. There is one more thing that the regional transportation system and air quality have in common, in that they have an actual governance structure who's solely responsible for not only solving these regional problems, but managing them during that process. The truth is that homelessness is homeless as an issue. Cities are mainly responsible for building the authorization of housing and to respond to the public safety and public health concerns, while counties are responsible for the services needed to help people get housed, including mental and behavioral health. The failures in the county's child welfare, incarceration, and poverty alleviation systems contribute to homelessness, as was recently featured in the LA Times in telling the story of Mackenzie, a young woman who has lived most of her life unhoused and has lost 3 children to the foster care system, likely increasing and maintaining that cycle. What Mackenzie and Maryland tell us is that the path from being unhoused to being housed is not linear or easy. For those who are chronically unhoused and also suffering from mental illness and addiction, the path to permanent housing is often paved by many setbacks. And yet we have a system that often puts that burden on the unhoused to navigate this complicated labyrinth of well-intended programs, sometimes working at odds, but rarely as one system. The fact is that other places are starting to figure it out. Places like Houston, Texas. By working together under one plan and aligning resources under shared goals, they are actually reducing the number of homelessness. You could actually see it and count it. Harris County has done so in partnership with the cities within it, and with support and accountability from the civic community. You know, as someone who has been involved in this work for 25 years, mainly in the public sector, I can honestly tell you that I know with all certainty that the system will not reform itself. Even a new mayor and supervisor, whoever she or he may be, will need prodding, support, and even insistence from the broader community that we build a better system designed to meet the scale of the problem and that centers those who are most vulnerable. I'm involved in a group of folks called the Committee for Greater Los Angeles that really came together in the context of the pandemic. And what we decided to do is look at issues from a systemic basis and determine how are they failing our community and how were those failures specifically exposed in communities of color during the pandemic. It's hard not to imagine looking at systems without looking at homelessness, because in many ways, homelessness is the actual manifestation of all of the broken systems that we have. So we commissioned a report from Dr. Rafe Sonnenschein, who's based in Cal State LA, who's not a homeless expert, he's actually a governance expert, and looked at the issue of how we manage this issue or not manage it in Los Angeles to offer up solutions. And not surprising, his conclusions are similar to what we're seeing done in other parts of the country, like Houston. But what the most important thing that he says, and what we do learn from the Houston model, is that those changes at a systemic level come from pressure from the outside. And that's where all of you fit in. It's important as dreamers and problem solvers, which is inherent in your profession, that you're asking the harder questions around why we have continues to fail to respond effectively to this crisis. And to do your part in answering the harder questions and insisting that our government does better. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh,
Go to this one? Oh, him first? Okay, go ahead. That's on
hi.
my
I know that the Weingart Foundation has been very active in grants and impact programs for quite a long time. And do you have any role in, or do you have any plans for being more involved with influencing policymakers? And what do you see as that being, or in the form of?
Well, I've been in the persuasion business for most of my career, having worked 16 years at the 8th and 7th floor of the hall administration, and 8 years at City Hall as CAO, where I got to work with NIFIA. And it's hard to imagine being in a place where I'm not engaged in trying to identify solutions to some of these systemic problems. But I think it's important to acknowledge that the issue of homelessness is so complicated and involves so many different sectors of our community that it requires a broad coalition of unlikely suspects, folks whose day job may have nothing to do with homelessness or maybe on the periphery, but who offer solutions and an innovation and frankly, an intolerance for how things are failing today. And so the committee that I mentioned is made up of business, of labor, philanthropy, community-based groups. And what we share in common is a frustration that despite all of our best efforts around these issues, we don't seem to have the capacity to really meet the moment. And so part of what we're doing is that we be honest about that. It's not about attacking a person or attacking an idea, but challenging all of us to ask the tougher questions and to, more importantly, focus almost exclusively on the outcome. It's why I started my comments talking about Marilyn, because for her, all of this chatter doesn't matter. All of these initiatives don't mean anything. She is in a position where she is the most vulnerable, an elderly blind woman living in the same tent for 5 years. And if the system isn't designed for her, I don't know who the system is designed for. Under every structure that we have, she's on the top of the list. The coordinated entry system puts her top. She ranks the most vulnerable. And yet, the first time she was approached by someone, a social worker, is when I called on her behalf to get her help. So I think the reason I say this is that, yes, I will continue to be involved in these issues and raising the tougher questions, but it's not just my job or that of philanthropy or of elected officials or of advocates. It really won't change until regular people say, this is not good enough, and we must insist on something better. You had a question?
I guess for me, listening to you say there needs to be one shared ask, I think that's what I heard correctly. And then when I think about the president's executive order for government to reduce racial inequities at 2021, then the IIJA funding, and then the executive order Justice 40. Those three things to me combine to make one shared federal ask that I think then we can leverage the state. So I'm saying, do you have any thoughts about that sort of being a catalyst in terms of to ask for enough funding to get this started?
You know, as you heard from Nithya, I was the CAO of the city, and I was responsible for the purse strings and managing the city budget. And when I was at the county, I oversaw all of the social services in the county, including homelessness. And sometimes the issue isn't that there isn't enough money, but the way we structure those dollars don't really apply or aren't really relevant to how things are actually done in the community. Something that's very frustrating is that there's a pretty significant vacancy rate among the permanent supportive housing units that have been opened up today. The highest percentage of that vacancy rate is in Skid Row. There are literally units that are empty right now in the most obvious place where there should be people housed immediately. And why is that? Because the funding is structured where you have to go through a process where a person isn't presumed eligible, even though they clearly are, where the match of that person has to be almost perfect to that unit and the funding stream that created that unit. And some of those rules are federal, some of them are local, some of them don't even really exist, but are in practice. And so my point being is oftentimes the solution is really understanding how things aren't working at the ground and then work backwards. And so it may not be a new funding stream, it may be flexibility around the funding that currently goes. there's no reason why we should be returning dollars back to the federal government. If that doesn't outrage you, I don't know what will. And so I think we often think about these things in this very macro, overwhelming way. When you talk to people experiencing homelessness, the service providers who have dedicated their lives to help them, the organizations that we heard from today, they could give you a very specific list of things to change that don't require an act of Congress or a specific appropriation. And so what's missing is that there isn't a place whose sole job it is to figure this out. Because everybody feels like it's somebody else's job to figure it out. Meanwhile, it's not getting done. And that's what I think has been missing in the equation, is the continuity and the persistence of an entity that's accountable in the same way that there's accountability around clean air and managing a regional transportation system. When you think about it, we don't treat any other issue this way. We know who comes when there's a fire. We know who comes if you experience violence. We know who's in charge of our libraries and museums. We know who's in charge of educating our kids. But as a community, we've allowed no system, no accountability, no real plan for the people who are the most vulnerable in our own community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Kevin Daly to the panel. And Kevin, if you bring your crew up here, we look forward to your conversation, and then we'll have lunch. Promise you.
I do need my phone, so I have people's bios in front of me. So thank you, Will. And thanks so much for organizing this. I think what the AIA is doing in Los Angeles is just this really substantial thing. And this kind of effort to kind of take on multifaceted problems is something that I think is just really tremendous. I think, Michael, you and I connected through one of the things that Will had arranged, reaching out to council districts, and I think we were on a Zoom call together and kind of started a conversation through that. So let me introduce everyone and explain what I was thinking about as we were planning this. So first, just immediately on my right, Rain Laborde, who is the associate director of City Lab at UCLA, and cross-trained as a planner and an architect. Also involved is a board member at Hollywood Community Housing. We've crossed paths there, and tracks issues of displacement in kind of clearance of encampments in Los Angeles, particularly in Echo Park. And I wanted to invite Rain, primarily, and I hope this is one of the things you can talk about a little bit. City Lab in particular has been really involved in the kind of research and the kind of advocacy and regulatory engagement that I think is missing. And as I was starting to think about, what works, which is kind of the charge for the day, we maybe have a little asterisk on that, like what works and what could use another push. City Lab was really involved in the ADU research and planning that turned into, in some ways, SB9, is now involved in a regulatory effort to allow school districts to build housing. And so I hope you can talk about that a little bit. Ali Guerrero is trained as an architect, now is a partner at Office of Office. The young people today have really enigmatic names for their firms, and I think that pushes it up a level. But likewise, trained across architecture, urban design, had an active practice in Mexico, also a PhD candidate at Oxford in sustainable community development. And I think I wanted to give Ali a chance to talk about her work, because I think as we look at issues of engaging solutions to lack of housing, changing the density of our neighborhoods also means changing our notions about what the public realm is. And I think I think her work is really amazing in that respect. Michael is an architect really involved in development and sort of economic development in Los Angeles. And the thing that really impressed me, and I wanted to give him a chance to talk about his work today, is really his kind of commitment to creating development that also anchors communities. And our kind of professional worlds overlap a little bit, from our office in the middle of town. And I think, how the way he was talking about his work was really resonant in terms of what some of the stuff we're seeing in the Crenshaw district. So let me just, so we put slides together. I think I'm probably the person starting, and look at the confidence monitor. Our office in some ways has been sort of the test kitchen for UCLA's City Lab. And as they put forward ideas and interrogated ideas, it often fell to us to all right, what's this going to look like? So this is a proposal for a very small ETFE ADU unit, transparent little bubble. We called it the building that everyone needs, but no one wants. Just this little backyard envelope, really beautiful kind of light qualities and environmental qualities. As we started looking at some of the issues in our city where I live in Santa Monica, we've really kind of committed ourselves to this idea that that kind of reclaiming sites, reclaiming the area of sites and FAR and things like that were really key. This is a project for transitional age youth in Santa Monica. And I think through that also started to recognize the sort of implicit, obstacles that cities put in place through zoning regulations, and in particular side yards and rear yards and parking requirements and things like that. And so a lot of what we started looking at this is the city's, Christopher Hawthorne's low-rise competition. How do we reclaim that space and make it kind of an available kind of resource to the people who are living there? And so this was part of our proposal, really kind of a series of very small towers to kind of address the nature of occupation, and really using in Southern California the exterior buildings as really vital parts of outdoor rooms. So, Michael, I'll hand this over to you.
Thank you.
You might need that microphone.
Oh, thank you. I need this too. I'm Michael Anderson. I'm an architect. For the last 3 years, I've been working. Well, actually, for 44 years, I've been in architecture, and I've seen a lot of what hasn't worked in Black and brown communities. I've done a lot of studies, and over the years, I've always been trying to figure out how can we create the right type of economic chemistry that makes the right things happen. And so I've been working around the transit development and things. I've done studies for Metro, but it came down that when the mayor had the low-rise design competition, all of a sudden I looked at it like we had these 380 products that could go into the community around prefabricated construction. So let me kind of give you an overview. So the, oops, did I go too far? One more? Okay, sorry, I lost where I was. But anyway, so one of the products that came out of low-rise design competition that I think helps the community is what I call remodel mom's house into a fourplex, where the kids can then come back and rent from mom. I'm currently lobbying at the federal level for funding for this to happen around 18 transit stations in South Los Angeles, and it centers around prefabricated construction. I'm glad Amy Sims from Plant Prefab is here because this would be a unit where, for example, we add 3 prefabricated units in the backyard and then remodel mom's house. But I'm lobbying for Black and brown families to get a large subsidy of around $200,000. And if it's a new couple buying a fourplex, they would get about $500,000. I met with Secretary Fudge on June 6th. She likes this project. But it's a whole economic chemistry to happen around transit stations in South Los Angeles. And it's the federal government's way of making amends for redlining in the past. This uses the Biden administration's executive order out of 2021. But also included in that is a large infrastructure funding ask of around $5 billion to invest around 18 transit stations in Black and brown communities. The purpose of that is to increase the capacity of the infrastructure, put in clean water systems, because we all know they have bad lines and things, but make it so that those costs developers don't have to pay. And by having that large capacity, then cities don't have to front the money. And these are the 18 transit stations. I was the author of the Crenshaw LAX TOD study for Metro. I finished it in 2012. And when you finish these studies, that's when the community is open to change. But when nothing happens, as the councilwoman said, that trust goes away. So the purpose of this is start having mom who already lives there in the community benefit first, but then upgrade the infrastructure, because when you change the infrastructure, you get to change the landscape of the streets, put in new sidewalks, and do that in residential areas where people feel the quality of life is an improvement around them. Because that makes the community fear they can't afford change when gentrification happens. But the purpose of this is to make it happen in advance. And so finally, the key thing and the reason I do this, and I'm not sure if the images are there, but one thing we know is when parents do well, children do well. And so my focus is on creating home ownership for Black and brown families around all these 18 transit stations. And that actually addresses 100,000 families, and doing it in a way that brings on 350,000 units in a 7 to 10 year period. For each family that receives a federal subsidy, 1 unit would be designated very low income. So if you do the math, you get 100,000 very low income units across 18 communities that helps make better quality of life in Los Angeles. Thanks. I think that it? Thank you. That's it.
Hi, everybody. I always like to start off by showing our full team over at City Lab. We have 3 staff members and then an incredible rotation of student staff that work with us across the Department of Design, or Architecture and Urban Design and Public Affairs. And we do design research because we really believe that design is research, and design is a form of research that bridges policy, architecture, construction mechanics, all of these different elements of what makes policy come alive, and shows you what isn't possible. Sorry. We're maybe, yeah, there's a lack. We're perhaps best known for our design research, as Kevin said, within the realm of ADUs, accessory dwelling units, across Los Angeles and California as a whole. Which really for us began by observing the ways in which these, at the time, illegal second units were being built in the Pacoima neighborhood on lots that were much larger than the rest of Los Angeles, and in which a very low income community was building these units out of necessity, and yet popularizing it through the way that it was very effective for these intergenerational families. And so by studying these unusual lots in Pacoima, and then the, as it turns out, unusual lots across the state, because we like to say that there's one single standardized single family lot, but as the architects in the room know, this is absolutely not true. By studying a large range of these different lots and collaborating with firms, especially with Kevin, to begin to see what was actually possible across that full spectrum, we were able to prototype what different types of ADUs would look like across the state as a whole, and especially in the city of Los Angeles. So our work constantly operated between that prototyping and that research, and then taking another step forward into that public policy. We co-authored AB 2299 to ensure that ADUs would be able to be built by right in backyards across the state, effectively doubling the density of single-family California, which has since been furthered into quadrupling through SB 9. And we also made sure that all of this was publicly communicated throughout the process. It's important to us not only to open up these regulatory possibilities, but to make sure that people know what to do with them. So our ADU handbook, 5 years later, continues to be cited across the state, and introduces homeowners to what's possible within their own backyards. If we found maybe one fault within this research for ourselves, it was that because we're talking about private development in people's backyards, there's no real logical or legal way to ensure affordability. You can certainly do affordability incentive programs, which some cities across California are starting to do, but there's no way to necessarily mandate it across ADU production, right? And so as we turn to thinking more expansively about producing housing, we began to think of public lands that were also underutilized, like these suburban backyards, that could then start to hold up some of those affordability metrics. For us, that takes the form of school lands housing, and especially education workforce housing, our latest initiative, which is currently in state legislature as AB 2295. Education workforce housing is partially deed restricted affordable housing for educators and school workers. This is also a statewide initiative for us, but one that we started in Los Angeles, and that LAUSD has been quite ambitious about pioneering. In 2016, the Teacher Housing Act allowed teachers and school staff members to become a kind of like protected group within affordable housing, right? Normally, you cannot necessarily pull out a particular group of workers or a racial class because of very important fair housing rules. However, we were able, or in California, they were able to prove that teachers are representative of the broader population, and therefore education workforce housing is valid. So with that bill passed in 2016, however, only 4 education workforce housing developments appeared across the state. The process was complicated, it was expensive, districts didn't know what they were doing, and due to zoning changes by necessity, as well as all kinds of local exemptions, it was incredibly difficult. So we've been working over the past 5 years with design testing once more to show 7 different lot types owned by schools. We've proven that every single school district in the state has land that is developable. And we have been able to propose this model legislation that streamlines that development process, that makes the zoning change automatic, and that gives a set of guidelines for reasonable housing production across each district. Again, that's been paired with an education workforce housing handbook, making sure that districts know what they're able to do. And we are now pairing it with the Education Workforce Housing Academy, which we're pioneering with the California School Boards Association. And that will closely mentor 4 to 6 districts through the process of pulling together the research and materials they need to get an RFP for their school lands. That's just a little bit about what we're up to.
Hi guys, my name is Ale Guerrero. So yeah, I'm a co-founder and director of urban planning and policy in Office of Office. We can talk about that later, but I think you can approach me later about that. Yeah, so before I had a practice in Mexico, before I came to LA, I was working in the Housing Federal Fund for Workers, Infonavit, which is basically the largest social bank in Latin America. Fresh out of college, I had the opportunity to be assistant manager of urban regeneration. I think when I was talking to Kevin, he wanted me to talk a little bit about that because what we did is what we developed a national pilot program, which is a blueprint now for the new Mexican government in what they do with housing and what they do with public space around housing. So the fund wasn't involved in development since the 70s, but a group of planners, architects took the office and broke a bunch of rules. And we were trying to understand, we're confronting a crisis after 2 decades of following a market-based model of creating housing, affordable housing, very predatory, that resulted in an environmental and social crisis. So by 2012, Mexico had around, or we had at least for formal housing, 700,000 houses that were abandoned. We were confronting crisis and violence after the war on drugs. We were seeing trafficking. We were seeing a level of decay. I'm showing a picture by the LA Times. Actually, it's a pretty good article about it. It was just like Gerald of decay, and it was in the national conversation about how the housing policy failure was actually permeating other areas of public life. So what we did with the Mexican government is that we created a series of pilot programs that our basically our role was to create avenues of cooperation with the 3 levels of government, designers, and community organizers and community nonprofits. So this is, for instance, one of the projects of 500 projects in different scales. This is one of the largest ones. This is one that I was project managing in Tepic with a design based on Frida Escobedo's project. So what we created is like these avenues of cooperation in different levels of government. Where do the community comes in? How do we build capacity in communities, and how do we build tools for them to reach what we're talking in planning and these conversations, these rooms, and what the community sees daily. This is another project in Merida with Ludens. So we also did progression. We also created processes that follow progression. So we started with small projects, with small interventions that would get the community together, that we create neighborhood organizations, that we talk with NGOs, and then we will start larger projects, which came moved a little bit, but which comes with some a question that has followed me professional and academically, and now in my PhD also, is like, what is the actual role of the designer? What is the role of the community? What is the role of the cities, of the authorities? Like, when do each of them come in, and how do they participate in this process of design? And that bridges to my work here in LA. So part of the team of Office of Office started their work in a local nonprofit called LA Mass. And some of you are more familiar with our work there. Now with restructuring, the design team of LA Mass started this new project that is Office of Office, which is an urban architecture and policy firm based in LA. We have different projects with cities, and what we really focus on is building capacity for communities and cities for design work. So we are doing design work, but we are also creating programs for public space and housing, asking this very always a similar question, that what is the role of the designer in these processes, and how can we build capacity around these processes? And oh, yeah, I think I missed one. Yeah. So that's what we're doing right now.
Amazing. Sitting through this morning's session, I actually had second thoughts about having Michael up here on the stage because then I realized there'd be no one to ask questions. So I've got maybe I'll start with a question, and I'd love to have people, really kind of wide range of kind of observations and practices. But I think, maybe one thing that connects them is, is the ability to kind of see something that's hidden. There's this kind of occult part of society that, that once you latch onto it, it's like, yeah, we can blow up grandma's house and make it into 4 units. And that's part of the structure. And I know, I know City Lab, started researching the kind of students with precarious housing circumstances at UCLA. And the initial, reaction was like, oh, we don't have that. And in fact, it was a very high percentage of students who had impossible transit schedules and things like that. And Ale, with your work in Mexico, and I don't mean to preclude the ADU stuff, but I just felt like that would probably be more familiar to this audience. And I think some of the interventions in Mexico, I think, are really interesting. So if any one of the three of you wants to talk about the kind of engagement of this, what's a cult in our society? What are the obstacles that keep us from kind of finding ways of kind of creating inevitability in our own projects? I think that would be a really interesting thing for you guys to talk about.
Okay. Is this on? For me, I am. That's a good question, but for me, what I recognized is that a lot of things need to happen simultaneously in order to really overcome the challenges that we have in addressing not only homelessness, but also in Ali's project. I see how it can change corridors. To me, corridors are very much a perception we have about place. You have a different feeling when you're driving down Wilshire Boulevard going into Beverly Hills versus driving down Vernon Avenue down to Crenshaw to Watts. Your psychology changes. So that's one component. That's a path. Housing is another element where we're focused on homelessness, but we're not focused on what's feeding homelessness. And that's the lack of people having shelter like mom's house, where you don't feel at risk that my rent's going to go up and I get displaced, which is why I focused on the fourplex, because that community sphere needs to be addressed now in a way that makes the parent, the children, and the grandparent feel I'm okay, I'm going to be here for generations. So that's another element that we have to deal with. Then the cost of developing is infrastructure, fees, and things we pay. And then we need a single source to make that happen. So I started looking at this in terms of, and I'm probably gone way off, of like LAWA is one of my clients. They've shifted to a P3 model. They said, we have the customers, we have the tenants, the capital sources build what I need. I know what I need. So I'm really trying to promote that model as a proactive development in underserved communities in a way that generates, so where we program solutions, we deliver products, we use prefabricated climate smart housing to make that happen faster because it goes in 2 days after the slab's in place. We have to figure out a process, a program, and I talked to you the other day about like modernization of a campus. How do you do that? Well, that's the way each community comes.
Yeah, we talked about treating neighborhoods as campuses, and there was a really implicit part of that really involved engaging infrastructure and changing infrastructure. So I don't know, Ali, what's your experience in the kind of infrastructure engagement in some of the work in Mexico?
Yeah, I think my I guess my lesson from the work that we did in Mexico was political will. So I do compare a lot what was happening in Mexico right now, which is not always good. We have a lot of examples when it's not good, and what is happening in the US. And I think that I included that question about what is the role of the community, the designer, and the city or the state, the government in large, because I do feel that government, or this is my perception, is very timid when spearheading development and design. I feel there's very few avenues of cooperation. We haven't built structures where we are all working together and we are bold in what we're doing. And I say this because, and I put this picture about this project in Lincoln Heights. This is a project here in LA that we did, funded by the Transit Center. And we had to talk to different agencies because the jurisdictions around even sidewalks or transit stops are insane, are so complex. And I had another slide that I think it got a little bit lost, which just showed the permitting process for some paint, a very short intervention. It was insane. So we were trying to understand ourselves and show the city how, or the agencies, how this was just so complex that that wanted to do effective change in the public realm was going to get confronted not only for a very complex but also a very expensive process. So I think there is, because we are seeing a range of changes in policy, that is really hard to permit to cities and cities to understand and agencies to understand how these all go together and how they can cooperate together. So for me, I think that's the biggest issue. In Mexico, my experience was a little bit more privileged. It's an agency that is, look, it seems like an autonomous agency. It is part of the government, but it's has a government structure that is partly union, partly developers, and partly government. So it has a lot of power of it has a lot of power of implementation, and we also took that as like. This is how we do this, and this is how we cooperate with every government. And it was a lot of work because it was a lot of people on the table, but at the end, the impact was it was a very successful program.
I'm really interested in these questions of visibility and invisibility, and how we continue to have some invisible homelessness and housing insecurity, like UCLA students. However, one of the big shifts lately is this cry that homelessness is visible now in LA and it's too visible. And maybe the counterpoint of that in some ways is that these familial relationships that build stability, that turn into larger community relationships that build community resilience, are not visible in a lot of ways. And Ale and I have talked in the past a lot actually about how it seems like maybe part of this is that Americans and people in Los Angeles have forgotten how to use public space and how to negotiate public space. And part of that is that there's not a large opportunity to. I would argue that we've done a very poor job of producing public spaces that are flexible and meaningful and serve communities in deep ways. But to think about what that would mean to reinstate some of those spaces and to shift what visibility takes place, I think there's also a lot of very simple infrastructural things we can begin to consider. Services in space, just having public restrooms. We're closing more and more instead of adding more. And beginning to co-locate those with areas like metro stations, areas like biking centers, where we can create these hubs or networks of deep, visible investment in place that benefits everyone, starts to be a step forward.
I wonder if the three of you could think a little bit aloud about the role of, the kind of essential role of community participation. And I think, especially at UCLA, students are sleeping in their cars. They don't really think of themselves as being homeless 2 nights a week, but it's just on Tuesdays and Thursdays when classes end too late and they can't drive back to Antelope Valley or wherever. So, but then it starts this process like, well, we've got this housing precarity problem right here on campus, and the parking people would say, oh, no, we don't, because it's illegal to sleep in your car in the parking structure, so it's not really a problem. So, I think we're in a really unusual situation here in Los Angeles, where community participation has been weaponized into kind of a NIMBY strategy, and we see this professionally in virtually every project we do. It's always the community comments start with, I'm a huge supporter of affordable housing, but then there's the but just not here. So I think all of you in your work are really, are absolutely dependent on the kind of, your sort of understanding of the structure of communities and providing continuity for that structure. How do we prevent that from being kind of, flipped in this kind of weird jujitsu into kind of an oppositional strategy? Hey, that's too long of a question.
This is one. Yeah, I guess another lesson learned by projects here in LA and in Mexico is that we as designers are not community organizers. So it's better to partner. We can parachute in communities and think we know. Think with a 2-month diagnosis, we can say what they want on how to move forward. I'm not saying this is like, let's not build housing. Let's just hear what the neighbors are doing. But I think that we can build better results if we partner with local organizations and neighborhood groups to understand the communities we are trying to affect. Saying that a lot of our work it's based on building capacity in communities so they understand law, so understand city process. So we can translate this very complex, not just issues, but processes in the cities and laws, like SB9, for communities in cities. I think that the way that we build effective process of cooperation with communities is to give them the space to have actual decision making instead of being like this, we're just doing processes, we're just doing a survey, we're just going through this checklist of community organizing. What are the actual ways that they can have decisions while we're doing these processes together?
So for me, one of the things in terms of the community's participation and getting involved is to make it, program it so it happens, and then make it become self-sustaining. And what I mean by that is in large and small things as well. Small things such as a good idea is having restroom facilities near transit stations. That's one of the things I look at Santa Monica, the beach structures. They have bathroom structures all along Ocean Parkway. But it's also how that changed people's perception about that space, right? They started using it different. The bathrooms became safe based on the design. That's one element. But it also has to go in combination to what are the activities that make the community vibrant. Cultural affairs may have events once in a while, but when a pandemic hits, budget gets cut, those things go away. And that's one of the reasons I said in terms of as architects and urban designers, we have the ability to program those spaces for those activities. But another level of development is having people program the activities in an ongoing way. And often that already exists in the community in some way, but pull those groups out of the community so they can participate in all these activities so that you can see the reflection of that culture as you're modernizing the spaces. And I think that's what creates vibrancy that brings people from outside the community as well as from people inside the community to be proud of where they are and where they're going. And that's what's not happening in the underserved communities. People go to 3rd Street or you go some other community to have joy. People want that joy right where they live. And I think once we do that, then we start to change the overall quality of life in LA. And the last thing I'll say quickly is I look at LA as a garden. And if you look at a garden, like Huntington Garden, you're not going to say just look at that part over there. We got to look at the whole entire garden. So we have to fix the entire garden and make the entire place beautiful.
I think that joy is an incredibly important part and one that for our projects really helps bring people together and move sometimes controversial work forward. So with the work that we've done on campus at UCLA for housing insecure students, part of that has been to put together a commuter hub that is really an overnight sleep area that you would never guess was anything like a shelter. It's these kind of joyful jelly bean-like pods that are scattered in one of the school areas. And when we initially proposed this, I think I had certain hesitations that administrators were going to think we were absolutely crazy, that we were proposing these kinds of little fruit pods that students could sleep in. And instead, that ended up being just the right kind of joyful, destigmatizing, low barrier to entry thing that administrators didn't bring up all their normal concerns about, well, we don't allow that here. Well, we don't have that problem, but instead said, oh, those are great looking nap pods. I would take a nap there. So this idea of joy as a lever for really bringing communities together and allowing them to see something different, whether you're talking about a serious issue or starting a gathering space within a certain block, it's something that we don't value enough. And I think maybe the other component is rethinking, as Ale says, these deep partnerships with organizers. So what does community participation actually mean? And some of the maybe trauma we all have from public comment at various points, remembering that public comment is not really community participation, right? That's not a participatory process. It's incredibly important. We shouldn't remove it. However, it's a different category in a lot of ways.
So we talked about this a little bit in the last couple of days. There's this kind of opportunity for regulatory intervention, changing rules and altering things, and we're doing the California Endowment's version of Houston down in Houston now. And so I was really interested in this article that just was published recently about moving 25,000 homeless Houstonians into shelters and into permanent residences. And there, it's interesting because there is kind of no civic structure. There's nowhere to pass the buck. Because basically, the kind of civil service, civic services are so limited. But I think like with SB 9, the kind of number of parcels that are eligible to kind of take advantage of that regulation is also very limited. So maybe you guys could think a little bit about the kind of changing regulations and the kind of limits that are implicit in that too. I don't know, Rain, maybe you can start with SB 9.
Yeah, so as Kevin says, 5.4% of lots in California are going to be qualified for SB 9. So that means if every person that had one of those lots fully transformed it, we'd still only get less than 800,000 units of housing. That doesn't mean that SB 9 is a bad bill by any means. However, it shows the issues that take place when legislation isn't design tested. And when we pass something that people are already looking to repeal, but we're going to need a lot more reform on it, in fact, to make it able to move forward in the ways that everyone envisioned. So I think that when we go through these legislative pushes, absolutely bringing everyone to the table in terms of having different experts on board, really being able to test exactly it is what we want to do and how that interacts with current zoning code, current regulatory processes, and ensuring that we have something that will be actionable on a vast majority of lots, or at least 50%, right, is incredibly important. So there's a number of ways that we could think of this. We need more design research groups like City Lab. We need more groups that are bringing together architects and engineers and policymakers to the table with every piece of this legislation. That could be a private group. It could also start to be new forms of city committees or commissions.
Yeah, I think that reform is really important, but so Office of Office is continuing the work that started at LA Mass with the Backyard Homes project. And one of the lessons there was that, yes, even with the regulatory change, there are a bunch of challenges in terms of financial assistance. So people that are actually building additional units are people that are more in the high income slot. So if we are not also doing things to improve accessibility into these new alternative forms of housing, we are just creating more wealth for the wealthy. And that's not an answer for a crisis that is like in the cities. And the other thing is like most of the cities are not able to keep up with regulatory change. They do not have the capacities in their cities. So we are now helping some cities to improve the ADU implementation policies or plans because they do not have the internal capacity to do so. So I do think regulatory change is something that needs to happen. But as Rain said, we do have to have more multidisciplinary groups that actually are tasked to understand how these reforms are actually going to be implemented.
I fully agree with Ali. One of the challenges I found is, especially as you gear towards more underserved communities, cities don't have the infrastructure, the knowledge to make the correct changes at the scale and magnitude to make tangible change that improves people's quality of life. Everything starts at the upper income groups because that is where you can afford the investment to make the developments, be it apartments or condos, that the investor can afford to spend all that time and get a return on their capital. That's why I'm looking at underserved communities is to change it through an investment at a scale that makes economic chemistry that makes it want to become self-sustaining and ongoing in the terms of doing the right things. And just as you said, Ali, directing the city staff to what needs to be done and make the regulation happen around the results that are needed. When I saw SB 9, I've kind of laughed because I was like, I remember in the 80s, we were doing duplexes in West Hollywood, right next to the Metro bus. We just chopped the lot in half, same person owned it, but we sold 2 units on the same lot. So SB 9, 40 years later, is almost like a different version of that, but it doesn't work in all places. So you can go into a community and say, this is going to be a TLD. We're going to transform these lots into these components and do it at the grassroots level where the community says, yes, that benefits me. I have a home. And then take that policy up and be more proactive. Because the communities that need it most tend to get the residual effects or the residue of what's left over after the success has happened in other areas, right? But that's where our populations are multiplying. That's why we have these homeless numbers increasing at the magnitude. To put someone in a shelter is a Band-Aid to me. Apartments only a Band-Aid because the shortage is like an overbooked flight. You can always sell it for more or rent it for more, right? So we got to do something greater at a large scale.
I think we have time for a few questions. Anyone want to ask any of these folks about what they're doing?
It's not a question, but Michael, a little bit. Renters have flexibility. Yes, they're not building wealth in the same way, but they have other kinds of flexibility. And when I've worked in minority communities in LA, I'm not a community organizer, but I have done some. Really, a lot of it is around, I've had people come up and say, I don't even understand what refinancing and getting cash out when I have my house. There's some really basic financial education that people are not getting because we all got it by knowing people, right? It's not common knowledge out there. I think renters have to be nurtured. Rentals are very important. It's an ecosystem.
Right.
And so I just had to throw that out there.
Oh, no. So I accept that fully. So one of the entities on our team is neighborhood housing services, right? Because if you're going to give someone a fourplex and give them a subsidy, they become vulnerable to predators. So you have to look at how people have been exploited in history. Neighborhood housing services teaches home ownership. And the objective there is if you take a family needs ownership, because if you have 2 or 3 kids, you can't afford to be in an apartment because where are you going to get a 3-bedroom apartment? But if you can put someone into a fourplex where they have a home plus 3 income units, the bank likes that because if something happens to your income, you still have revenue producing towards the debt service. The other thing is it educates kids to become landlords. But neighborhood housing service is the entity that can then educate people about home ownership. And that's why I said we need a large deal that makes something sustaining. So you don't implement a program that just happens once, something that nurtures people towards home ownership and make that a solid foundation. Singapore started doing that in 1964, right? So if we don't address it, we're going to just continue to have what's been going on the last 40 years. Skid Row was for homeless people in the 80s. The magnitude is spilt all the way in the west side, and people are saying we're having a problem. For me, if I look at Singapore, it has 90% home ownership. It has one of the lowest homeless populations in the world. And then it has the second highest per capita income. So we have to look at building wealth so that people can get out of the situation. You know, I watched New York transform in the 70s. And so I kind of look at LA as it's going through its New Yorkization, for lack of a better term, because we're focused on apartments and rental versus permanent home ownership. That's just my perspective, but I think home ownership would benefit more people because you fix your cost of shelter, if possible. Do you want to rebut? It's not like I'm not saying we only focus on home ownership. No. I'm just saying for me, for families, that's a priority. But no, I want whatever housing works. Apartments work, but that's how.
But the kind of density you're talking about, one piece is owned, there are still 3 rental units. And I think it's predicated on providing rental units as well. But, you know, I think one of the things we talked about just recently was finding ways of avoiding the kind of limitations of the kind of legal exposure of very small condominium projects. And that's one way to do it.
Hi there. I really appreciate this discussion. And I'm not sure who this question is for because it's kind of implicit in everything you're talking about. But I think, Michael, you made a comment that I'm not sure I'm going to recollect correctly, but about making sure that like infrastructure investments, particularly in right-of-ways, things like that, happen in a community before a wave of displacement comes through. So folks who are longtime homeowners in communities can benefit from that, and it doesn't happen with investment by others. And so I think my question is maybe for all of you is like how those communities, the folks who live there, can meaningfully contribute to the design. So it's not just transactional. It's not just on the level of public comment, but it really is co-creation. Because quite often, I feel like a lot of times people feel like infrastructure improvements happen to you, happen to your neighborhood, and it's not co-created. So I'm just curious if there's successful examples from any of you or that you know of where that's really been significant.
So I helped Inglewood get $8 million for the beautification of Century Boulevard, right? Started in '90 by lobbying LAWA to give up $5 million and then securing it. I'm using that as an example because that's where leadership recognized how to leverage that $8 million to federal funding. I lobbied the community for years. They always wanted Century Boulevard fixed up, right? And this is from La Cienega to Van Ness, and actually wanted the freeway to become a gateway by using federal money. But that was before Mayor Butts, and it went over the guy's head that was there before. And I say that because the community wanted the street beautiful. You just knew because it's a path, right? So to incorporate what the community wants, and just like out of Kevin's project for low-rise design, a lot of those projects had community design input. The flip side of it is the community's fear of change often is they don't know what they really want. So you have to often show them precedent images. Or I used to take people on tours. In West Hollywood, we did 12 units on one lot. And when people in Leimert Park would see that, they'd be like, wow, I didn't know it could look beautiful like this, right? But then you got to build it, right? Because then that's when they start talking, I got one of those, I say it's like giving mom a new Tesla. Once she has it, she's like, oh, that's cool, I got one. Then the neighbor's like, I want one too. But that's when they get past that fear of change. So I hope that answers your question. But everything has to include people in the community. But at the same time, you got to get over their fear of change because they may not know what they want. Doesn't mean what you think they may want is correct, but you will find it. And I'd rather have 70 or 80% success than no success at all.
Yeah, I love that comment about precedent and bringing something to the table. I think that's really so much of our power of as designers. And so when we talk about building partnerships from ground zero, I don't think of that as sitting around an empty table, but that the designer has already brought something to respond to. Not that it's a mandate or a necessity, but you're already showing these are my skills. What are yours? What are your interests? The other is really to focus on neighborhood positives, I think is always incredibly important in tools like asset mapping. It's very easy to get a room full of people that will tell you all the things that they don't like about their neighborhood. I think we all have moments where we do that. It's harder to figure out, well, what makes it work? What do you love? And so teasing out those narratives and really being able to pull that into change is incredibly important.
Ellie, any last word before people go to lunch?
Oh, yeah, I don't want to keep you up. Yeah, I think there's many precedents. I've been studying this a lot. I'm doing my PhD on self-help housing policy in Mexico. So the agency that you give people for their decisions in the built environment, it's also really complex because of what the intervention is. But what we did in Mexico was promote self-governing organizations. So we partner with local organizations to help the community to do self-governing, I'm going to say clubs. So they could come to us organized and have actual debates, not about the design, but about what they wanted in their community. I think when you talk about participatory design, that is when it gets tricky because discussions are like, I like red, but I like blue. And that's not productive for anyone, right? But it's more about what decisions you are making about the overall new infrastructure where you can do very significant stuff.
Thank you very much, the three of you, for your thoughts today.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to encourage you to go have lunch outside. There's food right here, and there's tables out there, and get some fresh air. Thank you. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock with Jenna and her panel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. There's a lot more you want to say, and it's like I can only say so much. But that's so much. You know, you and I met almost 10 or 12 years ago. On that project on Washington, we were helping some little group. We were in a little art gallery. Yeah. So we didn't, but I forgot that. No, and that's when I was like, oh, it took too long for you to build that project. I mean, not for you.
Push the screen.
That's good. They're being.
We changed everything. This is great.
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in architectural design. This group of all-volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people. Our design team leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based.
Mic check 1, 2.
We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of the impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
It does. Yeah.
Mic check 1, 2.
In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all-volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all-volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most. In 1968, the civil rights movement had reached a boiling point in America. As people of color marched in protest, the Los Angeles Community Design Center emerged to address inequity in civic engagement, urban planning, and architectural design. This group of all volunteer architects played a critical role in shaping Los Angeles' most diverse and culturally rich communities. More than 50 years later, Abode Communities Architecture honors its design center roots to deliver thoughtful and engaging architecture that strengthens neighborhoods and connects people to places. Our design studio leverages the expertise of a multidisciplinary organization to deliver highly livable, affordable housing and community-based projects for public benefit. We believe in providing architecture that is contextual, relevant, and forward-thinking for the benefit of our diverse nonprofit and institutional clients. Above all, we prioritize community and remain mindful of our impact within neighborhoods to foster a culture of housing inclusion, elevate the standard of living, and bring dignity to those who need it most.
For me, it's just like Don't worry about it.
But if for some reason,
I
we're
can.
thinking of those. That could become we're done now.
Thank you for your patience. We'll get started as soon as possible. We got 2 minutes. We are right at 1 o'clock. Thank you for your involvement in today's conference. And it is my pleasure to welcome to the people who are already on stage. We got Jenna, Melanie, Helmy, and Jason.
Is this, oh, now it's working. Okay, closer. Hi. Hello. Welcome to the after lunch panel. Thanks for coming back in. Yeah, right. I'm Jenna Hornstock. I'm a Deputy Director of Planning for Land Use at SCAG, which is the Southern California Association of Governments. I'm also a Los Angeles City Planning Commissioner, since we were talking today a little bit earlier about regulations. Yes. Oh, that's right. Okay. You're on Zoom all the time, eating your snacks. They're long meetings. I was really excited when Will called me up and asked me to think about a panel on solutions that work around housing and producing more housing. And in particular, I've been in the public sector for over 20 years now, always at the intersection of land use and housing, in particular, getting housing built on publicly owned land. And so I love to lift up innovative ways that the public sector shows up in these spaces. And I was inspired by a lot of what I heard in our last panel. So I'm going to try to lift up some of those ideas and kind of continue the conversation with our panel. And I loved hearing how government can be timid, because government can be timid, right? Government's not always allowed to fail. Like, we don't get to fail the way tech companies do. But I'm going to offer you that government can be bold, thus me wearing a bright pink suit for you today. Yeah. I have some comments. I thought it was apropos. So we're going to look at solutions that work. And I think another interesting thing is our last panel, we were looking kind of at the neighborhood scale. So this panel, we're going to take it up a notch and we're going to look at more regional solutions that work. But importantly, I think we decided to center this around a tool that some of these public sector solutions and efforts are centering on. And this is a tool developed in our private sector. So there's a bit of a partnership going on here. And I think importantly, again, lifting up some themes from our last panel, this tool is really focused on design testing, right? We heard about you need to design test things when you're developing solutions, and the government needs to do that. And this one actually also weaves in some economic feasibility in the work that it does. And importantly, the solutions that you're going to hear about in this tool are all really centered on the regulatory changes, right, that need to happen. How do we make this development by right, really, is where we want to get to make it easier. So I wanted to kind of tie together this panel. I was scribbling notes furiously in our last panel. We have a lot to cover in a really short amount of time. So I'm just going to briefly introduce our panelists. And the first one is going to be Jason King. He is Associate Director and Global Quantum Lead at IBI Group. And what's going to happen is he's actually going to give us an overview of the tool we're going to talk about, which is parametric modeling. Then we're going to hear about some of these public sector innovations going on, and then we're going to go back to seeing how the parametric modeling is actually working in those spaces. So I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
Is this one? Does this one? Okay, good. Okay, hi. So before we get into the work that we're doing with Melanie and Helmy using parametric modeling, I just want to give a overview or definition of what parametric design is, because we're going to be referencing it quite a bit. Okay, so my definition of parametric design, and the architects in the audience probably have seen how we use parametric modeling for buildings, but I'm going to talk about how we're using it for planning and kind of large scale decision making. So my definition, and I'll just pull out some keywords here, is that it's customizable, and that it's an algorithmic process and allows us to use a lot of data in order to make evidence-based decisions. And in that definition is the word algorithm, and I taught parametric modeling in architecture schools for about 15 years, and as soon as I would say algorithm, people's eyes would gloss over and just think they were in a math class and be scared, but it's just a process or a set of rules in order to reach some sort of goal. And the analogy that I use is that a recipe is an algorithm. And I think this is apt, especially when we're talking about cities, because it's really important to get two things right in a recipe. The first is, what are the ingredients? And then what do we do with those ingredients? And when we're looking at making decisions in the city, we have to make sure we're looking at the right data, right? If you put the wrong ingredients into sourdough bread, you're not going to get sourdough bread. And if you put the wrong data into a model looking at housing inequities, you're not going to get the right solution. So I think it's really important to frame it around the fact that there's the data, and then there's the logic behind what that data is doing.
All right. And now we're going to step back and we're going to.
I'm going to say quickly who you are. Maybe I should have done at the beginning. Or you can say who you so far. I'm taking it away. I don't need to womansplain you. Okay, so this is Melanie Smith. She's the Director of Regional Development for the Gateway Cities Council of Governments. And to frame out, we're moving from kind of the modeling idea to what are the inputs into the model. And so Melanie is going to talk about some of the regional planning work they're doing at the COG that are developing some of these inputs and using the modeling. I might just let you hand it to him.
Okay, thanks, Jenna. So let me situate you first in, Jenna mentioned that I'm at the Gateway Cities Council of Governments, and a lot of times when I say Gateway Cities or Council of Governments, people go, don't know what you're talking about. So councils of governments are sub-regional governments, voluntary joint powers authority, comprised of 27, in our case, 27 member cities and parts of unincorporated LA County. We are, a cluster of our small cities straddle the 710 freeway on the west, but we're like southeast of downtown Los Angeles. And we go to the county line on the southeast, over to the city of Whittier. We take in Long Beach, and it's, to the Pacific Ocean, and then we jump over to Avalon. So there's a lot of diverse kinds of different places within our subregion. We are, quite suburban in character, and then we have, tiny cities that have extremely dense, extreme population density. We've got over 2.1 million residents, but the vast majority of our residents are considered, identified as disadvantaged in some way. And this population density that we have, and you can see the red kind of blotches on the map. Those are the most dense areas of our subregion, and our population densities are like up to 23,000 persons per acre, approaching Manhattan densities. And we have then the associated housing cost burdens, overcrowding, prevalency. And also interesting to note, the subregion has been allocated over 76,000 units in the latest regional housing needs assessment, and so that's our cities are working right now on figuring out how they're going to accommodate that growth and plan for it. And I mentioned the freeway corridors, and the Port of Long Beach is also one of our members. This is a place that really has a legacy of environmental injustice. Suffers the weight, carries the weight of the goods movement that goes to the rest of the country through it. And so we've got pollution burden, and we've got health impacts at a incredible scale. Now, change is coming, to this area with the development of multiple transit corridors. The Metro's in planning for a number of them, both light rail and BRT, and we're going to talk specifically today, focus on the West Santa Ana branch. And work that I led at Metro. Jenna, when she was still at Metro, invited me there to lead production of a transit-oriented development strategic implementation plan for the West Santa Ana branch. This is something that Metro really had not had a chance previously, really or since, to lead, but to really find funding from the FTA for a plan that looks at the whole corridor and really thinks about planning for people to stay in this corridor. So it gave us the opportunity to really work with the cities in the corridor, there are 12 stations that are being planned, and 13 cities, at least, that you would consider corridor cities, and parts of unincorporated LA County. So the plan really provides a foundation for cities to leverage as they get into very detailed planning in their station areas. And so really, and an opportunity to think about all the stations, what they add up to, and then how each of the cities is really going to have its own place in the sun and its own vision of what we want to have happen in each of those corridors. But very importantly, I talked about this legacy of impacts, right? Environmental impacts on this community. So, and the vulnerable communities that are there, and the residents really want to think about planning for people to stay in the corridor. And I'll say that over and over. A little hard to see, but this is the corridor, running through the the entire subregion really diagonally. The number of stations that we're looking at, and you can see the warren of blue lines beneath the stations. Many of them have multiple jurisdictions actually within the station area. So, we think that planning and zoning are complex city by city. Try planning a station area that has 3 jurisdictions. It's certainly happened in LA before, but it's going to be a huge case. So we were able to agree with the communities a unified vision, and the plan has done a couple of other important things. In addition to establishing a vision, we sorted the stations into types, and I'll come back to that. And then we also developed a set of strategies that, again, are intended to provide a sort of a compendium of best practices in these 6 different areas that would give folks a lot of really good information and resources to use as they go ahead and do individual city by city planning, in station by station. So I'll just say that the station typologies, there's 5 of them, and these were derived, working with the consultants based on context, based on preferences of obviously of the cities, based on the market, a market study and economic conditions as well. And the station types really range, from a Main Street adjacent kind of place to a large scale redevelopment opportunity and industrial infill opportunities. So they're very quite diverse. And in every case, we were looking at planning for a mix of uses, appropriate densities to support transit, the mix of amenities and the kinds of amenities to really support to really support each of those communities. So the plan was completed in 2019, and many of the cities have jumped off, and they are starting to do more detailed, specific plan work in each of the station areas now. Some, some are, some aren't, but all of them are currently obviously working on their housing elements of their general plans for this 6th cycle. And so we wanted to bring another tool to the table to help our cities. We have been, the COG has been awarded, and all the subregions have been awarded a large tranche of housing related funding from the state, and we're undertaking a whole bunch of different projects with that. One of them is parametric modeling, and we're building a subregional model that our cities can use and employ with us to really look at what are the solutions that they're identifying in their housing elements, but then also look in an unconstrained way at sort of market-based solutions and evaluate, are they kind of over, are they under, what could they be doing, and what might the implications be of a variety of land use scenarios that they might look at as they go forward and do planning. So that's the snapshot look at the corridor.
We're going very fast because we don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to just draw a couple things kind of together on what Melanie shared. And again, I really enjoy bringing it back to what I heard in the last panel. First, you might notice that the map you saw of that transit line is one you also saw from Michael Anderson. So there's a lot of focus right now on that West Santa Ana branch light rail corridor and what's going to happen because this is, as Melanie noted, this is a low income community, primarily community of color that hasn't seen a lot of investment. And all of a sudden there's this huge transit infrastructure coming. So a lot of thinking going on at the neighborhood level, at the larger regional level about planning. But I just want to lift up again what Melanie noted. There was a conscious effort to do planning around how do we make development possible? How do we make it intentional? And even some of these strategies talk about governance structures. So the innovations here and the thinking is using the modeling to figure out the right land use planning and zoning to meet the goals that were set up through these processes, using state funding to do the regulatory land use planning to make it possible and by right. So I want to link kind of these ideas to things happening on the ground. And with that, we're going to learn about another kind of regional localized, well, more localized, but still regional scaling up approach, this one on developing publicly owned land. So I'm going to introduce Helmi Hisaric. She is a senior principal at Lasar Development Consulting, and she brings over 25 years in the public sector with a focus on affordable housing, economic development.
Can you hear me? Great, cool. Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Thank you, Jenna. Feel very privileged to be on this panel today. These are the thinkers that I get a lot of ideation. I ideate with and think a lot about scaling. And what I'm going to share with you is a strategy that we call at Lasar the scaling strategy. And to give you a little bit of context, I'll tell you how it came about. Prior to working at Lasar, so I've been with Lasar for a year and a half. It's a consulting firm that focuses on affordable housing and works primarily in California, consulting to cities and regions. But prior to that, for 25 years, I worked for the city of Los Angeles. I spent 10 years working as the director of the affordable housing program for the city. I signed the loans for 6,000 units of affordable housing. So I'm well versed in the affordable housing world. I was the deputy mayor under Antonio Villaraigosa for housing, and I also served in the redevelopment agency doing Hollywood turnaround. So I've been doing real estate forever in LA, and I'm a third generation Angelino, so this is my turf. What I'm not is an architect, and so I'm going to actually start my presentation by asking all of you to help think about how to make this, where does design fit into this strategy? I'm really technically bad. Oh, here we go. So the first, I think this is the most important slide. This is to help us understand the problem that we're facing in housing. What you see on the blue line is the RHNA numbers, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which I'm assuming you're a knowledgeable audience about urban planning and you know what the RHNA is. But basically looking back, this is for the city of LA. Looking backwards for the last 8 to 16 years, the estimated need for housing, I can't see that one. I'm going to turn. I'm going to stand because this is an important slide. The estimated need for affordable housing was in Los Angeles was estimated to be just about 8,000, 6,000 units roughly. And this is for very low, low, and moderate. So this doesn't include the above moderate component. So this is just what we think of as, sort of affordable. The red line, and then in the current RENA cycle, the new estimated need, which I think for the first time the planners got it right, the estimated need for housing in Los Angeles jumped up to 32,400 units a year. So we need to produce, 32,500. 32,500 units of affordable housing every single year in Los Angeles, at least for the next 8 years, according to the urban planning. The red line represents what we actually do. So now you can see that historically, we have not been able to even meet the old RENA numbers. And this is bumping up a little bit because of HHH. But how the heck are we going to increase by 2,200%? How are we going to deliver? We're currently producing under 3,000 units a year. How do we deliver 32,000 units? If we were to increase the tax base to do it the way we currently do it, we would need at least $3.2 billion a year in the city of LA locally. So that's not going to happen. Just guessing. Okay. Again, I don't know how to do this. Oh, there we go. So the idea we started to think about was could we use public land to scale up affordable housing? And could we build equity and sustainability into the process and into the outcomes? So this is a quick snapshot of the current process. Just basically, it's a boutique process. It's this is how we use public land, and this is how, frankly, I did it for 20 years in the city of LA, which is you identify a site. Usually the site's identified by a council member or by a neighborhood saying, hey, I think that parking lot would make a great housing site. We conduct an analysis, a site analysis, do a market study. We start to, I don't know all the pieces here. We issue a request for proposals. We select a developer. We get into negotiations. They start doing the site work and the entitlement work. City comes into a development agreement with the developer. Once we have that, then they compete for local subsidies in Los Angeles. Then they compete for state subsidies, and then they finally go into construction and occupancy. That process, by the way, takes 7 trips to City Council, and it takes at a minimum, going at the fastest clip with no problems, 4 years. And generally speaking, it takes about 8 years. Statewide, the average cost per unit is about $550,000 per unit for affordable housing, of which we're subsidizing, putting in the land, putting in about $140,000 in local subsidy and about $200,000 in tax credits. It's a good system in some ways. I mean, not a great system, but the tax credit system isn't bad. And I think there's lots of good in it. But the problem with this particular process of using public land is that it will never scale to the need that we just talked about. And the problems that there isn't just a lot of public land sitting around ready to be developed. Most public land is contaminated or has some other kind of infrastructure need that needs to be addressed. So the strategy that we call getting to scale basically involves 4 main ideas. First, marshal a lot of public land, in this case, 300 acres of public land, plan for 10,000 units, develop a scalable, replicable housing model, and create a housing infrastructure fund. And I should just have said, this is a strategy for 10,000 units, trying to do 10,000 units in a period of about 3 years. So it's not even, it's not the full need, it's just 10,000 units. And we need 30,000 a year. So it's a piece of a bigger puzzle. But how do we assemble land and why 300,000 units? I mean, why 300 acres? 300 acres assumes per unit, dwelling units per acre of 50 dwelling units per acre, which is probably could be low. I think if you found sites that had higher density, you could do less land. But we wanted to basically say, let's be realistic, because you're going to also have lower densities. In order to get 300 acres, you're not going to find one jurisdiction that has enough. So it's really a conversation with multiple jurisdictions, with cities, with counties, with state, with the federal government, with the donated land, with Metro, with LAUSD, it's community college districts. There's a lot of partners or people, entities in the government system that have public land. And then we call Jason and say, can we use technology to analyze this land, these land opportunities? to find the best sites. So this goes into using technology. The next step in this strategy is to use technology to plan for 10,000 sites. And instead of asking the question, in the public sector, we almost always ask the question, well, which land is surplus? Which land does the community want? What I would say is that we need to switch the question around to, if we wanted to put 10,000 units up, what's the best place to put it? And can we use technology to figure that out? So the idea is to use parametric modeling, which allows us to put community input into the process. And basically the public sector take a very front-end approach to clearing and entitling the land that we think is the right land for housing. So taking the risk out of the land so that we're not putting that on the backs of the developers. This is another slide that kind of just talks a little bit about what parametric modeling allows you to do in the site selection process. I'm going to skip this because you're going to talk about it. The next piece of the puzzle is designing a scalable housing model. This is a modular site in Berkeley. The idea of modularity, of using modular housing, has been talked about a lot in affordable housing, but I was looking at the tax credit. I told you I signed all those loans, and I was looking at modular housing and stick-built housing, and they were coming in exactly the same price. There was no differential, and I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. Why not? And so I started to do some research, and basically what I found is that, a modular housing is a manufacturing process, and the only way to really get economies of scale in manufacturing is to do a lot of the same unit over and over. And so I started to think, well, our system, our financing system and tax credits is set up at 50 units, 75 units, has a preferential size. And so you're basically building lots of small projects on lots of individual pieces of land. And the idea here is the public sector needs to start using its purchasing power to buy lots of units from the same system. Not necessarily one manufacturer, could be multiple, but the idea is to sort of create a continuous flow of housing that's being developed. Using the technology within modular development could be panelized, could be the idea is offsite development is in running 24 hours a day, is also using technology to do rapid permit processing. It can be very environmentally sustainable. How do you make it good design? That's a question I'm going to just leave on the table for you all to think about. The other piece of this strategy is a mixed income approach. We currently have a system that totally focuses on affordable housing and homelessness, which is extremely important, but it doesn't allow us to leverage financing very effectively. So the strategy we're talking about here is 10,000 units that are a mix of incomes. 45% of the incomes are at or below, are what we would call deeply affordable, sort of from homeless housing to 60% of the area median, so a low income household. And then the other 45% would be moderate, lower and moderate income households. So the idea is that you're actually, we don't currently subsidize housing that's over 60 to 80% of AMI. That's usually our cap. The idea is here to go to 120 to 150 to go a higher income, so that you're actually cross-subsidizing over the course of over 10,000 units, at a minimum over 1,000 units. There's a discussion about prevailing wage. I think way too much focus gets, blame gets put on prevailing wage. I actually think prevailing wage is a good thing. And economies all over the world, I'm looking closely at Vienna. Everybody's paid a good wage in construction. So I think that's not the right place to put blame, but I do think on cost. I don't think that's the only driver of cost, is what I'm saying. But I do think the idea here is to think about, when you go into a manufacturing environment that has a whole different kind of a labor approach, is how do you create good jobs? How do you, how do you determine the job creation potential? Could we create a local hire strategy? Could we create a job training strategy? Could we do something that actually became a job creator? Imagine for a minute, if we were producing 10,000 units a year in Los Angeles through manufacturing, how many jobs that would create, and what an opportunity we would have for jobs, good jobs, with healthcare and, go on, next slide. Lastly is putting together an infrastructure fund, thinking about the infrastructure that's needed to solve for the land. This is where the subsidy would come in at about $50,000 per unit, so a $500 million infrastructure fund to address all the needs you need before you develop on the land. So it's essentially about making 300 acres available for 10,000 units, issuing RFPs at 1,000 units at a time, and using a scalable strategy with infrastructure funding. That's it. Thanks.
I love it. All right. So yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I just, we're going to turn it over now to see this parametric modeling tool in action. But again, we see two ways that I think the public sector is thinking about being bold, clearing the hurdle to deliver more housing. And I think I'm excited to see how Jason's been working with both of these different entities and a few others. So he's going to show us some examples of how the modeling is working.
Yeah, so I'll talk about a couple of works in progress. We have one with Melanie and one with Helmy in the Gateway Cities COG and then the San Gabriel Valley COG. That we're just getting started. So I'm going to talk about our approach to these things and then show you 3 examples of work we've done elsewhere that utilize these same principles. So the first thing to reiterate is I mentioned that these are custom models that we're building, then we need that recipe. When I start working with Helmy or I start working with Melanie or any client, it's a blank canvas. So we have to build all of that logic from scratch. So what you just saw from with them is the recipe that we decide, how do we build a model that addresses these things? And so the first part I'll talk about is the parametric land use scenarios that we're doing in the Gateway Cities COG. And what we're doing is basically taking the work that was done in the Todd SIP that says, here are the station locations, here are the types of each of these different stations. And those kind of have a flavor, right? They might be a main street, they might be industrial infill. And there's some like guidance behind what that is. What we do is take that and say, okay, if we're doing industrial infill, we have to find these infill sites. What are the best sites there? We have what different types of programs are we adding there to make this a new community? And our model can then look at every single parcel in this TOD zone and assess which ones are the most feasible and what should go there. So you see here, we're just looking at some different scenarios. And then in the San Gabriel Valley, we're taking the same kind of approach where we're looking at every single parcel in the San Gabriel Valley COG and saying, is it flat? How big is it? Is it an opportunity zone? We have like 20 different criteria that we're looking at, and each of those gets weighted, and then we can rank 30, 50,000 parcels from best to worst in real time. And we can change all of those inputs. So when we're working with outside stakeholders or when we're doing community engagement, we can say, if we're only looking at equity, let's turn that all the way up and see how that affects the overall model. And I've got a few examples that we'll go into now that show how we've applied these. So the first is, this was a TOD project we did in Toronto, where we're looking, this was for the public side. We're going to have this big capital expense of building a station. Where's the best place to build that? So where has the current fabric that can support some development, but it has the infrastructure and amenities to support building a station here? So once we get that written, we can look at anywhere along that line and see where the best place might be. And then what we're seeing happen is we're saying, because everything's variable, right? So if the station costs $35 million and we want to pay that back in 30 years, what do we need to build in order to recoup that cash from the levies on commercial and residential construction? And then we have who owns the parcels, what the assessed value is, what it's zoned for, all of that. So we can really quickly try a lot of different scenarios. And then feedback, we have all of the metrics coming out of that. How many units is it creating? How much leasable commercial square footage is it creating? How much revenue is it creating? On and on. And again, once the recipe's written, we can take that point, put it anywhere, and get instant feedback. Next project is a housing plan we did for Redmond, Washington, where they needed to locate parcels to build 18,000 housing units. I think it was in 10 years. And so we put all of this criteria in. Is it near transit? Is it flat? Is it in an environmentally hazardous zone? All of those things. Sometimes it's just a binary where it's out or it's in, and sometimes it gets a weight. So we get a kind of like an index of all these different criteria that then rank every parcel. And this project was important because it was the first project we did during COVID. So our engagement strategy was throwing out the window on day one. So we built this web-based parametric tool that allowed us to send this link to everyone in Redmond whose email they had. And then we could get their feedback saying, where do you want density? How much, like, where should we put high rise? Where should we put mid rise? Where should we put townhomes? And we actually got like 6,800 responses. So it really gave us a more broad section of public opinion that we used as both a driver in our model. So it was actually saying, if public sentiment says put high rises here, they would move to where public sentiment said. And and then importantly, we also used it to kind of like gauge congruency with public sentiment. So our final model, we could say, how congruent is that with what people wanted? And then also importantly, we did a market study with a firm called Echo Northwest that said, in this area and on this parcel, this market type will work, right? Traditional apartment, townhome, mid-rise, mixed use, high rise. So we could then, we've got 50,000 parcels ranked from best to worst. We associate all those with a market type, and we could say, here's your housing plan. This specific parcel with this APN, you want to build this. This one build this. This one build this. And then that gave us back the plan visually, and also the spreadsheet of parcels. Also gave us walkability. It gave us congruency with public sentiment. It told us how many parcels were in opportunity zones, all of that. And we get that feedback in real time. And then finally, we did some work in Cleveland and Detroit, both cities that have had weird growth and shrink patterns over the past 10 years. There's also a lot of internal movement, so there's a lot of uncertainty. And this was for a private client who owns like half of the parcels in the CBDs of both of those places. And what they wanted to know is, how can we get the highest and best use out of the properties we own, and how can we be a catalyst for growth? So we pitched them, I know it's kind of a buzzword, we pitched them the idea of the 15-minute city, which is really just a amenity-rich, walkable, dense community built around transit. And we used that as our guiding principle for this model. So the first thing we did was look at, how much is this going to grow? And because this is all variable, we can look at really aggressive growth, or we can look at conservative growth. So we need to get the number of people that are going to be living in this community in the future. Then we looked at optimal 15-minute cities. So what amenities exist in the optimal walkable 15-minute cities, and how many people live there, so we can per capitize. You need this many grocery stores, you need this many veterinarians, this many restaurants, this many bars, this many music venues per capita. Then we look at the delta between what's already on the ground and what's optimal. Then we do the thing you've seen in the other projects, where we rank every parcel, which one's most suitable for development. Then we look at, where do we want densities? We might want little pockets of density, or we might want to gradiate density away from the water back inland. And then finally, we take those two studies and say, where should things go? We want grocery stores to be near residential. We want restaurants to be near office. We want entertainment along the water. We want to cluster entertainment to create an entertainment district. All of that then gives us our final plan, where we say, here are the parcels you should use. In the area, you're going to build this much residential, this much commercial, this much entertainment. And we had that broken down pretty granularly by amenity. We could also tell them, because we worked with their leasing team, what the potential revenue would be of that plan. So that helped us phase it. So we want to build this first. That will pay for this phase 2. That will pay for this phase 3. And we got down to saying, on this parcel, you should build a 13-story tower with 4 stories of retail and hotels on top of that. We also had built into this parking, we had built into this open space, we had built into this minimum maximum FARs, all of that. So we could really like iterate through a lot of potential scenarios to optimize for what we thought was the best solution. And then here are just some metrics that came out of that. The percentage of each type in different scenarios. So this is 4% growth over 30 years. And then here are some quick mock-up renderings of what that looks like in Cleveland along the river that used to catch on fire. So thank you.
Hey. So we we're a little shorter this panel. I think we only have maximum about 10 more minutes. So I want you all to be able to ask questions. But one more thing I wanted to do is a couple folks here I hadn't seen in a while said, "Oh, what are you doing at SCAG? I can't wait to hear." And I was like, "Oh, I wasn't going to talk about that." But I do. So I want to draw a little connection to some of the things happening at SCAG, and again, kind of bring out how this work is actually going to show up, hopefully in the communities that you all work in. So first off, as Melanie noted in her slide, a lot of the land use planning work that's happening right now is focused on getting cities to do their housing elements, and then importantly, getting them to do the land use planning and rezoning that they promised to do in their housing elements. And it's a much more difficult political nuanced conversation, but just know that with housing elements, which are already overdue, but mostly in Southern California will be done hopefully by October, cities and counties are going to have about 3.5 years to get all of the rezoning that they promised to get done. So major rezoning is going to be happening. And if not, the state has put a lot of screws. They're turning the screws on cities with all kinds of threats, and there will be lawsuits, there will be challenges, but just know that rezoning is happening. So I want the importance of these tools and this kind of thinking is important because we want that rezoning to be rooted in reality. Like, is it going to work? Are you doing it with design thinking and feasibility thinking? And SCAG is funding a lot of this because we have a lot of money flowing from the state to us. So we funded some of the initial work that Melanie talked about, where we have another grant. We have $250 million being formula allocated to us through a new program. And we're doing a lot of outreach right now to develop those programs, and tying into what Helmi was talking about. We also want to lift up a technical assistance program to help public agencies. And I'm also kind of thinking institutions, healthcare. We heard earlier about school districts, that's public agencies, but healthcare institutions, universities. We want to help them, teach them, give them technical assistance to put their land out to development at scale. So the reason I'm interested here is because we're sitting on a lot of money and we're funding the land use planning, and we also want to help cities do this work to get their land developed. So just wanted to tie in that this is real. I mean, it'll take probably longer than we all want, but the work's happening. So with that, I want to open it up. If there's any questions, we have a few more minutes. Oh, there, hi. I think you come up here, Mike.
For the parametric modeling, can you model in racial inequities and desegregation and dispersion, things that we have to do at a micro scale? But so that's my question.
Can you hear me without holding my phone? I feel weird holding a microphone. You can. The first thing is always, does that data exist, or are there analogs for that data? So we always have to look for that. But we're actually starting to do some thinking around AFFH modeling, so affirmatively furthering fair housing. Yeah, and there's great data with regard to racial inequities and dispersion and things like that we're starting to look at, and we're bringing a machine learning to that, because that's really important to understand. Not just like, here's what the data says, but what are those independent variables? What influence those independent variables have on each other, and which ones are important, and which ones, if we change, actually have some sort of impact, right? And then we've done, just on building equity into modeling, we've done quite a few projects with Metro where that was front and center, where we had to have equity as an important criteria or parameter in the model. And that became really clear when we looked at the Vermont corridor BRT study, and also future conversion study, where that had 3 very different areas, right? The kind of Hollywood area, then USC, and then South LA. And we found right away that, like, the way we were running our model, it just said, do everything in the north. Like, just do those 6 stations in the north. And we thought, well, that's something's wrong, right? And if you're only looking at the data the way that, like, communities that have been underserved or unserved, you're not going to have the data that shows you that this is the solution. So you have to not only have the data to look at, you have to make sure you're looking at the data correctly too. And I could go into this much deeper, but it is something we can do, and it's something we're incorporating in all the modeling we're doing now.
I just want to add a thought about this, because again, the modeling is a tool, and the way I think about it with my public sector brain, which make of that what you want, is in these housing elements that I mentioned that are getting done. Part of the reason so many of them are late is the state created a whole new set of requirements around affirmatively furthering fair housing, AFFH, and a whole lot of analysis. So housing elements that are going to be the roadmaps to where a city is going to deliver housing are saying where housing needs to be to meet a range of equity goals. And some of it's going to be make investments in lower income communities that have been disinvested and need more affordable housing and need stability. And some are going to be put housing in higher opportunity areas where there isn't enough affordable housing. So the good news is on the front end, on the inputs that go, but before someone decides to hire, Jason to do parametric modeling, the cities or the public agencies should be going in saying, we've identified these areas for investment and we need your tool to help us figure out how to do it. But there is front end thinking on the public sector side, already thinking about where does the housing go and how do we need to structure those investments to protect communities, but also create greater opportunities. So I hope that makes sense. It's not just the model's job to figure that out. It's when you go into the model and you identify the areas for investment that's being driven by those considerations.
And we're going to be looking at that sub-regionally. That's why we're taking this on at the COG. So we're going to be compositing because, everybody does their housing element in isolation, right? So each city is looking at their own issue, but you saw how the cities cluster and are tiny and nestled against each other. So like if there's an opportunity area that folks are needing to be flowing housing into, it's going to be right up against another city, and we just want folks to have the full picture of like what are we trying to achieve in the whole subregion. What is that going to look like?
Question? And yeah, go for it.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure in your computational model you analyzed that, but in general, especially with the 10,000 units example, are you looking into only ground up housing, or are you also analyzing using the existing building stock or transforming office into housing?
So in the 15-minute city model, we explicitly were looking at using existing buildings first, and we could find like information if they were vacant, and luckily our client owned a lot of them, so we knew what they were being used for now, and then if they were able to be easily repurposed. In the Redmond example, we're just looking at land, and we're prioritizing land that's vacant, we're prioritizing land that's publicly owned, and kind of the first step towards the least friction to building housing. There's, as Jenna said, there's work that's done in the front end before it goes to the model. There's also, like, as someone who does this for a living, I would never advocate for saying, okay, model's done, Command P, go build it, right? There's a lot of like analysis that has to be done afterwards, and there's a lot of stuff that you just can't model, because the data doesn't exist, or it doesn't, like. I did similar work in Asheville, North Carolina, and this one parcel kept coming up. It's like, this is the best one, this is the best one. And then when we showed it to the client, they said, it's a family trust, it's a crazy family, they don't even talk to each other, you're never gonna get it. And there's not a crazy family shapefile that I can download to use in a model. So you have to kind of just like know that stuff or do it after what the model gets you to.
You asked about the 10,000 unit strategy. So that strategy was primarily focused on, was totally focused on public land. So by definition is not residential, currently residential. But as I mentioned, there were, we need 30,000 units, 35,000, whatever, 30,000 units a year. You need multiple strategies. And I actually think a strategy using the same basic conceptual model, you could apply that to a rehab program that could be citywide. I'm currently focusing a lot on the study of social housing in Vienna. And Vienna has a soft density program that is just, amazing. And I think having a gentle urban density strategy around existing buildings that also is coupled with a sustainability strategy would be an incredibly good thing to do. And I think you could absolutely use technology to sort of zero in on where you're going to have the biggest impact, both in terms of creating new units as well as creating more sustainability. Yeah.
Well, I think it's something we're really looking at, right? Is looking at how you serve all this new housing with infrastructure.
I think we have to end, but I will end it on a mini commercial. Sometime in early 23, SCAB will be hosting an industry forum, and we're going to be focused on how to do larger scale systems level investments in wet and dry utilities that support housing development. So the premise being, housing elements are telling us where 1.3 million units of housing are going to go in Southern California. How do we do that front end work that Helmy mentioned, that whatever it is, that investment upfront in the utilities, instead of it being project by project when the poor architect goes into DWP and gets told you have to spend $1 million upgrading a transformer. We don't want that to happen. So how do we think about systems level investment? So please, I'm going to make sure AIA knows when we're having this forum, and we will welcome you to bring your ideas. But other than that, I want to thank our panel and thank you all for having us today.
Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Lynn, Paul, and Charles. Now for something completely different.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first, let me introduce myself. I'm Lynn Catano. I'm the Director of Housing Investment and Finance at the LA County Development Authority. And for those of you unfamiliar with us, we are part of the county family, but an independent agency and not an actual county department. Formerly, we were known as the Community Development Commission of the County of Los Angeles, and we are responsible for the housing authority, affordable housing, and community development functions for the county. So our agency's wide-ranging programs benefit the unincorporated LA County and some of the incorporated counties that participate in our programs. So in 2018, the LA County Homeless Initiative developed the Housing Innovation Challenge to identify new scalable housing solutions for those experiencing homelessness using $4.5 million in Measure H funds. So the competitive solicitation encouraged nonprofit, for-profit, and government organizations to share their creative development or financial models to expand permanent housing options for our most vulnerable residents. Evaluated by an extensive committee of industry experts, LifeArc was one of the 5 projects selected and awarded a maximum amount of $1 million. So this is going to be a complete flip from what you just heard. So we're talking a really small scale, actual constructed project. So with that brief background, let me introduce the inspirational team behind the innovation we now know as LifeArc. Charles Wee, thank you, is the inventor and CEO of LifeArc. With a BA and MA in architecture from UCLA, he has over 35 years of architecture and urban planning experience. He is also the president of GDS Architects, an international firm specializing in high-rise residential and office buildings and transportation projects. Charles worked for DMJM, a part of AECOM, before co-founding AJLA. Can you get any more acronyms in here? As one of the most prominent American architectural firms doing work in Asia. And Paul Cho joined LifeArc as CFO after serving as the COO, CFO of Illumination Foundation, a nonprofit he co-founded to provide housing and healthcare to the homeless. He also manages Illumination Housing LLC, a social impact investment fund established to accelerate homeless housing solutions. So prior to his nonprofit work, he was an investment banker with Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch for 16 years. So you can see what a diverse background these gentlemen have and ended up where they are now. I find it really interesting. The LACDA's involvement was we are administering the project funding and overseeing the project management on behalf of the county. And that's how we were so fortunate to get involved with this project. So I'm going to go through and ask these gentlemen some questions to give you some background onto this really innovative project. So LifeArc's mission is to create safe, sustainable, and affordable homes for people living in low-income, marginalized communities around the world. Charles, can you share with us what the initial inspiration was for LifeArc?
Yes, thank you, Lynn, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. You're going to see some slides that looks really strange. That why is this kind of picture up here? I've been an architect for 35 years, and you know, Lynn saying that I'm an inventor, I think that is an amazing thing that I can kind of, not too many architects actually get a chance to invent something and patent something, but you know, I feel very fortunate that I had the chance to be able to do that. So my career as architect actually took a kind of strange turn about 7 years ago. This is some photographs of where my cousin is working with the indigenous people in Peru and Brazil and Colombia is where the three countries meet. There's a small island called Santa Rosa. I just happened to visit him, and it's along the Amazon River. And I saw the kind of poverty that, you know, it exists everywhere, but it was extreme poverty. And this extreme poverty was caused by flooding. That was so flooding. And you know, I've been on the Asian kind of high-rise and design competition bandwagon for 15, 20 years, and I really got sick of doing that. And I really just had this kind of, you know, awakening moment as an architect, and just I wasn't trying to save the world or you know come up with something that's you know some savior for mankind. It was just like, okay, my cousin. This guy has been here for 15 years working with these people, and I see this poverty because of water. And I just simply, as my engineering kind of an architecture mind said, you know, I want to come up with something that the housing for these people that get pushed out to the banks of the river by the government, because that's basically the least desirable, you know, place. And you know, some parts of Amazon is like a mile wide, and so I decided to try to come up with a floating housing system. I've always been an admirer of you know things that repeat itself. That's you know I was really influenced back in the 80s when I was in school by the metabolist movement of Japan, Japanese architects, and so I said, okay, let me come up with something that can actually float on water, that can actually be mass produced and readily deployable, and that was and it has to be a resilient kind of housing for these people. We can go to, and then another kind of a strange turn of event, and this was just a photograph that I saw of the aftermath of Tohoku earthquake and the tsunami that followed in Japan. And I'm just looking at this picture, and as you can see, the entire cities were decimated and got swept out into the ocean. And I'm looking at this photograph, and I see these little blue and yellow dots. And I'm trying to figure out what are those things. And I, finally figure out that those things are rotationally molded plastic boxes or water tanks that basically are the only thing that actually survived this tsunami. And that's what basically kind of gave me the inspiration to come up with something. If it can actually survive a tsunami, I think that would be a good, and it can float on water, then it can really become a good house.
LifeArc's innovative housing solution can be used in areas prone to flooding, but also as disaster relief and homeless housing. Paul, can you share a little bit about your work with the Illumination Foundation and how in partnership, Illumination Foundation and LifeArc have opened their first pilot permanent supportive housing project?
When I had my own personal epiphany a bit earlier than Charles, left Wall Street in search of meaning, and I started a homeless nonprofit. We really learned a lot about, or I personally learned a lot about the homeless, particularly working with the most vulnerable. We started the recuperative care program in Orange County. Now we are a big provider here in LA County as well. But particularly in working with the medically vulnerable homeless, one of the things our staff did a great job in providing all of the supportive services to get them on that road to recovery. But when it came time to placing them into housing, that's where, as we know, that's where the bottleneck was. So we really try to figure, okay, how do we come up with additional housing inventory that is readily available for the most vulnerable population we work with? There was this one gentleman that we took off the street, a Marine veteran. He lived on the street for like 15 years. We got him into a one-bedroom apartment. We thought he was set because he was in his own housing. But pretty soon, actually, he started falling into depression. He started going back out into the street because he longed for that community. Even in the street, he actually had that community. Whereas when he moved into his own apartment, there was the issue of social isolation. I grew up in a home that had that, home sweet home sign on the wall. And when I think of what is a home, it's that roof over your head, but it's also your family. It's that community, which is such an important part of that, the permanent, I guess, sustainable housing solution for the homeless. So we started working on what we call micro communities, where it's not just the housing, but it's how do we create a community? And this is a Design for Dignity conference. This is where we really worked with Charles to come up with a design that was very appropriate for the homeless. So when we applied for the LA County Homeless Housing Innovation Challenge together with LifeArc, we purposely designed a housing using the LifeArc modulars specifically for the population. So our award-winning project is now in El Monte. It's the first project. We say it's the first fully certified and permitted plastic housing in the world. In that we had to go through all of the appropriate testing procedures, all of the permitting process. It is now a factory-built housing modular program under the California HCD program. So we have over 20 plans that have been pre-approved. So our El Monte project was a proof of concept project. We wanted to prove that you can truly build housing with plastic. In fact, Lynn, as the director of LACTA, which is administering the project, when she first came to visit the construction as it was going on, she said she came expecting to see glorified tough sheds since it's all plastic. But she is a proof of a person who had a lot of doubts about plastic, but once they come and see, touch, and feel the final product, they go away believers and really jump on our bandwagon to try to produce more of this type of housing. And the total project cost of this was $3.6 million. It has 18 units plus the property manager's unit. So we're talking about $190,000 per unit for this permanent supportive housing, as opposed to the close to $600,000 median cost of the Prop HHH funded housing. The panel before us threw out that figure of LA City requiring, I think, 32,500 affordable housing that's needed annually. If you did that at $600,000 per unit, I did just simple math, and that's $20 billion a year you would need annually just for the affordable housing portion, which obviously is not possible. So doing it with a much more affordable housing, but designing it in such a way that's appropriate for the housing as well, for the population that's going to use it, is also very important. So these are some of the pictures of the project in El Monte. This is our what we call our first version of our LifeArc modular housing. But as you can see, on the top left, you see that very large common area. That particular building has 12 units. So it houses 12 individuals who have their own, within their own studio, have their own bed and their own private bathroom, but there's a very large common area that they can come out and share together. And that's really where community building happens. And it's been open since April, and we're already seeing the residents who have moved in becoming really successful, bonding together and creating that community, which is their safety net going forward. And this is a picture of, and the LifeArc modules, currently we have over 20 floor plans that have been approved as factory built housing by HCD. We also actually have shelter models and interim housing that have been approved as housing models by HCD as well. And this is a concept of what a shelter, emergency shelter would look like using the LifeArc modules. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just explain. Okay, this is the rotomolding process that I mentioned. So it's just a time lapse of how each one of the 8x8 cube gets assembled by a simple forklift. You know, it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to assemble one. And basically each cube takes 10 different rotomolded parts, but it's actually only 3 different parts. And this is a time lapse of our 3,600 square foot, 12 bedroom congregate housing unit. And it's kind of skipping, but you can see that it basically very simple to assemble. And like Paul mentioned, the key was to be able to get certification of this material called plastic. It's not just a regular plastic, plastic with a lot of, it's a polymer with a lot of chemistry that'll allow the fire life safety and structural integrity. It was a very hard work for almost 3 years of going through all the certification and testing of the plastic polymer itself. But once we were completed, now we're actually certified under IAPMO as their UE Uniform Evaluation Service. And so the material is completely certified. Basically, it has 12, you can go back to that one. You can go, it's a kit of part system, obviously, right? So then there's 6 primary parts and there's 6 subparts. And basically all of these are rotomolded, and it's just different ways of assembling. So this is a picture of a project we're doing for City of Riverside right now. Actually, it's a 2-story, it's stacked. And then we can actually create different types of facades just using different kind of kit of part components. Creating a little more depth and, you know, kind of adding cladding, adding some, you know, facade treatment that allows it to have a little more character. That's one of the things that usually cities are concerned about. Okay, this plastic housing, how are you aesthetically integrating this into the neighborhood? And, you know, so we have quite a few design that's already been approved by the HCD that we have a set. I think the kind of the recent breakthrough, we're continuing to do R&D right now. And about a month ago, we were able to get IAPMO to certify us to allow 30%, up to 30% of PCR, which is a plastic, post-consumer recycled plastic. So now we're able to use up to 30% of PCR into our base formulation, which is actually a very big deal for us. I mean, we didn't start out by, you know, thinking, okay, we're gonna, you know, clean the, you know, the planet or ocean plastic trash, but now we're really able to source the plastic from. We're actually getting all our PCR from Malaysia, Southeast Asia. That's where a lot of the plastic trashes are actually ending up. And so we're using 30% of PCR into our, so example, the El Monte project we just finished, That's about 200,000 pounds total, the whole, which is very light. But then 30% of that would be 60,000 pound of PCR that we can use, which equates to, and that's the PE bottles and the polyethylene bags, the shopping bags, equates to almost 3 million of the shopping bags that we really want to contribute to the saving of the planet and all the and by the way, I don't think we mentioned, so the reason why we started in the Amazon, and I mentioned about the floating, so every aspect of the design of LifeArc actually started because I wanted it to be a floating house. And so this rotomolding is a particular type of manufacturing method that's probably the lowest technology molding process compared to, let's say, injection molding that stamps out cars, car parts, and yeah, you can maybe go to the last slide, and you can see that it's actually a rotationally molded shell that is actually filled with polyurethane foam. And it's basically built just like your cooler, so that the kind of thermal, the value that we get an average from our roof and our walls and even floor, we're getting averaged almost R40. So what that allows is it actually really is cool inside, even if outside is really hot. So there's a lot of benefit to this rotomolded material. It was just such a hard thing to try to get the structural engineering to work for it to allow up to 2 stories, and we're actually working with the 3-story engineering right now to create basically a moment frame plastic box. And so that's where we are right now. And we're our main focus right now is to scale the manufacturing up. So our main manufacturing, the rotomolding factory, is in Madera, California, Central California. So we're actually in the process of expanding the manufacturing to about 5 times of what we have been producing, and so hopefully we'll be able to, really get the modules out there.
Thank you, Charles. So he covered all my moderated questions, which I kind of knew he would do because he has so much to contribute to this conversation. But is there anything else you'd like to add about what the future for LifeArc is?
Well, one real kind of exciting, we were contacted by FEMA just recently. So we had a meeting with FEMA about 2 weeks ago. And when they actually saw and we actually have a prototype of a floating modules in our kind of prototyping studio. We're in Duarte. And so they're very interested in looking at LifeArc modules, the floating modules. So all we have to do is basically interchange the bottom, the floor part with the hull, which is exactly same rotomolded part that just gets exchanged. Everything above is exactly the same. So we're actually talking to FEMA. That is really my original kind of vision and dream, to be able to use LifeArc as like a disaster relief or refugee housing in different parts of the world.
Thank you. So do you have any questions that we can take now for either Paul or Charles? Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for sharing your story. It's an amazing solution, especially for people transitioning off the streets or for an emergency relief. My question is in regards to sustainability. Affordable housing, we always want to address equity. We always want to address the indoor quality, health, all those. Can you share a little bit more about the sustainability aspects and design for your solution?
Yes. Yeah, let me just start by the choice of rotomolding, which I really believe is it was a kind of breakthrough in terms of what we wanted to accomplish. That just by accidentally, we discovered this rotational molding factory is ubiquitous in the world. It's basically everywhere in the developing countries, especially in the developing countries, because this rotomolding factory is there because they create large water tanks. And so the water tanks, which are needed by everywhere, and so we chose rotomolding, and the reason that rotomolding also allows us to use the local labor and locally, plastic source is actually everywhere, and so we don't need to create our own factory, and so the rotomolding factories actually can start to manufacture life arc parts just by allowing us to transfer the technology and the assembly manual and the mold, the master mold. And the master mold for a set of life arc part is about $1.5 million to $2 million. And to answer your question about sustainability, HDPE, which is one of the most readily available and material in plastic, and it's a very inexpensive, and it's a very surprisingly special material. I mean, HDPE, that's everywhere in our kitchens. We use it for our food, our water bottles. So the ability for this polyethylene material to be able to, I mean, it's actually creating us a R value of 40, allows us not to even really need an air conditioning inside. We just need some, air movements, and it's recyclable at the end of its life cycle. And the polyethylene is something we know. I mean, if it's actually a plastic part that actually stays in the landfill or ocean for 100 years, right? Most of our infrastructure is actually our main water pipes are actually HDPE, and they've been under there for 100 years. So there's a lot of benefit of being able to use this HDPE as the primary material. We're just it's like people think it's porta potties, and which porta potties, it's the greatest invention, and I think there's a lot of architects in this room. I think we all agree that we cannot continue to just build the same way we've been building for the last 1,000 years. It's just another way to be able to now make housing just mold it and pump it out, just like we're pumping out car parts or iPhone cases, right? We cannot continue to just use wood and plastic and wood and steel and concrete forever. So it was just another way of really looking at a different way of using material and method to build housing.
Good question. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question real quick. Thank you. Well, appreciate. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Helmi. Yes.
I just wanted to ask what you learned from your experience working with LA County, and also Lynn, what did you learn in the process of managing this innovation program?
I mean, we talk about innovation, and we often think that it's just, we don't equate it with how government operates, because obviously, we just see it as, in fact, there were many discussions earlier this morning about how the reason why a lot of the affordable housing projects take 3 to 7 years is because of that very convoluted, not only the funding process, but also all of the approval process with the going through the government. But I think one of the benefits that we saw in this particular housing innovation challenge was that we got that $1 million grant. It was administered by LACTA. But it was in a very different way from other projects that gets administered using public funds. It was Measure H funds, but it was surprisingly, very flexible in how we spent that money. So that's where we were able to use that money to purchase the land in El Monte and really start our project right away. We had this thing called COVID that sort of forced us to stretch that project out a bit. But definitely, I think that this was, and I've worked on many different types of government-funded programs. I would say this was more like a grant as opposed to other source of public funding, which made it much more flexible for us.
Since you're putting me on the spot. Yeah, when I first heard who was awarded the projects, like I said, there were 5 different projects, and I got to meet the team. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what do we got ourselves into here? And I'll never live down the statement of the fact that I did envision a glorified tough shed, right? They're talking extruded plastics and people are going to live in this. And I'm thinking a really big glorified tough shed. But once I realized, okay, they're really passionate about what they're doing. They've got the science behind it. They've got the architectural experience. I really embraced it. And I think my whole team did. We have project managers that worked with them. Everybody came away so excited about seeing this actually come to fruition. And when we actually had the grand opening with the Supervisor Solis there, it was really exciting for everybody to actually see something that you could never imagine before. We talk about shipping containers, we talk about modulars, but whoever talks about plastic? And to actually see the beautiful completed project and how the shared housing model, like they expressed, would enable these homeless individuals to form a family. And I think they've been very successful in that. We've heard individual stories of the one woman that lived in Azusa Canyon for 15 years, finally came out of there to live in this environment and how happy she is and what she's contributing to the whole family setting. So, I mean, that's why we do these things, and it's exciting, and it's taught me to be more open-minded when I hear innovation. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Lynn, and thank you for everything you do for the County of Los Angeles. It is my pleasure to welcome Gio and Woodrow to the stage. Gio is with Abode Communities, our presenting sponsor.
Can you guys hear me? Right. Thank you.
All right.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, you have it. Thank you, Noel. Good afternoon. Thanks for sticking around. I'm Gio Aliano, Senior Vice President of Abode Communities and Principal Architect of the Architecture Studio. For 7 years, AIA Design for Dignity has been pulling us together for this event to really talk about important things that are happening in our community. And I'm really thrilled to be here today. I have a special guest with me, all the way from Washington, D.C. And together we're going to talk to you about a very special project that's happening in Los Angeles right now. I did want to be upfront about something to make sure that I meet your expectations. And that is that the talk that we're going to have today is not solely about housing. The story we're going to tell you today is really about the impact of neighborhood blight. And the story that we're going to tell you is how we can be creative in community design and planning so that minority and underserved communities can actually thrive and grow and have sustainable future, an equitable future in underserved communities. So with that, what I was going to do is actually start the conversation by going back 30 years to the civil unrest of 1992, which, as you remember, happened right here in our own city.
Let's find out from Captain Ron, is this the same neighborhood or where are we right now, Ron?
It's actually Manchester and Vermont, and this is where we have the two largest fires burning at this time.
All they're doing is telling us black kids and everybody that's minorities that our life isn't worth anything.
This is our job. It's burnt up. It's unnecessary.
This is hitting you very hard.
Yeah, I thought I was strong enough.
Dan and Paul, I really don't see at this point any fire department.
After the unrest in 1992, this 4-acre lot at Manchester in Vermont sat vacant for almost 3 decades, a blight on the community.
So we think we understand the impact of blight, but the reality is that my feeling is that a small percentage of people in this room probably never really felt the impact or never really were suffered under the hands of blight. You know, blight is an economic crime, disproportionately targeting people of color. Blight is an infection that plagues the potential for a community to really grow and have a sustainable future. Today, I'm really happy to be here because we want to talk to you about a project called the C School of Los Angeles County, which is working very hard to build and grow upon the community assets in the area of Vermont and Manchester. So what you see on the screen now, if you could go back just a little bit, is the actual site, which is, as I said, Vermont and Manchester. After about 3 decades now, and many attempts at developing the site at this corner of Vermont and Manchester, the County of Los Angeles finally seized the property under eminent domain, primarily for the intent of developing mixed-use project with transit programmed development for the site. So in partnership with LA Metro, the county awarded the right to develop this portion of the site, which is about 1.7 acres, to the Seed Foundation and XED for the development and operation of a boarding public school. We can go to the next slide if you like. So the Seed School of Los Angeles County is a one-of-a-kind model that fully integrates education and boarding to create a 24-hour living environment, giving high school students what the CEO of the Seed Foundation, Leslie Poole, refers to as the gift of time. So what makes Seed so special? It is special because it outreaches to families who are experiencing housing stability or homelessness. It outreaches to kids who are labeled at risk. It outreaches to kids who live in families that live in public housing. And most importantly, it also outreaches to kids that are coming out of the youth and the foster care system. So at this point, I'm really pleased to introduce our guest, Woodrow Scott. He is the Director of Strategic Growth and Public Affairs for the Seed Foundation. And he's going to talk to you a little bit about the Seed Foundation and the Seed School in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Gio. And thank you all for having me here today to share a little bit more about this amazing project that we're working to bring to the Los Angeles community. So first and foremost, Seed. Seed exists to beat the odds, right? And I want to apologize in advance because you may hear a couple puns, but the root of what we do at Seed is empower students and families and communities to reach their full potential, right? Seed provides, as Gio mentioned, an environment that allows students to flourish. We offer a 24-hour, 5-day-a-week college prep program. It's built on rigorous academics. It's built on life skill development. It's built on college exposure. It's built on mental and physical health. Our CEO, Leslie Poole, as Gio mentioned, talks about the gift of time. And with that gift of time, it allows us to do more things. It allows us to build a community of supports and resources that will enable those students and those families to own their educational journeys to and through college and beyond. Seed is we consider ourselves to be an incubator for belonging and for growth for the students and for the community. Seed also considers itself to be a part of the community that we're in. About 80% of Seed's graduates are low-income, first-generation college-bound students. And Seed graduates, going back to beating the odds, are about 3.5 times more likely to graduate from college than their peers. They're about twice as likely to graduate from college than the national average. So this is a program that works. It's been proven over these last 24 years. Our first school opened up in Washington, D.C. in 1998, followed by Baltimore, Maryland in 2008, Miami, Florida, 2014, and in just 37 days, the Seed School of Los Angeles County will open its doors for 125 ninth graders in our inaugural class. One question I'm sure many of you have is why LA and why now, right? And I think I like to just kind of reframe that as why not, right? As the video showed, this is a community that deserves this. And we know we're introducing somewhat of a new model to Los Angeles, and that's why it was important to find an organization like Abode that has deep roots and an extensive history working in these communities. So apart from the mission alignment that was there, we also wanted an organization that could not only build a school building, but could build a school home, because that's what we consider this to be for our students and for our staff members that all live on campus, like I said, 5 days a week for the school year. So Seed LA is really a testament to partnership and collaboration between the public and private side, between LA County, LA Metro, Abode, XED, and the Seed Foundation, and really a host of other different stakeholders that all have skin in the game in terms of revitalizing this community and offering a quality educational opportunity to help mitigate some of this blight that has been longstanding in this community after that civil unrest in 1992. And we really think that South LA and the Los Angeles community, like I said, deserves this, and we want to bring this to them. So I think one other thing to think about is as we try to introduce this seemingly new educational model to LA, making this a home for ultimately 400 high school students. There were some interesting and unique concepts, and particularly as it relates to design. I think I'll turn it back over to Gio to talk about some of those more unique aspects of the design.
Well, thank you, Woody. I really appreciate that insight. It's always nice to hear the story. The Seed School of Los Angeles County is a public boarding high school, and it serves 400 resilient students from underserved communities. It offers a STEM program. Therefore, it has classrooms, it has the dormitories, it has a gymnasium, a dining hall, a food preparation area. And in addition to that, it also has apartments for the faculty. It is a school that is meant to be nestled into the community, where students can move freely without feeling restricted, and most importantly, feeling safe. The students stay on campus for 5 days a week. They leave on a Friday afternoon to go home. and then they come back on a Sunday night to start all over again, and they live there the entire time. So the idea of the school is really to create a program that enriches their lives and eventually get them to college. That's really the model. But before, obviously, we're all architects and designers here, the process is really that you can't really design anything unless you really understand it first. So we actually went to 2 of their 3 schools on the East Coast. One of them is in Washington, D.C., another one is in Maryland, and then the third one is in Miami. We visited the C School of Maryland, and we visited the C School of Washington, D.C. So there we met with administrators, we met with the faculty, we met with the students, most importantly, and even the parents, to kind of understand the model so that we could program the building so that we could be successful, so that we could create a vision for the school in Los Angeles. So we gather all this information throughout the course of 3 days in intensive interviews and meetings with everybody that I just mentioned. As a result of this collaboration, we were able to create a vision, and you can start seeing some images of what's been designed. The vision was really to create a campus-like environment where home, work, and play can occur, to cultivate a culture of community, scholarship, and most importantly, belonging for these kids. In creating the vision, the notion of mobility was really fundamental. In fact, this came from the CEO, Leslie Poole. One of the things she said, I don't want the kids to feel like they're in one building all day long, because they're going to be living there for 5 days. And so this notion of mobility became the main concept for the design, where people can move about from building to building, facility to facility, and still feel like they're operating in a campus. So, the notion creates a sense of connection within a tight site, and cultivates a greater sense of community while giving all the students some distinguishable experiences. So how do we do that? How do we create mobility on a tight site like this? Because mobility, the way that the CEO wanted it, requires space. We only had an acre and 1.7 acres, where, for example, in Maryland, the school that we visited, that school sits on a 50-acre site. So the kids are used to running around in a lot of space. How do we give the same kids the same experience here? So we had to invent, and we had to create space. And the way that we did that was we decided, after many studies, to put all the educational facilities on the ground level. In other words, take the ground plane and lift it, and everything below that imaginary ground plane is school. Everything above is really the home component, the dormitories, the recreational spaces, the dining halls. These spaces that were created below, which actually helped us organize the classroom, which are basically the courtyards, they created daylight all day long, and then there was a sense of focus, so the classroom was actually looking into the outdoor space. What happened up above was essentially a recreation space with lots of landscaping, and then the dormitories basically would surround the outdoor space with a dining hall. You can see on the image to the right, which is used all day long for the 400 students that will be going to school here. Now, another thing that I also wanted to mention is that in addition to this idea of mobility, it was really, really important for the students to really feel a sense of identity. In other words, the students should not feel like they're part of this huge dormitory. The way that it's done in Washington and in Maryland as well, and also in Miami, is that the way the school is organized and the way they organize the boarding is that in this particular school that we're designing here, we have what's called a house. So a house is composed of 6 dormitories It has a bathroom and showers, and then it has a living room. Again, creating this kind of nucleus where, about 8 to 12, maybe sometimes even 14 students can actually live in that house. There are 6 dormitories, and each dormitory could potentially have more than one person. And so the idea is that the dormitories, these modules become an identity. They identify to it. The living room is their living room. They also have resident advisors that really supports them throughout the academic year. And so it was important for the school to have this kind of thing going on. And so what we did in terms of design to address this very important concern was that we use modulation on the exterior so that as the kids are playing on the deck, they can actually relate to their own unit. If they have a parent visiting, they can say, hey, mom, that's my living room up there, and that's where I live, rather than saying, oh, it's that window or whatever, right? So that was really, really critical. In addition, there's a lot of outdoor space. And as you can see in this image, there is a dining hall where the kids actually spend a lot of time, not only for dining, but also for activities, social events and things of that nature. The project, as it is today, is under construction, and it is anticipated to be completed by next year.
Am I still on?
That we're hoping that it will be completed by the school year 23-24, which will be next year. So at this point, I mean, I have to assume that this has had some impact to you in terms of how we are turning this site, which has been in blight for 3 decades, into this amazing sort of place for kids to learn and grow. And I have to sort of assume that it will have an incredible impact for years to come. So maybe at this point, if you have any, do you want to close and give us some remarks of perhaps on impact and how this? Okay.
Yeah, no, this one. Thank you so much, Gio, again. No, we're really excited about the possibilities that CLA presents to the community. We're even more excited about the reality. Like I said, this opens in 37 days. There's going to be 125 ninth graders. We're seeking to educate the next generation of Los Angeles leaders, of architects, of data analysts, of engineers, and a host of other careers, right? That they may not have had the opportunity that they deserve. They may not have had the chance in the environment. And again, excuse the hokey puns, but we hope to be the soil, that the fertile soil that allows them to bloom into their full potential. And so it's a really exciting opportunity. We're really excited to be here in Los Angeles to partner with such great organizations who share similar values, who share similar missions, and who have such an outstanding track record in the community. So, our goals really has always been just to provide excellent educational opportunities for the communities that we serve. So we may be able to alter their life trajectories in positive ways that they may not have had the opportunity to get before. And the fact that we can do that by building a community, by building a school home in a place that has so long deserved it is just even better. So we operate in all urban communities, and I think Gio alluded to this one being really kind of the most compact, like urban one, whereas some of those are more kind of sprawling campuses. So this has been also very new for us in the terms of like working together to make the design that's going to work for all aspects of school and home life. So again, this is just such an amazing and exciting project to be a part of, and we are really happy to be here. So thank you all again for having me and hearing us out. Yeah.
Hi, I'm really interested to see this, project. I actually worked at Alliance Charter School right on Kansas and Manchester, so I'm very familiar with the area. So my question is alluding to that. I mean, there's Teach LA High School on Western and Century. There's the Alliance Charter Network on top of the 3 other public high schools that are within a 5-mile radius of this site. So what's the community response been about this site and, having another, I guess, charter school in the area? in competition with their public schools?
One word I picked up on is competition. We do not see ourselves as competition. We see ourselves as offering a new opportunity, right? It's a new offering, and so far the response has been very positive from the community. I think the challenge for us, and challenge is a word I'll tread lightly, is just this is somewhat of a new concept, a boarding school where students are going to spend the nights away from their family. So I think translating that to a new community, I think a lot of times people think that this is kind of a wealthy East Coast type of concept, right? They think of the Exeters and the Andovers, and they don't necessarily think that my child deserves this. My child should be in an environment like this. And so it's really been kind of demystifying those misconceptions more so than anyone thinking that we're coming in to take their students or competing with them. I think everyone, and particularly the schools that we work with, we have a good relationship with Alliance and all the other schools in the area. They see this as just adding to the gumbo of educational options.
And I have one more question. So you mentioned that the students are free to go home on a Friday. So what is the school doing to provide support services for families once their kids leave the campus in terms of housing?
Absolutely. So one of the things I think Gio mentioned, we do provide in our enrollment application process preferences, right? So admissions preferences for what we term to be resilient youth. So if you've had an interaction with Child and Family Services, probation department, if you have an immediate family member incarcerated, or if you identify as homeless or housing insecure. So you automatically get some bumps in your priority for your application. In terms of how we manage, I guess, weekends, we have a family and community engagement director. We work very closely with families. We want to make sure that the families do not feel like they are giving their child away, that they feel like they are part, they're definitely welcome to come to the school. We have all types of programming from tax prep to tutoring, where we also provide to the students' families so that they don't feel, again, like their student is leaving them behind, or they're entering a world that they themselves can't follow in, right? And honestly, there's benefits for us as well, because when you start looking for college, you have to fill out your FAFSA and having your taxes. So all these things really, again, help build that school community and help change things for everyone involved. There are some students, like I mentioned, I think right now in our current enrollment pool, almost 10% of the students identify as homeless or housing insecure. And then we've seen that same type of population at each of our other schools. We work with them and those families and those students to figure out ways that is best, because they may not necessarily have a stable home to go to on the weekends, right? And so in those situations, there have been instances where students have resided on campus, or we find other alternate arrangements. But we have an on-campus mental health, we have on-campus social workers, and so there's just a host of resources and different avenues and opportunities to find things that work best for that student and the rest of that family in that situation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Gio and Woodrow. It's a very inspirational project. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Brenda to the panel, and she's going to bring her speakers as well. Thank you. We have this discussion and one more panel at the end.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, got it. So let me move on. There we go. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Brenda Wewell. I'm a social worker, and I've been working in the field of homelessness for a really long time, and particularly passionate about housing development and affordable housing, because I've seen how we try to find places for people who are on the streets and there's nothing to take them to. So this is an important program here. The whole program here today has been incredibly inspiring. I feel like I've learned a lot, and I feel really honored to be here and to have an amazing panel with me. For 5 years, I worked at USC directing an initiative on homelessness. And during that time, one of my projects was to coordinate with the policy school that focuses on urban planning. And in that regard, we started a project that was looking at the different kinds of typologies that are out there, the new typologies like Life Arc and some of the other things that were out there. And I really got connected to the concept of the community land trusts. And we didn't plan it that way, but we had a lot of little advertisements for it. If you noticed during the program, if you were here, there were 2 or 3 different people in other programs who mentioned the word community land trust. And so now you're going to be able to hear a little more about it. I had 3 years worth of student teams from urban planning who did research. We created a handbook that has a lot of wonderful resource information. I want you to know about that. It's on our resource page here, so hopefully you'll be able to use that in the future. We're going to go very quickly through some of the definitional kinds of things, but let me first introduce you to my panel. I'm just really thrilled to have all of these people here. First, our 3 young women, Taya Heisel and Shannon Upal, came with me this year to plan our program. They are current students at USC, and they had a passion for looking at housing and homelessness and affordable housing and wanted to make a contribution. And then we got connected with Jongmi Kagabo. Okay, good. And she just graduated with her master's in urban planning, and she did her thesis project on a community land trust analysis, and she's going to be able to share that with us today. And then finally, we have Edgar Campos, who I've actually known for a really long time, because we felt like it'd be good to have a real live community land trust person here to tell you about what they're doing and how they're doing it. And they've been around a long time and they're doing amazing work. I think the thing that I heard when Councilwoman Nithya Raman spoke was the idea of trust and collaboration as part of the community and how you build that. And to me, a couple of other people talked too. The community land trust model, what's so amazing about it is it really does require a connection and a community involvement. It starts with taking the property off the market, so it's no longer private property, it goes into a trust. Started in the 60s, and in fact, it was something that was developed as part of the civil rights era, because really land is a value, and if you believe that housing is a human right and housing is a healthcare issue, you want to make sure that your community has their basic needs met. So that's where it started, and by taking it off the market, you get property that can be developed, and it has leasing built in so that the affordability lasts for 99 years. And I'm good with that. So I love the idea of the sustainability of it. So I'm not going to go over all of those things. It's a beautiful model, and Edgar will talk about how it connects in a little bit more, because you have to involve the trust people, the local government, and the outer community. So it becomes a way for everyone to have a buy-in to creating what happens in their community, to make sure that everybody, kind of a win-win, that everybody's involved with it and it creates that buy-in. So I'm going to pass this along to Taya. No, financial? Okay. Send that over to Shannon. Oops. It's not working? Nope, not working.
Oh, okay, it's working.
There we go.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm just going to quickly go through the financial aspects of the community land trust. So first we have the ground leases, and these are going to be leases that are agreements between the homeowners and the community land trust. They usually last for 99 years. These leases also ensure that the home is occupied by someone with a low or moderate income, and that the homeowner, if the homeowner decides to sell the house, this community land trust has the right to purchase it. And then the resale restriction basically guarantees that if the house is to be sold in the future by the original tenant, the price must remain below market value, and this results in a long-term affordability for the community land trust and wards off future socioeconomic displacement. And then I'm just going to quickly go over the mortgages. So the community land trusts create and preserve affordable homeownership opportunities by referring ownership of land and leasing it under a long-term ground lease to home buyers who purchase the improvements on the land, typically houses at price below market value. And then lastly, the lease requirements is that the homeowner income may not exceed 80% of annual median income for the area, and the program must include home buyer education counseling. If you'd like more information about the financial aspects of the community land trust, you can refer to our handbook, which will be included on the resources page. Thank you.
Now it goes to Taya.
Okay. Oh no, too far. There we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Taya Heisel, and I run a student organization at USC that focuses on policy advocacy, and that's kind of the space I've been involved with for a few years since coming to LA. So my realm is all things policy and politics and whatnot. And community land trust is a really interesting area because there hasn't been a lot of policy advocacy on that. In this topic, like at all. The one big thing was there was a California Senate Bill 196 that it addressed some tax issues. So it basically created some tax exemptions and then clarified some existing tax law to support community land trust better. There was a community land trust in Irvine that was heavily involved in that, and that was passed in 2019. So there hasn't been a whole lot of policy in the line of community land trust, but there have been challenges, like with any kind of affordable housing development. We've been hearing about it all day. Things like the California Environmental Quality Act, that can be a challenge. Zoning changes, zoning laws, basically any challenge that you can think of that would face affordable housing also faces CLTs. But another massive issue that I think affects CLTs is that just not a lot of people know what they are. It's really difficult to get some political will and some political, gusto when it's just not part of the public conversation. So I think that's one of the things we wanted to do here is, raise awareness about what CLTs are and how much potential they have, so we can start, pressuring politicians to make it more of a thing. Everybody knows what an affordable house is. It's a house you can afford, right? Community land trust, it takes a little bit more explaining. So hopefully as, we go on, it becomes more of a public thing and more of a utilized resource. So I'm going to turn it now to Edgar.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I come from the Community Coalition, House of Karen Bass. Shout out to her for mayor, hopefully. I grew up in South Central LA, in and around those fires. So welcome me. I'm that kid. Thank you. A little bit about me. I grew up around reform work, education, immigration, child welfare, criminal justice. I didn't grow up at 9 and said, hey, I want to be part of leading a community land trust one day when I grow up, right? So why am I here? Let's talk about it a little bit. As I progressed my work, board president, my board member now, Garcia, she used to always say to me as I got into this work about 3 years back, let me start maybe, I would say to her, hey, we're doing pretty good. We're raising awareness, we're creating visibility around this issue. It's really interesting because it's a huge learning curve for me. I'm not necessarily a housing expert, right? Quote unquote. She used to always say to me, and she continues to say to me, we're not an expert at housing. We're not an expert at education. We know something fundamental about communities in need. And so her point has always been our work is to translate that, right? For the policy wonky people, for the academics and so on and so forth. So a little bit about Trust South LA. In short, our goal is to remove land from the speculative market, right? To decommodify land really is what we're talking about, right? So you can read our mission statement, but that's the goal, right? The difference between us and our lovely partners like in Abode or Clifford Beers or other housing orgs is that our goal is to be this sort of champion, this fighter, right? We're not just applying for RFPs with the county towards housing more people. We're actively fighting for legislation out loud, sometimes very out loud, with organizations that may be seen as popular, like USC, right? We have a community-based agreement from an old Nexus study you can look up on the internet that really basically analyzed, the amount of displacement, quantified that into money, and now we have this ongoing community-based agreement with USC about receiving money that we then use to invest in acquiring land or purchasing properties to preserve. Right, so a little bit about us. We're about 17 years old. Our original name was the Figueroa Corridor Land Trust. We were started by a little bit of seed money from our old good friend, Fred Ali at the Weingart Foundation about 17 years ago, who asked, respectively, Gilda Haas, Sister Diane, and Denise Fairchild at these 3 different organizations, hey, what do we do when the economy keeps sort of flapping up and down, and every time it hits down, right, investors and other folks come by and with cash or in some way go ahead and consolidate the housing stock, right? And so they said we need to figure out how to create a vehicle by which land can be kept, not just away from investors, but sometimes also away from our friends at City Hall. And so that's how we came to be. A little bit of in terms of priorities for Trust South LA, right? I think, like you just said, sort of the bread and butter is acquiring land to preserve and develop, right? And this is the two other pieces that you'll see on there. Is really what I was trying to get at in my original point, which is what makes us substantially different from just housing org is that our goal is to make sure that we raise the awareness, the capacity, the training, the technical know-how for our tenants so that they can become board members. We have 4 board members at our organization of 15 board members that are tenants. Our goal is to make sure that they're involved, right? That they're fighting for these SB 679s, that they're for this measure in November, United to House LA, that I saw you all learned about a little bit earlier. And really just to make this more of a movement. Like I said, I come from sort of this Karen Bass shop of community organizing, and we always talked about issues being widely and deeply felt, right? Everybody cares deeply enough their gutters not being jammed up when it rains, but none of you feel deeply enough to start a protest over it, right? So we're trying to get people to feel more deeply about the housing work in not just, LA, not just the county, in America. Unless you have a person who's been close of kin who lost their home, unless you yourself have been unsheltered, it's really hard to fathom not knowing where to sleep at night. It's impossibly hard. Like, I can't imagine it. I have a few friends who've gone through that. It makes me come to tears just to think of it, right? So that's really what we're trying to do. Those are the 3 big things. So our work becomes a lot. It becomes, creating infrastructure right around how do we continue to support this as a feasible vehicle towards increasing the housing stock. We've had Secretary of Housing, Castro Ramirez, come by to our office and learn more about us. We recently had HUD Secretary Marsha Fudge come down to Roland Curtis Gardens, one of our buildings that is leased out to Abode for 99 years and 10 days. And so, we're trying to figure how to be louder, how to be more visible, right? That includes us getting involved, not just in sort of, production and protection, but also, and I'm sorry, not just production and production and preservation, but also protections, right? Figuring out how to work with the state to put out, at least for Trust South LA, a little over $3 million in rental assistance, right? A little closer to 30 in utility support, right? Figuring out a way to, consistently help families not have to make that big choice between food or shelter, right? We started a meal program at the beginning of COVID. We, I think, feed almost 2,000 people through the year, unique families, right? And so, it's a way of figuring out how we continue to elevate the model, but also sustain the model. Some of the people who got the rental assistance were our own tenants. How do we show that our model is feasible and that it's strategic if we ourselves can't stay in the black? So it means that we have to continue to do more advocacy. It means we include ourselves in the oversight for this, what will become the next, hopefully, countywide housing institution after SB 679, God willing, passes. And it means that we continue to fight for things like CAP that weren't included in the state's budget this year. But our goal is just to continue to grow. As small as we sound, we have 4 properties. We have 149 units. We are the largest community land trust in Southern California, right? I know that doesn't sound like much. I know lots of nonprofits have more assets that they own, entirely connected to their programmatic activities or their goals. Our goal in and of itself is to own those properties, right? So we will just continue to grow and grow, never probably selling any of them off. The biggest news I just got yesterday was a call from Councilmember Curran Price. They're hoping to give us the down payment on a property or two from the fireworks episode that you all saw last year when our not so sometimes friends at the LAPD decided to blow up a truck in a residential street. Facts. I mean, you can look this stuff up. But just a little bit about what that's looked like for us as an organization that's growing. We're fundraising. We're creating a bigger organizing culture around housing, not just having it be something that folks in your world, folks in other niche parts of the nonprofit sector or housing industry know about, right? Really creating more visibility, growing our board, making sure that our strategic plan is in line with more of what we want to accomplish. I think one thing that I didn't write up there, just being more, what my mom would say, metiche, chismosos, getting involved, right? Like being involved in the everything that everybody else gets to be involved. I jammed myself into the United Way board recently. So you can thank Elise Buick for that one. Getting on becoming commissioners, becoming part of these different committees at the citywide level that I have my staff join. My associate director, Oscar Monje, who's super great. He's also the president of the California board. What is it? California Community Land Trust Association. So you can look him up. He's wonderful. But that's sort of some of the work that we've been pushing forward. Let's see here. Oh, last thing, a little bit of the future, where we see the future. As far as my concern, I think that the reason that I first fell in love with Trust South LA was that third point, right? We said priority 1, acquisition and preservation, priority 2, capacity raising for tenants, and then priority 3 was movement building. Well, that really was my love for the organization at first. I've learned to love all of it because now I really feel like it's this whole massive redistribution of wealth fight that I'm involved in, right? Like I Malcolm X everything I do, so it keeps me inspired. And so becoming a well-funded 501c3, having programmatic activities and events and milestone sort of programming helps us become sustainable, right? We can't just be this floating organization that if we get an influx of money from a CBA or from the county recently gave 5 community land trusts, I think something like, was it 10 million? I think it was $10 million. Hilda Solis and Supervisor Mitchell championed that. And so we can't just float in the air sort of hoping somebody will hand us money. We have to continue to fight. So having a sustainable 501c3 helps us accomplish that. Again, getting involved in local state initiatives, advocacy for more permanent monies. I talked about CAP earlier. I talked about SB 679. We're talking about this November United to House LA ballot now. Really trying to figure out how we can get more of this development money, right, for units that are yet to be had. I want to say that not everything is great. When we had the meeting with HUD Secretary Fudge, it did really feel like a conversation about vouchers and the technical aspects of how we can work on vouchers some more. And I think what I really saw in the moment was, my job's going to be hard. It's going to be an uphill battle trying to figure how to get into the public, getting the public discourse out there about the importance and the viability of our strategy. And then we just need more research, right? How do we help us become more scalable? How do we become a strategy that's more nationally recognized, that gets more funding and things of that nature? But thank you so very much.
Let me just throw in, thank you, Edgar. I appreciate your energy and the leadership that you're providing in LA. I just wanted to mention too that this community land trust model is so important because it's a way for low-income families to be able to build wealth. It allows them potentially to buy a home at a low cost, and there are some really interesting mortgage kinds of products out there now that are learning how to support that. And there's plenty of places throughout the United States. I heard Eric Adams from New York City talking about it on a podcast recently. The city of Chicago has really invested in purchasing scattered site properties and building on them so that people in the community can buy homes. And it's a way for families to start building wealth to get into that whole arena, which is very exciting to me. So now for the next generation of learning about that and making contributions, I'd like to turn it over to Jongmi, who's going to tell us about her project that she worked on.
Yes, so for my thesis project, I looked over at the CLT model as a potential use for the Taylor Yard G2 parcel. And a big part of it was the implementation steps, which I'll talk about later, which is mainly because CLT is not widely known. And while we could talk about CLT, the bureaucracy in the process is still a little bit confusing and complicated. So a large part of the thesis was to kind of utilize the Taylor Yard G2 parcel to see how feasible it is to convert it into a CLT. So to just start, I just wanted to, I'm curious to know how many people are familiar with this site, the Taylor Yard G2 parcel. Okay, so there's a few, and that's good. So for a few context or brief context for those who aren't familiar, it's in the Elysian Valley neighborhood, which is, it's also considered a brownfield as it is an abandoned former rail yard. And so the city acquired it in March of 2017. And the main plot of the land, as you can see on the image on the right, it's the green, it's colored in green. And then above that is the Sotomayor Magnet School that is in purple, and then the FedEx parcel in yellow, and the Rio de los Angeles State Park in blue, and then the Taylor Yard Village in orange. And so this area is highly inaccessible, mainly because the LA River is in the southwest of the site, and then there's the Metrolink rail yard that's on the northeast. And it has one major entry point, which is by the Taylor Yard Village, and a pedestrian bridge in the southwest of the area. And so the proposed strategy was to convert it into a community land trust and a nature conservation land trust. So the major reason why I'm adding nature conservation land trust is because this parcel has actually been allocated for a much needed green space. And so there is a Rio de los Angeles State Park that is right across, and there's also the Elysian Park and the Elysian Canyon Park within a mile radius. However, the site is still in a highly pollution burdened area, so green space would still benefit the site. However, converting it into community land trust and nature conservation land trust follows a biophilic theme of bringing people back to nature. So it would offer a quality affordable housing, not just any affordable housing. And so the nature conservation, or sorry, the CLT would offer permanent and sustainable solution to affordable housing, while the nature conservation land trust would also protect the land from market factors and commercial development. And so just a brief high-level overview of the site plan. So pretty much the FedEx parcel is an additional acquisition that would serve as an infill. And so the main use of that is also part of the biophilic theme of bringing the Sotomayor Magnet School that's on the left with the Rio de los Angeles State Park on the right. So it's following that same theme. And so the FedEx parcel would have different community and retail programming that would pretty much help maintain sort of a closeness within the community. And it would also have some it would have some benefits with workforce and provide community needs that's accessible within the area. But also it serves as 2 new access points to the site. Since accessibility is still a major issue, and there would more likely be 2 large parking structures within the entrance that would help pretty much if anyone wants to leave their vehicles there and enjoy the nature aspect of it. And so just to kind of run through really quickly some of the programming for it, it's pretty much so pretty much some of the interesting aspects of it is the community garden that's a central hub within it, and there's also the child care and elderly care facility that will be in the FedEx parcel that will be right across the community garden, so they can have shared programming, as well as a library for the Sotomayor Magnet School, and as well as a grocery store, a retail strip, an art gallery. So just to name a few. And so and just some perspective views and aerial views just to kind of see. The boating rental station would also just pretty much provide as a view of how to engage the LA River, pretty much given that the hydraulics are taken care of. And as well as the community garden, which I mentioned earlier is a major hub, and then a little bit of a view of the FedEx parcel infill. And so, as mentioned earlier, the biophilic theme would render low-income neighborhoods primary access to green space and the restoration of the LA River, which is a major aspect. And so to briefly go over the implementation steps, the first, I guess the first way to start off is community needs to obviously be aware of it, and they need to understand it and also have the awareness of what community land trust is and how to operate a community land trust, as well as having the leading organizers who are a little bit more familiar with the policy and pretty much the organization. And so with enough community interest and leading organizers, the first step is to form a community land trust nonprofit tax exempt organization. And so usually this is comprised of 12 to 15 members, and I believe Edgar mentioned that he had about 15 members. And it's typically structured with 4 leasing representative, 4 general representative, and 4 to 7 public representatives. And so then the next step is to advocate locally to form partners with community and government groups to acquire donation of surplus of lands. So typically CLTs have obtained land from donation of surplus of lands, such as brownfields, tax foreclosed properties, decommissioned airports and schools, private donation, and bargain sales. And so, however, they can acquire land from the open market. And usually if they are going to acquire the land from the open market, step 3 would come first, which would be acquiring the funds in order for them to purchase it. And so in step 3 is securing the funds from the grants, which we mentioned earlier, a little bit of some of the finances. And some of the important thing to note is that CLT would first need to apply for CHIDO, which is the Community Housing Development Organization certificate, to be qualified for the program grant. And then if tenants want to own their own property, they have the option to do so with LEC and duty to serve secondary lenders like Fannie Mac and Freddie Mae, as well as with the guidance of the CLT, of course. And then the very next step is to find developers to build the property. And so typically housing typology, program interest, and services would be discussed based on the community interest at this stage. However, it is important to know that complexes with 100 units or less are CEQA exempt, so it would be much easier and faster to acquire, or to build. And developments need to be completed within a 5-year timeframe to remain tax exempt. If they fail to complete it in 5 years, they'll have to pay back the tax retroactively. And then the next step is to determine the rent to own ratio, which is based on interest that could also be discussed internally. And then the following is to help home buyers with the home buyer education counseling, as well as other requirements that they need to fulfill to remain compliant. And then lastly, they need to manage the resale and ground lease. As mentioned, it is a 99-year lease, a ground lease with first option to buy back. And so they pretty much just need to manage that if they have the interest to continue the permanence of it. Pretty much that the CLT organization would be in charge of maintaining it, and as well as resale, which there's also a lot of resale restrictions. But yeah, the presentation is a quick overview of the exploration of the CLT model to some of the existing surplus of lands that we have today, just to pretty much help progress the affordable housing supply based on the demands that we have today. So yeah, thanks for listening. Let me know if anyone has any questions.
Thank you all for doing a wonderful presentation. I feel honored to be part of this with you. Are there any questions? We do have maybe time for 1 or 2.
This is just a detail. So if you're building an apartment building, you're talking condos, kind of?
It can be either way. You can do a development that has sale properties, so it could be standalone homes, or it could be condos, or it could be multifamily housing. You really have choices, and that's part of what the board decides and what you get the input from the community and determine is the best use for that property.
For example, the Abode partnership that we have has 2 retail spaces below. One's going to become a small mom and pop grocery store. The other retail space is St. John's, Jim Mangia. and crowd, they are there. So to provide support for the 141 tenants that are living there.
And there is wonderful examples of this in Europe. They took it really in the European Union, and in Europe there are a lot of land trust examples. In the handbook that we have, there's examples across the United States. There's really interesting ones done in different communities. There's one, I think it's either Florida or Louisiana, where they worked with a particular cultural theme and developed a land trust that helped uplift their culture in the community, providing both business district upgrades as well as housing. So there's so much room for creativity. We're passionate about it. We encourage you to learn more, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take
Can I
a
ask a
question.
Could a community land, or if you had a group of tenants in an existing either apartment building or maybe a like a townhouse development that's rental, could a land trust work with the tenants to form, or could your organization work with the tenants to form a land trust to acquire it from a willing owner to then create a way for the tenants who live there to acquire their units and thereby, begin to
That's such a
accumulate
great
wealth?
question. The answer is generally yes. And organizations that are CLTs statewide have been working to create better, even bigger, more with more teeth, I would say, protections on the matter. It's called the TOPA, Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act.
Be a way to create a co-op, in
Yes.
other words, or to condominiumize an existing building. It's not all just new, acquiring
So
land
the-
for new construction.
The land trust purchases the property. So if the apartment owners wanted to do that, they would either have to go out and get somebody to fund that for them, or together they would have to put their resources and purchase it and then create the 501c3
Like through a
trust.
community development financial organization, a CDFO, right? I mean,
Yes,
that would be a
like
way.
Genesis LA, heavily regulated CDCs and
Yes.
CDFI. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We hope to see lots more of those.
So now it's my pleasure to introduce Tima and Gina and Derek. And is Mariana joining us remotely?
No.
Okay. So thank you. This is our last panel for the day. It's been a really dense afternoon, so we look forward to this conversation.
Check.
Hello. Well, thank you very much for having us. We're excited to wrap up the day, and hopefully it'll be as interesting as we think this topic is. There's been a lot of, I think, hints about what we're going to talk about earlier today, from state and local policies and zoning codes to ADUs, and what our topic is low density affordable housing using ADUs. I think it's a really interesting one, a really exciting one, and we've got a great panel. I'm Jenna Nguyen. I'm studio director and associate principal of Relativity Architects, and we did have a missing seat here, Marina Quinones from the city of LA. She was a senior architect with BOE. Unfortunately, couldn't join us, but we'll fill in with some city perspectives. And we have Derek Levitt, who is he co-founded Modative, which is an architecture firm that sort of morphed into design, development, and construction focused on providing attainable housing for many years, primarily in the city of LA. And he's now the vice president of development at United Dwelling and the president of Small Homes Holdings, which is focused on small infill development using prefab modular units, which is what we're largely going to get into. And next to him, my boss, Tima Bell. He's the co-founder of Relativity Architects and the principal. And Relativity Architects does a diverse typology of work, largely affordable housing and also hospitality, production studios, commercial, a little bit of everything, which I think keeps it fun. Team has worked with housing developers that are private organizations, public, nonprofit companies, and has over 8,000 units in a portfolio in just under a decade, both rehabilitated and new construction units. So a lot of expertise there. So we're going to just dive right in, and I'm going to start with Tima with the probably the hardest question, I think, is why low density? You know, I think we've heard a lot today about just the staggering statistics and the needs for large quantities of housing. And we're up here, we're going to talk about low density. So why make the case for that? How does that approach make a significant contribution?
Well, a lot of, thank you, Jenna, I appreciate it. And by the way, the previous presentations were pretty amazing. And I want to thank everyone here for staying for the end. The why low density, it's a great question. The short answer is, and this is probably not going to be a lot of fun, but I deal with a lot of different types of developers. It costs less. It's faster to build. And right now, with our current situation, I think there was a panel up here that discussed that housing projects take anywhere from 3 to 8 years, cost $550,000 per unit. And it's interesting when you sit with affordable developers, we all kind of swallow it and say, this is for the good. We're great. We're adding to the community. And I personally love the housing that we're building, and I love supporting the community in that manner. But it's definitely frustrating to get a project in 2019 and complete it in 2023. It feels incredibly slow. And then you're housing, you've got 120 units, or something along that line. It's just a small drop in the pond. So low density housing, especially the one we're discussing today, will cost less, and it will move faster. And there is something special about being in Los Angeles and having that not being sort of placed in a protected, secured community, but being sort of at level with the other residential that is surrounding you. It's difficult to justify it because obviously the more units that you can fit, the more people you can house. But there has to be a balance somewhere between cost and timing and getting people into this housing, which I believe that what we're going to be discussing today will make it successful.
On that, Derek, with sort of your take on that, as well as how you've built a whole development model around that, and the costs and everything.
Yeah, I mean,
if that one doesn't work.
Yeah. It actually says dead battery on that one, so I think that's fair enough. I come to this from an interesting place because I used to do townhouse style development, which was sort of medium density. I actually live in a high density building, and that's actually the type of housing that I enjoy. But now my job is to push low density housing. And I think what was said is absolutely accurate. It's faster, it's cheaper, and there's a lot more of it available, just as far as like infill parcels that are available in the city of LA. And that's what our team is trying to solve, is utilizing those underutilized infill parcels, something as simple as a 50-foot wide by 120-foot deep lot, which are all over the city of LA. Those are really easy to acquire compared to acquiring an acre of land.
Can you talk a little bit about what sort of policies turned on the spigot and kind of opened the way for this very specific development model?
Yeah, for us, it was pretty clear. It was first ADU legislation, which for those of you who don't know, passed in 2017, came into law in 2018. Since then, there's been a bunch of what we call fix-it bills that we've been heavily involved in. And really what ADU legislation did was a couple things. It created a by right density bonus on multifamily of 2 extra units. And it also, in the way we use it, eliminates a lot of parking requirements. Those 2 things are absolutely critical to doing these small developments. Without those 2 things, it's absolutely impossible. And then SB 9, which is sort of a new thing that we're tapping into. For those that don't know, SB 9 just passed. This is the first year it exists. It's another state bill, allows you to subdivide single family properties into 2 by right. So no public hearings, no neighborhood meetings, you just get to do it. And then you can also allows you to put up to a duplex on each one of those properties. So again, these seem like very simple rules, but they have a really large impact. The third, more to local level, and I think there's other jurisdictions like this, but City of Los Angeles allows you to develop an apartment building by right, as long as you follow all the rules. So again, no planning process, no lengthy approval processes. You just submit your plans to the city, you get a permit, you build it.
SB 9 did come up earlier, and I think there's, different perspectives about the success of that, or that it's not doing enough. So I know you're focused on can't speak right now, workforce housing. So talk a little bit about how the ADU model and what you do at United Dwelling allows you to kind of address that need.
Yeah, I think the first thing is to address really workforce housing and what that is. There's obviously wealthy people in this country have no problem affording housing. I think what's been talked about a lot today is taking care of the affordable or the lower end part of the market. And there's subsidies, there's a lot of programs for that. But the majority of us, the missing middle, we really don't have much going for us as far as housing, sort of fending for ourselves. And there isn't a ton of missing middle housing created nationally and in this country. I actually just read this morning, people love to give the younger generations crap. And although I may look like I'm in the younger generation, I'm Gen X, but they get a lot of crap. And I think it's really unfounded. Just to hear this morning that a quarter of 25 to 35-year-olds have to live at home with their parents or with their relatives. So, I mean, that's astounding to me, and that's a really unfair way to take care of our younger generations. Missing middle housing too, to me, and workforce housing, it's trying to help people that, for the most part, have done all the right things. They have a good job, they probably went to school, and yet it's impossible for them to afford a house, either rental or to purchase. So that's really what we're focused on, is trying to solve that problem, but doing it without subsidies, which is challenging. And that's where these new rules come into play.
Yeah, and I want to kind of touch on one topic that ties into this, where there's the workforce housing, but the prefab, the modular unit also addresses emergency housing and shelter. And Tima, if you can maybe fill in a little bit about some of the opportunities. The city of LA has done some successful ventures on that we can use one unit typology to address both workforce and emergency shelter.
Yeah, this is actually, I'm on a lot of panels, or not a lot, I'm on a panel or two that discuss affordable housing. And affordable housing to me is quite often means permanent supportive. That's sort of what sticks in our head, and that's what sticks in a lot of people's heads. We need to get people out of the street and into an apartment, but affordable housing is also for the missing middle. I call it the mixed middle, or the missing middle. The idea is it's something that at all ranges, whether you're at the very bottom of our income market or somewhere in the middle, you have a way to achieve housing. And what Derek spoke about earlier with the subdivision of the sort of standard Los Angeles lots, it's a fantastic idea, and it's actually being proven in concept. I actually know quite a few sort of smallish developers that are just picking up these lots and starting to work very closely towards establishing 8 units on a lot consistently. Now that obviously upsets the density of a single family residence neighborhood, but it is likely the right way that we're going to be able to proceed to house that missing middle. On the flip side of that, Los Angeles has an ordinance. I wrote the number 185490. It is the emergency shelter ordinance, and it basically quickly allows housing to be built. Now, it's transitory. It is not final by any means, but it does get people out of a tent, out of their car, out of the sidewalk, and into a place that has running water, restrooms, cooking facilities, and meeting facilities. Some of these have already been established. Los Angeles has and I have to applaud this. They really started to move this forward. They managed to push this ordinance through, and the Bureau of Engineering and Marina, who's not here, could talk about what her part in this. They've started to push forward with this by getting ADU companies to assist with creating very simple, repeatable, prefabricated units that can be put onto these lots. Now, it's important to note that this is not low density. We've said that, and in some cases it works, but this is really low rise because the unit itself is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, but somewhere around 300 to 350 square feet, right? Somewhere around that size. And you really fit about as many of these as you can onto a parking lot, onto an unused, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but it could happen, a golf course. I mean, there's opportunities throughout this city with empty lots where we could fill these with these prefabricated ADUs. And I'm not going to put you on the spot, but beyond just United Dwelling, which has discussed this, there's a philanthropic offer here. I mean, these companies, these ADU companies, are actually doing rather well, and they want to give back to the community. And this is a way that they could easily be a part of this opportunity to put these ADUs on these sort of very simple parking lots. You know, on a a 27,000 square foot parking lot, you could probably get about 40, 45 homes, a small community center, a mailbox area, bathrooms, kitchens, and all of a sudden, these very, very low income have housing, and it happens very quickly. 3 months. There's a project that Jenna informed me about. It was I think it was in CD1. Anyway, I just kind of back checked it and checked when they filed the permit. They filed the permit in November and got a C of O in March. I mean, that doesn't happen for any projects, much less housing for 27 people. Now, currently, the Los Angeles is doing it so fast that the type of ADUs they're using are very basic. They are 4-wall tents. That's the wrong way to say it. They're 4 solid walls with a roof and a fold-down bed and separate kitchen or bathroom on the property. So they're just getting people out of the extreme heat or extreme cold and putting them in facilities or housing that is comfortable. I think we might be able to go a step further.
Yeah. And I think maybe Derek, you could kind of give us a little insight into the process of what makes that possible, from the time, the costs that Timo was talking about, just that sort of step by step that makes it successful. Because a lot of the criticism is that, we don't have, a stock of prefab just sitting there ready to be sort of taken off the shelf. So how do you make that possible?
Venture capital funding. That's funny. I said we don't have subsidized housing, but ours is subsidized by venture capitalists in a way until we figure out how to become profitable. But our units are modular. They're built in 2 different factories, one in Riverside, one in Vallejo, which is Northern California. What to us really speeds things up. I'll even jump ahead to, I know what's coming later, but for us, it's predictability. I don't think that prefab, or in our case, modular, which means essentially the whole unit is built in the factory down to the appliances being installed. In some cases, the window blinds are installed in the factory and it's brought out to the site. It does not save any money, and any savings it has is lost in the cost of transportation. To us, the battle is speed and predictability, and those are the 2 most important things. Predictability being that the cost is already established months ahead of time when we sign a contract with the factory to build 50 units of the exact same kind. So in a way, it is off the shelf, sort of. We do order units before we even know where they're going with the factory, so it fixes the costs in place. And then speed. The units are ready, and I think even from an entitlement standpoint, our units are approved at the state level, not at the local level. So we go in and we pull a foundation only and site planning approval on our projects. There's no plan checkers looking through to check this and that and code stuff. It's inspected at the factory. It shows up. We put it on the foundation, which is also state approved. So it cuts down all that uncertainty with development, which is a little bit like a rolling of the dice. And I've been through it. You get all the way to starting construction, and then you go, I can't wait to see what the construction budget is. So we get to skip that a little bit, and we know what it is usually when we're acquiring a piece of property, which is very unique in this business.
I want to back that up, that I don't think I've had an affordable housing project that hasn't increased in cost ever, especially in the last 2 years. Let's not even talk about escalation. I mean, it's just that it seems to be the nature of the business that you establish a cost at the beginning of the project, and we'll just add about 10 or 15% towards the end, and that's really difficult as well. And that's on a good day. With the cost escalation, it's much higher. I also, in the past 3 years, have not had a single project that didn't receive a tome of requirements, a knock list from the third-party disabled access inspectors. So the idea of getting a prefabricated, fully inspected unit installed in record time in the city of Los Angeles, and literally cutting out all of the uncertainty that plagues affordable housing is, I mean, that right there is one of the most important elements, and could make something like this incredibly successful. There is also the interesting opportunity. I mean, look, in hospitality, they have this amazing thing, which I'm sure we've all enjoyed and thought, why hasn't this always been here? Al fresco dining, right? This idea of converting these parking spaces to outdoor dining. I mean, I'm an Angelino, and why did it take 40 years of my life to start eating outside like this? It's fantastic. And now they've extended it, and they'll extend it again, and they'll extend it again. The concept behind these emergency shelters is perhaps they'll extend it, especially if they're qualitative. Perhaps they become less than transitory. I mean, that's always an option in the way that we do things in bureaucracy, and the way that construction is completed.
I think you wanted me to touch on costs, right?
I did.
Okay, so let me give you some real numbers. We sell a 1-bedroom unit, all-in price is about $200,000. A 2-bedroom is about $300,000. These are for ADUs delivered to your yard, including all the soft costs. Those prices have gone up. We don't get breaks on when the lumber price goes up. We still get hit with that. When city fees go up, we still get hit with that. We do a lot of our primary project type from a development standpoint is 4 to 5 units on, like I said, a single family or multi-family zone lot. Our typical mix is a 1-bedroom and a 3-bedroom and a duplex with 2 ADUs, 2-bedroom ADUs behind it. That nets out to be about $330,000 per unit for that. The little bit of the bump in that is because the 3-bedroom unit is a little bit bigger. These are actually all really small units, by the way. It's the other reason the costs stay a little bit lower. And then I just looked, and we have a 12-unit project, which is 2 lots side by side. That decreases the unit cost to about $225,000 per unit. And that's an all-in cost, including soft costs.
And so just to kind of highlight that, we're not talking about just an ADU in a backyard, but you're actually taking those 50 by 150 lots and essentially creating multifamily housing from 4 to 12 units on a lot.
Yeah, we look for really underutilized property where the single family home built probably before 1950 in most cases. Not much work has been done to it in 20 years. Sometimes it's in a multifamily zone, sometimes single family zone, and tear it down and start over, utilizing our ADU rules.
And I didn't prep you for this, but I know you've installed more ADUs in the city of LA than anyone. Do you have that number off the top of your head?
I actually don't remember, but I know that we've done more than like the 5 or 6 closest competitors combined.
And I kind of want to highlight that even though we're calling this low density, it's still dense. 4 to 12 small units on a 5,000 square foot lot is dense living. So, Tima, I kind of wanted to see what your take was as an architect in what gives someone dignity in that type of living situation. You know, I know you've done projects where you've placed foster youth next to unhoused veterans, and there's very sensitive populations there. So how does design play into this? How do we do this properly?
So on the residential lot, it's a little more difficult I mean, it's silly, but it's landscaping. That's a huge element. It's about ownership. Okay, you take someone out of their car or the street and you put them in a building and tell them you're only there for a little bit. They don't feel ownership. They don't care about the facility. They're going to treat it like their car or the street. But you put a planter box outside and you give them a fruit tree. You make it so that there may be ideally, and this isn't always possible. There's a community area where there can be some shared experiences. It can be outdoor. It can be just a covered shaded area with benches. It can be indoor, like an actual community center, maybe with a small kitchen. Those elements are enormous in bringing the community together. There was a gentleman I think it was a gentleman on the panel, either the last one or the one before, who spoke about the difficulty of the homeless person coming into being sort of plucked out of his environment and put into a housing element, and then just sort of the shock of it, and then ending up back on the street because there's more familiarity there. You need to breed familiarity or bring that familiarity from the experience that they've been living in, and maintain its consistency. So for the low income, let's say the permanent supportive type housing, these outdoor areas where they can sit and meet, and I think in one project we put chessboards. The idea is to bring the element of community to the space and landscaping. It's amazing what greenery can do. We renovated a hotel project for Step Up, and just by adding landscaping, the tenants suddenly felt like they weren't living in a motel. They were living in a place that they could own. They had to water the flowers. You come outside and there's some greenery and some color. It breeds ownership. So that's one of the largest ways to make it successful. And it's the least expensive part of a project is to plant things. So
I know we have to wrap up soon. So one quick question for both of you. Derek, you started to talk about it, but if you could boil it down for us and name 3 things that make low density ADU housing successful.
Well, for us, I think I touched on it already, but it's predictability of time, predictability of cost. And for us, it's data driven. We utilize data tremendously in our business to determine what parcels work for us, so that we actually know ahead of time when they come on market, if we can buy them or if we cannot buy them, based on all types of things. But all of it has to do with essentially avoiding any kind of process at the city level that will increase our timeline. And we're taking it to the next level where it's not just, and the architect inside of me, I kind of throw up a little bit when I say this, but we're repeating the same units over and over again. So, but it's a little bit like a car in that there's steady improvements in the units, but they're essentially the same. I think that's incredibly critical to getting the price down. And then data-wise, we're also developing standardized site plans too, so that we're not recreating the wheel every single time we get a site. There's only so many types of shapes and sizes of sites in the city, and all of these things reduce our timeline, reduce the costs, reduce the financing. For us, that's the way to make it happen, along with keeping the units small and having available property out there. Just to touch on what you were saying about keeping, going into, say, a single family neighborhood and putting 4 units. If you saw, our projects, we're breaking ground on the first one next month, one of these ground up developments. They're lower in scale than most of the homes you'll see that are built these days. Everyone here seen a Thomas James Capitol house? They're all over the place. Far less intrusive than that on a neighborhood. And the zoning keeps it that way. We're not getting big breaks on height, anything like that. We're well within the buildable envelope that people want to see. So you can't tell that it's really different.
Thank you. And Tima, if you could build one element into your housing projects, costs and codes aside, what would it be and why?
Well, I mean, there's the Corbusian, fresh air and light, but I think that's sort of, as an architect, that's kind of what we're required to do anyway. I'm going to say that I'm going to harken back to the previous comment of community, especially I mean, there's just something special when density is necessary, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons you like living in the building you're in. It's you can go down to the gym or to the pool, and you're going to see somebody there. So having sort of a community establishment in the space, again, it can be as simple as a covered trellis with a couple of benches and maybe some trees, a small play area, some tables to play chess or to have a picnic on. That type of thing is enormous for especially for the housing directly off the street, and it's actually not that much different for missing middle. People want to hang out together, and they don't want to have to go pay somewhere to do it. They like to be able to just open their door and go somewhere that they're already a part of, and be a part of the community they're already a part of. I mean, we see it in our whole lives in television. The communities in Los Angeles, everyone kind of congregates around a pool or an outside area, and all the movies and TVs that we watch. That's sort of inherent in our social relationships. So adding in a piece of community into these spaces for me would be ideal. And even if it means maybe one less home, that would make the difference for all the other ones to be successful.
Thank you. And thanks for all the conversations that we've had. Will, do we have time for questions or any questions out there? I know it's the end of the day. We're ready for happy hour.
Hopefully a quick one, but thank you very much. This was very interesting. Can you speak about the infrastructure cost?
Yeah, there's so much in that. It's interesting because for us, it really changes between 4 and 5 units. That's sort of a local thing with DWP. But I think fortunately, like me and other people on my team, we had 12 years of prior experience working on small lot subdivision in City of LA. And that's an infrastructure sort of headache / nightmare. You're never really exceeding what's available to you at these sites. So it's not different than when we'd put 6 townhomes on the site, but these are just so much smaller. The codes change so much, like all of our units have solar on them, so they barely use any power from the grid because the units are small. The water use, obviously, with current restrictions is so low, and we're trying to really eliminate. We're trying to keep landscaping, but we're also trying to eliminate it at the same time to try to keep water use down. But there's some innovative things that we've done. I think the most interesting is that we utilize horizontal drills when we're installing an ADU on someone's house, because normally you have to trench up their entire driveway, which is an enormous cost. So we started to utilize technology that you wouldn't use unless you were like doing an infrastructure project. So we dig a hole at the sewer line, we dig a hole at the ADU, and then the drill comes in and it tunnels underneath from one to the other and prevents 4 days and an additional $6,000 worth of work. It's done in 4 hours instead. So there's some stuff like that that's, I think, a little bit interesting and about what we're doing.
Right.
Everyone's ready for happy hour.
Well, thank you, everyone. This has been a wonderful conversation.
Well, thank you, everyone. That was the 7th annual Design for Dignity, and we look forward to having you come back next year. But in the meantime, I encourage you all to reach out to me, because I would love to do additional programming. And if you have an idea, if you have a recommendation, if you have some insight to share, please connect with, my name is Will Wright with AIA Los Angeles, and we will continue to integrate your ideas into these programs. Now it's my pleasure, right before happy hour, to thank all of our sponsors who made this program happen, especially our presenting sponsor, Abode Communities. I'd like to thank our champion sponsors, NAC Architecture, David Baker Architects, Kevin Daly Architects, KTGY, Gonzalez Goodell Architects. Our student scholarship sponsor was KFA, and friends of Design for Dignity include Ox Architecture, Bar Architects and Interiors, C.W. Howe Partners Incorporated, Crate Modular, Koenig Eisenberg, Mark's firm, Lehman Architecture, Perkins and Will, Ralph Mature Architects, Steinberg Hart, Matt Construction, and our participating sponsors included Chu Gooding Architecture, DSH Architecture, FSY Architects, HED, HOK, Lever Architecture, Michael Maltzen Architecture, SAA Interiors and Architecture, Shimoda Design Group, The Architects Collective, Tracy A. Stone Architect, and Studio E Architects. I really do truly appreciate everyone's support because we wouldn't be able to put programs like this without that direct financial support from all of our sponsors. So with that, I give you your afternoon. Also, just so you know, we have a birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Corrine.
I'm ready to